Royal Commission on Antisemitism and Social Cohesion is now in session.
Commissioner, I call Heather Jackson, who is present in the witness box.
Would you like to move for an affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and swear that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Yes, thank you.
Could you please state your name?
Heather Michele Jackson.
You have prepared a statement for the Commission dated 11 June 2026.
Correct.
Do you have a copy of that there with you?
Yes.
Is that still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender that statement, which is stat.899.0201.0219_H_R.
Yes, the statement will be admitted.
There are a number of annexures and documents referred to in that statement, which I will also tender.
Yes. Very well. Do I take it that that is each of the annexures that are
It's only A, B, and E.
A, B,
and
E.
E. And then a number of documents referred to. It might be more convenient if I just provide a list of those at a later time, and we can tender it by reference to the list.
Yes, very well.
You are currently the Director, Interventions and Innovations, Women, Family and Community Safety, Strategy, Policy and Commissioning in the New South Wales Department of Communities and Justice.
Yes.
And you've held that role since March 2023.
Yes.
And you were formerly in the role of Program Manager for the Engagement and Support Program at the Department of Communities and Justice.
Yes.
And you held that role between September 2020 and March 2023.
Yes.
And in your current role, you are responsible for the operation of the CVE Engagement and Support Unit, which includes both the Engagement and Support Program and the Step Together Program.
Yes.
And you've previously been a member of the Multi-Agency Advisory Panel, which oversees the Engagement and Support Program.
Yes.
And you have also previously had responsibility for the assessment, application and management of offenders under the New South Wales Terrorism High Risk Offenders Act.
Yes.
Can I start by asking you about the Engagement and Support Program, which we heard a little bit about from Assistant Commissioner McCullough from New South Wales Police last week. It is a program, of course, administered by the Department of Communities and Justice.
Yes.
And in terms of its eligibility requirements, you note at paragraph 33 that the inclusion criteria include individuals who may be vulnerable to violent extremism, individuals who support or advocate for violent extremism, and individuals who've engaged in violent extremism.
Correct.
And in terms of that concept of violent extremism, I assume that takes account of the full range of violent extremism, from what might be religiously inspired to far right and all the other variations. Correct. Is that right? And does it also does the Engagement and Support Program also account for individuals who might have what's been described as mixed or unclear ideologies?
Yes.
And also those who might have grievance-based concerns. And the ESP caters for those in the community or those who are about to exit custody.
Yes.
Is that right? And one does not need to have been charged with any offence in order to be eligible. Is
Correct.
that right? And it's a voluntary program.
Correct.
And it caters for those who are 10 years old and above.
Yes.
Can you speak to why that was considered the appropriate age at which to set the eligibility requirement?
Yeah. Originally, the program was offered to 14 years and above. However, unfortunately, in the last few years, the landscape was indicating that there were young people, children, 10 years and above, that were indicating capacity, capability and willingness to undertake a violent extremist event. The decision to lower the age to 10 was a multi-agency decision as part of New South Wales Government in looking at what is, in terms of about cognitive reasoning, abilities, understanding what actions and consequences have. So in terms of consideration with some psychologists and learning and development, and also an element of responsibility, the age was approved at 10 to lower.
You also note at paragraph 28 that the ESP can be used as a diversionary step before criminal charges proceed. Could you just describe how that works?
So we've had examples where a person may be, and particularly a young person, may be charged or suspected of engaging in violent extremism, particularly more at that early diversion where they may be suspected of, and they may be what we would consider vulnerable to or being groomed to undertake particular ideological acts or thoughts. And what we rely on is our Commonwealth and state agencies to identify those people and refer them to the program before that their behaviours become escalatory.
And referrals for the ESP can come from a range of sources, including police, Department of Education, or from the Step Together line.
That's correct.
Referrals can also be received from anyone in the community, or even in the form of a self-referral.
That's correct.
And once referrals are received, who then makes the decision whether or not to accept the referral?
Yep. So the referral information is received into ESP after following a process of deconfliction by police. Then we receive the referral and we make our efforts using our legislative levers to be able to collect as much information on that person as possible. So we rely very heavily on the referrer's information. The referral form walks them through why they particularly think this person may be vulnerable to violent extremism. What sort of issues are they showing? What are the sort of the cross-protective factors that they may have? What are some of the examples that they're demonstrating? What are some of the mitigating circumstances that may contribute to it? On top of that, we use that referral as a basis to collect any other open source information. Say, for example, if a person is posting on social media in an open source way, we will pull that together into a report. That report is then tendered to a eligibility council, where a quorum of people, of representatives of the multidisciplinary team, so the psychologists, case managers, police, and other contributing experts, including the referrer, meet to discuss the referral and what the program could offer, and whether that they're eligible and meet the criteria for the program.
And after a referral is accepted, the department then comes up with a case plan for that individual.
After the referral is accepted, we seek consent.
Yes.
Yep.
And then once that consent is obtained, a case plan is formulated. And that case plan is presented to the multi-agency panel for approval.
The multi-agency panel meets every 2 months, so we do present the new clients to the panel, and we present to them our initial findings about the person. We introduce the client and their vulnerabilities and their indicative case plan going forward. Yes.
I see. So it's possible the case plan is implemented in advance of the multi-agency panel seeing it, because it only meets every 2 months. Yes. I see. And that multi-agency panel, of course, includes representatives from Police, Department of Education, New South Wales Health, Youth Justice. Is that right?
Yes.
And does that panel have an ongoing role in terms of reviewing case plans on a periodic basis?
They have an ongoing role in reviewing progress and interventions. So as I mentioned, each client is presented to the multi-agency panel every 8 weeks. The clients that are having particular issues, where we're having particular issues with in terms of intervention pathways, or particular issues such as like mental health assessments required, or we may need to rely on the expertise of that particular agency to guide us through any barriers we have. and then we have a written document that we submit to the panel with updates on each of the clients to judge their progress.
And in terms of the sorts of interventions that might be included in a case plan, you've given some examples at paragraph 17. They might include, for example, education pathways.
Yes.
So might that include, for example, assistance to a participant to enrol in a TAFE course or some other
Yes.
Course of that kind? It might include mental and physical health treatment.
Yes.
Connection to social activities.
Yes.
And so what are some examples of the kinds of activities that you might involve a participant in that respect?
As you can imagine, often the people that we have on the program are quite isolated and disconnected from community, which is obviously one of their vulnerability factors. Some of the things, depending on the person's capability and needs and interests, the case managers will focus on what connections that they can undertake in the community that can improve in terms of their exposure to other communities, exposure to social and positive connections. That may be as simple as we've had people be able to support their way to even joining a local soccer club and having that exposure and that social outlet instead of being at home. It could be in terms of tapping into things like they may have an interest in model cars or chess. It's something that sort of draws on their interest beyond that tunnel vision of that ideological pathway that they may be able to tap into, that then allows them to be more exposed to a community, be more connected to a community, and not be so sort of focused on a grievance or so focused on a certain influence that may be able to take them on a different pathway.
And the case plan might also include, for example, long-term supports, such as connecting the individual with the NDIS, for
Yes.
example.
Yes.
So would officers within DCJ make contact with NDIS to facilitate that arrangement?
Yes, often we've had families that have no NDIS support or have really struggled with the NDIS support process. And so what we've been able to enable through our case management, through our brokerage, is to make sure that the person gets the correct assessments, whether it be ASD or cognitive impairment or any other assessments that enable the evidentiary pathway to enable access to NDIS that they've previously struggled with. There's a twofold pathway to that, is A, that the person, if relevant to that person, they can help understand their assessment and their diagnosis better. And then understand where their limitations and their positive aspects are. And then the important thing is for us to enable those NDIS services that are non-CVE specific but enrich the well-being of the family and that particular person to go on and achieve other things that they otherwise wouldn't be able to do without those services.
I see. And it might also include assistance with housing.
Yes.
And you've referred to possibly also engagement with a pro-social mentor.
Yes.
What does that look like?
Mentoring, we've found, is extremely important, and particularly in our young people. Often our case managers are quasi-mentors to our clients due to the fact that a lot of our clients lack that pro-social either parenting or direction in their lives. So they've sort of felt that they've sort of... So what we do is, in terms of what we look at, is what could be appropriate mentoring. So we've used people such as religious mentors, if people are particularly having some interpretation of religious texts that may be not completely correct and maybe being led into another direction of what those texts may be. They may be even, we've done group mentoring where we've had young people engage in aspects such as Boys to the Bush, which has enabled them to find other social strengths and direction. We've had mentoring, which includes in terms of that one-on-one mentoring in terms of being enabling them to see what healthy relationships and respectful relationships are, particularly young men, to mentoring in terms of what does it mean to be in community, what does it mean to be accepting of other people's ways, what does it mean to have equal relationships and respectful relationships with women, other communities such as the LGBTQI, and so it's lacking a lot of that awareness and, as I say, pro-social modelling about appropriateness.
And you've noted in your statement that the program does not directly attempt to alter political, ideological or religious beliefs, but do you see those sorts of beliefs being indirectly impacted by the other supports that are put in place?
Yes.
And how has that manifested to your observation?
I think a lot of it, what we see in the evidence, is self-reported. They'll make a casual observation, and I could think of one example where they entered into employment. They'd never really had employment. They were entering into employment. They worked with a multicultural team under a high-pressured, close situation. And what they come to self-report and realise is it's like, oh, well, they're okay. They're not so different. Oh, I like them though. And so it's it's coming through their own sort of self-realisation through that exposure that things that they're reading, things that they may believe, things that they've been taught may not always be correct. And I think that's what's really important about having those interactions, whether it be accidental or targeted, to be able to open them up into broader thinking.
Can I then ask you about the extent to which the ESP is evaluated? You've noted in your statement that in 2024 an independent evaluation was conducted by ACIL Allen, and that was completed in 2025.
Yes, correct.
Could I then ask you about a document which is an evaluation summary prepared by ACIL Allen, and I'll bring that up on the screen, please. It's NDC.001.001.002. And for clarity, this document is different to the longer document that was referred to in your statement. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
So that will come up on screen shortly. There it is. And as I said, this is an evaluation of some of the key findings, a summary of some of the key findings of the evaluation. Can I just ask you about a couple of aspects? On the page 0004, if we could go to that, please. Under that, in that first paragraph there, it's noted that recent trends in social isolation, online environments and youth involvement in extremism are contributing to a diversifying cohort of individuals who are vulnerable to or actively engaged in violent extremism ideologies, with further growth projected. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yes.
And so, in your view, is it the demand for ESP likely to grow in the short term?
Yes.
And indeed, it has grown over the last few years. That's
Yes.
your observation?
Yes.
Under the third heading there, design aligns closely with effective practice. It's noted the design of the ESP is robust and closely aligned with the evidence base on effective practice. I take it you agree with that assessment?
Yes.
Over on the next page, 0005, under the third heading there, processes and structures have evolved. It's said operational processes and structures are in place to support effective intervention, but there's opportunity to improve quality and rigour. Guidance material is maturing, which leads to varied quality in practice, including the design of case plans. Do you agree with that assessment
Yes.
at that time? And what steps is DCJ taking to address those observations?
Yes, so we received a list of recommendations, of which we accepted from the evaluation. since the acceptance of those recommendations, we have a dedicated team responding to improving the aspects that Aysel Allen identified. I think as the program has been in place, particularly in DCJ since 2020, the pace and the growth of the program has often sort of outstripped our ability to provide that structure and rigour that the evaluation was looking for. And I think the ability for this evaluation to guide us into focusing where we need to improve in terms of our quality and rigour has enabled us to implement much more structured environment that is also at the moment trying to respond, having that structure trying to respond with the changing landscape that's happening so quickly.
And what sort of operational processes and structures are being put in place?
I think there's an improvement on key documentation outcomes. I think what Aysel Allen found is that the work is being undertaken in terms of the eligibility, the consent issues, the case management, the operation of the multi-agency panel. I think what we're really aiming to improve on is the frameworks of which they work on under there. So it's not so much the change in the intervention style or how we're providing those interventions and how we're approaching it both from a psychological and case management point of view, but it's more about shoring up those frameworks that help us show the evidence of those outcomes.
I see. And the last heading on that page is client engagement takes time but works. And it's noted that client consent is inherently difficult given the voluntary nature of the ESP. Intensive efforts from ESP staff have contributed to success, but it notes that this also contributes to the time taken to gain consent, and length of engagement with the ESP varies considerably for clients but averages 1.37 years per client. You don't see that as an unduly long period of time, do you, for client engagement? I.e. that figure doesn't suggest a problem with the system, does it, in your view?
No, I think it's the opposite. I think when we're working with other short-term interventions such as 20 weeks, 40 weeks, etc., it is very difficult to be able to engage that client and their understanding and to reach that type of behaviour change in those short periods of time. The 1.37 years, it is particularly long, but during that time the intensity of services also changes. So, and we're very cognizant of when we discharge a person. So we have a very long period of discharge of about 3 months to ensure that we can still monitor them for perhaps stressors or relapses that may occur when the person doesn't feel those wraparound supports are there. I feel like if they're actively engaging in the program and reaching case plan goals, which are really clearly outlined, then if that's the time it takes, sometimes it's really challenging for people to understand their journey to possibly engaging in violent extremism. And so I only see that average time as a positive to implement real long-term change.
And can I ask, when it says the average is 1.37 years, does that include the time it takes to obtain client consent?
The time it taken it was be at consent.
Right, so from the point of consent,
yes.
On average, 1.37 years
yes.
of engagement. I see. Indeed, we've heard... I'll withdraw that. I'll ask you about something on the next page. If we could go to page 6, please. Under the heading Awareness of the ESP has improved. On page 0006. While we get there, I'll just read out the key part. Yes, in the last sentence under in the second paragraph, it says, while there have been improvements, there's a need for continued efforts across government and community to ensure there's a shared understanding on the purpose of eligibility for and model used by the ESP. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yes.
And so I take it you agree there's a need for further efforts to improve community awareness of the availability and nature of the ESP?
I think there needs to be continual improvements to awareness. Yes. Has there been an improvement in awareness since that point in time in the evaluation? Also, yes. And I think that's reflected in the diversity of our referrals and where they're coming from.
All right. So since this evaluation was conducted, were there further measures put in place to increase community awareness?
Absolutely.
And what were they?
So we have a dedicated community engagement and awareness team, but it's also backed up by our operations team. So when we got the evaluation and the outcomes of the year evaluation, we really we took the time to meet with our multi-agency panel members individually to understand how we can improve awareness raising in their agencies, noting that their agencies are the predominant referrers to the program. We've done sessions in terms of with people. We've done information sessions and awareness sessions with areas such as child protection within GCJ, as they have a lot of contact points with young people. We've done teacher and support staff awareness in Department of Education about where there's referral pathways and understanding indicators of violent extremism. I know our partners in New South Wales Police, when they have their engagements about hate crimes and when they're visiting their local areas, they also are discussing the referral process or the opportunity for ESP. I'm also invited to present at Australian Federal Police courses and educational programs where we can talk about what ESP does and how the pathways of referral and what we can offer. So I think there absolutely needs to be a continued aspect for it. I also think that, you know, when there's a churn of staff in high volume areas, that awareness sort of, you know, that increasing ongoing awareness is needed. And it's also really challenging because thankfully violent extremism is such a small problem. It's very difficult to be able to get the audience's time to understand the intricacies of this issue when they're dealing with multiple other social issues as well.
Can I ask you a bit more about the awareness training that you mentioned with the Department of Education?
Yep.
So does that involve training delivered directly to teachers?
Yes. So we've had one particular event we held. It was open invitation for teachers, counsellors, principals. It was an after hours event where we had particular speakers on that was talking about issues about what is vulnerabilities in young people, some of the evidence that we've gained. We've had a presenter on what is an incel and misogyny. So we've tried to upkeep that. We've had other events in partnership with education in terms of how they can identify and what sort of aspects they're looking out for in violent extremism. And then we're also developing some entry-level models that will be available free to everyone to use to understand that sort of ground entry awareness and understanding.
As far as you're aware...
Just before you
sorry.
go on, Ms Hager,
Certainly.
Mr Bender and Mr Zwire, yesterday I adjourned the commission until 10 a.m. My apologies, but it is some indication of how closely held the information about the 9:30 start time was. Can I just indicate we are currently hearing from Ms Heather Jackson, who is the director of the section within New South Wales Department of Communities and Justice dealing with intervention programs relating to people who might have extremist violent tendencies. So my apologies, but I trust this doesn't create any real problems for you.
It creates no real problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Bender. Sorry, Ms Hager, do go on.
This may be a question for the Department of Education, but as far as you know, is there any mandatory training for teachers on warning signs for violent extremism at the present time?
It would be a question for the Department of Education.
Can I then ask you about the Step Together program?
Before you do, Ms Hager, can I
Yes.
interrupt just once more?
Certainly.
Ms Jackson, you've indicated that within the engagement and support program, you've got a diverse range of clients. And as I understand it, the range might be from, say, a 12-year-old with mixed, unclear ideologies through to, say, a young man in his 20s who is attracted to Islamic extremism.
Yes.
Now, I understand that there is a view in relation to these sorts of countering violent extremism programs that one doesn't seek to change beliefs, but rather to introduce strategies to stop people mobilising to violence.
Correct.
And if you look at your diverse cohort, in a sense, with the 12-year-old who's just attracted to violence,
Yes.
there's not really a question of belief. But if one comes to the young man who, say, entertains a belief, which I'm not suggesting is mainstream Islam,
Yeah.
but say a belief that there is a war between Muslims and non-Muslims and that it is righteous to kill non-Muslims. Say you have a belief of that character, isn't it essential to try and change the belief?
People in a democratic country can hold a belief. They can hold a belief in what they believe to be true. It's the second act of the violence is the particular issue. And I think that's a real struggle with people understanding in terms of, we've had people on the program that have successfully finished the program, but in an example, he still holds extreme white supremacy views. He still holds, and in his own words, I still believe that white people are the master race. However, I don't want to hurt anyone. I just know that. And I think it's really challenging in terms of the example that you've given is, it's not the fact that we would ignore his beliefs, and those beliefs would be challenged in terms of some of the exposure or the mentoring that we would have as part of his case plan. Also too is, what is the driver of that belief? I think what is really interesting in terms of, in some ways, the ideological outcome doesn't matter. It's more to me, the interesting fact is their journey to that belief. What are those aspects in their life that they are missing, or that they are not sort of accepting, or they have been exposed to, that has driven them to that sort of belief?
But wouldn't there be a difference between a 12-year-old who is just attracted to violence because of the sort of content that they have seen online, and say a young man who is very concerned about spiritual development, comes from a cohesive family, isn't apparently isolated, but has developed a view about the correct teachings of Islam that in fact is an aberrant belief.
I think the example you've given me there, Commissioner, would probably, and not to be glib, one of our more simple clients. So I think that there are a lot of confluencing factors that are driving people to believe that there needs an act of violence. In that particular case where that person holds that belief, but in your example has no other mitigating factors that could contribute to that drive of violence, we would be sort of really looking at what is the religious guidance that they are receiving, what is the religious influence that they are receiving, why are they receiving that, and I think it'd be really important as well to work with the family. Your child is espousing these sort of views, or the adult, still their child. Your child is espousing these views. These are not in line with the thinkings of a particular religion. It is not in line with the respects of what we have in the community, and so we would be more looking to guide them in trying to understand why they hold those views so tight. I find that the 12-year-old's far more complex because of the mixed, unclear ideology. They can often be a contradiction in terms. They're often more impulsive, and they're often unclear in terms of their journey.
Sorry, Ms Hager.
I'm not sure if that helps, Commissioner.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
In terms of the Step Together line, could I just invite you to start by explaining what the nature of that support line is?
The Step Together helpline primarily is it's twofold. Well, it's threefold actually. I call it a trilogy of events. So there is the helpline in itself, which is staffed by case managers that have the awareness of CVE and the different pathways of support that they can offer a caller. We have the Step Together website, which is a website that tries to provide information on a more broader term to understand what violent extremism is and their indicators, without sort of trying to influence an outcome of what people. It's not a diagnostic tool. It's not a self-referral tool. It's about understanding and trying to unpack and provide those support services to people who may be concerned about someone or themselves. And then there's the third part of that, which is the community engagement and awareness aspect of it. Is to it's a bit one we touched on before. Is about raising awareness that there is somewhere that they can call, there is someone they can talk to, that they're not alone, and that we can walk through this issue together.
And is one reason that helpline exists is in recognition of the role that a person's family and social network might play in recognising the early warning signs of vulnerability
Yes.
to violent extremism.
Yes.
And that commenced as a service just offered in New South Wales, but now has been funded by the Department of Home Affairs to expand to a national level.
Correct.
And it's now expanded to all states and territories across Australia,
Correct.
but still operated by New South Wales Department of Communities and Justice.
Correct.
And so in that sense, calls are still received by staff in New South Wales, but then might be referred out to the relevant jurisdiction for review and action.
Yes.
Is that right? And through that process, someone may be referred to, for example, the equivalent of the engagement and support program in another state or territory. Is that right?
Yes.
Or, of course, to the engagement and support program in New South
Yes.
Wales itself. And are those who staff that helpline trained in the full range of variations of violent extremism?
They are trained in terms of trying to understand indicators and mainstream. They're not experts. They're not expected to be experts. They are trained to understand and listen to what the particular concern of the person is, and if that's determined to be vulnerable to violent extremism.
I see. And one service, the role the helpline may provide is just reassurance that what the caller is observing is not a cause for concern. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't think we would be so much to say, oh, this isn't a cause for concern. I think what it is about being aware of what the concern is. I think a lot of calls we also have is in relation to how can I talk to my child about this? I don't want him to be isolated. I want to understand what he's thinking. I want to have a conversation. I want to explore this in a safe place, but I don't want it to end up in this, argument. And then some of the resources that we've developed is how to have those safe conversations and explore next steps.
So in terms of offering guidance as to how to have those conversations, is that something the helpline staff can assist with, or do they need to be referred on to somebody else to get that sort of advice?
They can give, it depends on how much the level of, the help can only be given on how much information is provided. So some people may give a lot of information, some people may be touching around in terms of trying to suss out if that is really an issue that a person of concern has. The case worker's main predominant role is to understand, assess and triage the calls. So they're not a counselling service per se. They may be able to point them in resources that they may be able to use that's also on the website, or also other resources that may be available in a more direct or generic terms that can assist them with that particular issue.
And you've been provided with a statement of an individual who has a pseudonym ADE, which was signed on 10 August 2026. And you've had an opportunity to read that statement,
yes.
and you have a copy of it
Yes,
there with
thank you.
And so ADE recounts her experience of calling the Step Together hotline, and you understand she was calling from a jurisdiction, not New South Wales, where the equivalent of the ESP is police-led.
Yes.
And when she called, that was the program that she was directed to.
Yes.
That police-led program, and you understand her that was not what she was hoping for. Rather, she was hoping to be connected to, for example, a counsellor or psychologist in her city with relevant expertise.
Yes.
Is that sort of referral pathway now an option under the Step Together program as it operates at the moment?
There are obviously, as you can understand, limited services available in these particular for the services available in that state. So I think the issue being is that if we were to receive that call again, the same action would be made. And I think the nature that the caller found it difficult to find services herself, and the nature that that state chooses to have a police-led program may result in different. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. So it's basically in terms of if that call happened again today, would there be the same outcome? Yes.
Yes, there would. I see. Does that also point to a lack of? Well, can I ask this question? What about in New South Wales? Is there any ability in New South Wales to refer someone to a community-based program or individual counsellors or psychologists with relevant expertise?
In violent extremism?
Yeah.
I think it would be fairly limited. I think that we have chosen to take a government pathway, the government has chosen to take a pathway in terms of ensuring that the services provided, they are unique, they are discrete, and they need to be fairly structured and fairly and qualified in that. There are broader support services that we can connect people to. Sometimes it's about seeing a psychologist for things like emotional regulation, stress management.
And so just pausing there, so there is the ability to refer someone to an independent, that is not government associated psychologist with that kind of expertise?
In things like emotional regulation, anxiety, of course we can refer. I don't think it's so much the word referral, it's that we can make the person aware of these services. We don't make a direct referral to the service. We can offer them services that may be in their area that they could reach out to.
And so does that mean you're able to identify sort of a particular practice or a particular psychologist with expertise, or do you just direct them to some other sort of publicly available?
We would direct them to publicly available sources. We don't, outside our government partners, we don't endorse or identify particular services.
I see. And so in that scenario, if someone was looking for support of that kind, what sort of resource would you refer them to so that they can work out what psychologists in their area might have expertise of that kind?
In terms of the confidential statement, or just in terms of?
Well, I was just focusing on the example of if, for example, somebody wanted to see a psychologist with expertise in emotional regulation, which was the example you gave.
Yeah.
What sort of resource would you direct them to assist them to find a person of that kind?
So we would direct them to the Australian Psychological website, where they have a lot of the resources on where to find an appropriate psychologist. We also may look in their local area if they have particular things like headspace. There is the issue of, in terms of, they may be encouraged in terms of if they to speak to their GP. So it just depends on what their avenues of support are available generically in that area.
And so then, can I ask you if say this person, ADE, was calling in New South Wales today and looking for the sorts of support she's outlined in her statement, what options would Step Together be able to suggest to her as at today in New South Wales?
Step Together would offer her the pathways to talk to someone in ESP, which is DCJ led. They would offer, and if she was amenable to that, then someone from ESP could speak to her and talk to her in more details about the person she's concerned about. If she was more seeking assistance for herself, then we could direct her, as I've said, to mainstream services that she could access as she chose to.
She also mentions a positive experience that she's had with Exit Australia, for example, a community-based organisation. Would the Step Together helpline ever suggest a community organisation of that kind, or do you just not adopt that practice of identifying particular community organisations that might be helpful?
Yeah, we don't adopt a practice of a direct referral. Different
Or
people,
not even a direct referral, but even
Sorry.
just mentioning a particular organisation that might be the sort of organisation a caller is looking for.
Let's it's difficult to answer because we'd have to endorse that service or believe in that service.
Do you endorse any community organisations for the purposes of Step Together at the present time in New South Wales or anywhere, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
I see. Would it be a desirable thing for DCJ to formulate a list of endorsed appropriate organisations who you might be able to refer people to in this sort of scenario?
We have endorsed mainstream. As I said, we would talk to people, like we would refer to things like Headspace, we would refer to mainstream services. Would I refer to specific community-based programs that purport to be programs focused on violent extremism without all the information and rigour that I knew about the program? No, I wouldn't.
But what I'm suggesting to you is, could the department engage in a process of information collecting about various community organisations who purport to have this sort of expertise, so they could prepare a list of endorsed organisations that they might be able to refer people to?
That is something that we can certainly look into. We do have a service directory for particular issues that the caller may call in about. But we are very cautious about recommending a particular CVE program outside the suite of programs that we're aware about that are government-led.
And ADE also included in her statement some observations about how the Step Together website could be improved. You've read those observations?
Yes, and I agree.
All right. And so is that something that's currently being worked on in terms of improving the website?
Yes, absolutely. The website was developed with challenging limitations in terms of like the structure that we could operate it under a pretty tight IT infrastructure and budget, but with the ability of the commitment and the support of the Commonwealth, we're able, and the national focus, we're going through a complete website rebuild. So that's being started to be undertaken now. We're with a more expansive budget, we're allowed, we can undertake, and we are undertaking improved message testing. Who are we targeting in terms of educating and awareness? And we're doing a lot of work with the Commonwealth and with communications organisations and with DCJ to improve the look, the feel and the focus of the website. Absolutely.
And ADE also made some observations about what she perceived to be a lack of clarity as to confidentiality arrangements, i.e. whether the information she gave to the person on the other end of the phone would be confidential or not.
Yeah.
What steps are currently taken to explain how a caller's information might be used or disclosed?
Yep. So we have a privacy note on our website that people can access. We also have a recording where people that have not yet been able to speak to a call worker will hear about the limited ability for our confidentiality in terms of risk to community safety, and then also if asked as the caller is stepped through the call, they may be asked certain questions such as are you content in sharing this information with the local jurisdiction. They also are able to not provide their name or the details of the caller or of the person of concern,
And does the helpline still include a warning that the call will be recorded?
Yes.
And the calls are recorded?
Yes.
And can you explain why that's the case?
Yeah, it's threefold. The first one, and I think they're all important. One is for quality assurance. I think thankfully our call numbers are quite low, so I think it's really timely to ensure that the callers the person receiving the call and working with the call can reflect on that information and how they could receive or perhaps do the call better. The second aspect of it is for to share with other jurisdictions if required. So what we've undertaken in our agreement to be a national program is that New South Wales will not hold information in regards to the caller, that is up to the jurisdiction to make that decision in regards to actions and next steps of the caller. To ensure that the jurisdictions have all of that information, they receive the case note and the call, so they can make that evaluation for themselves.
Right. And I think you said it's explained to the caller that information of that kind will be shared with the relevant jurisdiction
Yes.
from where they're calling?
Yes.
Is that the case?
Yes. I will admit though that it might not always come up, but if it is, as I say, it is outlined in our privacy notes. It is outlined that the caller that we will be sharing that information, and if they wanted to be contacted by the person.
When you say the privacy note, you mean the privacy note on the website?
Correct. Yeah.
Would it be desirable for that to be part of the standard script? That is, that staff explain that to every caller on the call, that their information might be shared in that way?
We can look at incorporating that to make it more transparent. Yes.
And just to clarify, when you say shared with the jurisdiction, the purpose of that is so that if a person is being referred to, for example, the equivalent of the engagement and support program in Western Australia, for example, it's to ensure that Western Australia has the information that the caller has passed on. So it's designed to facilitate the intervention that they're seeking. Is that right?
Absolutely. It's designed to see, and for the person not to have to retell their story. Sometimes it's very challenging for them to have to call in and report, discuss the person of concern and who they're worried about. I think it's sometimes a very big decision for someone to pick up the phone and sort of share outside their inner concerns that they have someone that's worried about. And so I think it's really important that that story doesn't have to be revisited too many times.
Have you read the report of Professor Grossman in relation to Step Together?
Yes.
And you've seen that one observation she makes is that the fact that the helpline operates Monday to Friday,
Yes.
9 to 5 p.m, is a limitation of sorts, because there may be some people for whom it's not so convenient to make a sensitive call of this kind during working hours, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Do you accept that that's a fair observation on the limitations that arise from those hours?
I think that there could be limitations arise from the hours, but I think if we look at the evidence, and the evidence that when we made the decision to have it Monday to Friday, not 7 days a week, is that the evidence there that there wasn't the volume of calls to be able to justify an operating environment. The other thing is that we also are operating to daylight savings time, so it's not 9 to 5 in New South Wales, it's actually 9 to 7 to be able to service people in other jurisdictions. I also think that the Step Together line isn't a hotline or a reporting line or an emergency service line. I think it is about providing a service like a lot of other government services that run Monday to Friday 9 to 5. And one thing that we do though continually monitor is any out of hours or after hours weekend abandoned calls or missed calls or message bank, and it's something that we're consistently talking about with our Commonwealth partners about where is the appropriate resource that should be placed to be able to capture those services.
And when you say when those hours were established you weren't receiving the volume of calls to justify expanded hours, it's right, isn't it, that the volume of calls has increased over time?
It has increased over time as more awareness is raised, and definitely from a national platform, a national level.
All right, but that increase of calls over time hasn't caused you to revisit the appropriateness of the hours?
Not at this stage.
I see. Now, in terms of the level of public awareness of the Step Together helpline, the counter-terrorism coordinator, Mr. Dowling, gave evidence yesterday that in his view the awareness of Step Together is not where it needs to be. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yes.
And Professor Grossman has remarked that in her view there would be a benefit in having a broad community awareness campaign in order to improve awareness of the helpline. Would you agree with that suggestion?
Yes, and that is what's being done.
And in terms of when you say that's what's being done, where are those plans up to, and what is the nature of the public awareness campaign that's anticipated?
As I've mentioned, with the increased investment from the Commonwealth, we've been able to do a more focused strategy in terms of refining and enhancing our messaging. So as you can imagine, trying to talk about violent extremism in a community public sense can be alarming and scary, and what we're trying to reach is the right people that may know someone or be concerned about someone in this fashion without them being too scared to be able to approach for assistance before it escalates to police and emergency services. The work that we're undertaking at the moment is we've done several test groups and focus groups with different people in the community, whether they be parents, whether they be teachers, whether they be the call people from different multicultural backgrounds, and trying to test about what is those safe entry points into understanding and engaging in awareness such as violent extremism. I think we need to be really careful about the work that we're doing in terms of not vilifying or isolating people, and I think the work that the Commonwealth is undertaking into their campaign awareness programs will have a significant impact.
Does that mean a particular strategy has not yet been settled on in terms of the forms of media or audiences you might target to raise awareness of the helpline?
Home Affairs is leading that strategy, so I would leave it to them to speak to. What we're leading in terms of the website refreshment and that local community engagement, that is underway and will be completed by the end of this year.
But would you agree it's desirable to have something of the kind that Professor Grossman has outlined, which seems to envisage a public awareness campaign across the whole of the public? So, for example, through social media, radio, TV and the like. Would you agree with that kind of broad targeting, or do you think it should be broad campaign, or should it be more targeted to the particular individuals?
I think it should be a refined campaign. I think, as I touched on before, I think that there are a lot of issues in the community that people are grappling with, and I believe that this is one issue that you don't, to be honest, you don't really know you need the service until you encounter someone that you may be concerned about. And what we have refined is in terms of who would notice those people It is the parents, it is family members, it is caregivers, it could be psychologists treating them, it could be community-based organisations they're working closely, it could be their teacher, it could be their support services. So I think what we've done is spend a lot of time refining who that message would be best aimed at. We're also working a lot with, in terms of Google Ads and Google demands, in terms of showing up where people who are being identified as these people that may be calling into the program are aware of those services. I think, and I'm no marketing or advertising or comms expert whatsoever, but I think a blanket, what I have experienced though in certain areas is a blanket advertisement of the service enables people to dismiss it and say, well, that's not me, that's not part of me, I don't need to know that.
But if, as you've said, some of the people best placed to recognise the early warning signs are parents, for example, how do you target a subset of parents? Isn't the only way to do that just to target all parents?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. It's all parents. It's all family members. So
that does suggest a broader kind of public awareness campaign, doesn't it?
Well, I think it's what they refer to as meeting them where they're at. So what sort of online services? How do parents receive their media? How is that messaging done? How are we working with our partners in those environments, such as education, such as mental health, such as such as health in broader particular? So who would those parents go to for advice and support? Where would they be? Who would they be talking to? Often, and we did a recent study on the impact of adolescence, the Netflix show, and we did an online sort of assessment of where people were going and asking those questions about what can I do about this? Where does that leave me? I'm worried about my son. So it's a lot of, in terms of those general forums, and particularly targeted parenting podcasts, etc., that people have found. But I think a wide blanket campaign that's not targeted at particular people that would come into contact with the person of concern could miss.
I see. Then can I ask you about the process for evaluating the Step Together program? You've mentioned that in your statement that a procurement was in train.
Yes.
Where is that up to now?
Yes, so we've signed contracts, we've had inception meetings, and we're starting phase 1 of phase 3 of the 3-year evaluation for the National Step Together.
And can I ask, will the observations made by Professor Grossman in her report inform the evaluation of Step Together?
In what respect?
Well, will the department take those observations into account in terms of considering any changes that might be undertaken in respect of Step Together going forward?
Oh, we invite any feedback, especially the level of expertise Professor Grossman has in the research that she's done, and that will inform any of how the evaluation is shaped, absolutely.
All right, Commissioner, I have no further questions of Jackson.
Brenda.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms Jackson, I'm here for several Jewish community bodies, and I was proposing to ask you a few questions about the operation of the engagement and support program. Firstly, it's right that the program is voluntary in the sense that a person must first either be referred or present voluntarily and then consent to participate.
Correct.
And there's no power that the department has to compel a person to participate if they don't wish to do so.
Correct.
Secondly, the program proceeds on the footing of referrals, except perhaps where somebody does present voluntarily. That's right, isn't it?
They can self-refer, yes.
And otherwise, the department has no function of going out and identifying individuals for itself, correct?
Correct.
Now, making a referral to the program is open to anyone. It could be made by government, an individual, family members, psychologists, a school. That's right, isn't it?
Yes. Yep.
But no one in that category, or indeed no one at all, is under an obligation that might require them to refer a person at risk to the program.
Correct.
So, assuming that a referral's made and the person consents to participate, is the next step that the program, or those administering it, makes a decision about whether to accept the person into it.
Yes.
And if it doesn't decide to accept the person, is there any framework currently in place about a record of the decision as to why or why not?
Yes.
What's that framework?
So the outcome of the eligibility case conference is minuted. Then the outcome of those minutes are then recorded in that person's referral in our case management system, and the referrer is informed of the outcome of the referral, and then may be provided other options or alternatives for services that may assist the person.
What are some examples of those alternatives?
So the examples of those alternatives is where the person doesn't meet the criteria. So whether they may have just hold significant mental health issues that deems them ineligible for the program because of perhaps their active mental health issues or psychotic state that enables them not to provide consent or to participate in the program. We may show that they don't hold the threshold of having an interest or engaging in violent extremism, and so they may be referred back to other sort of more broader services if relevant.
Now, if consent is obtained from the person and ESP considers that it's appropriate to accept them, it then engages with the person through individual case management, which you've described as a tailored assistance from a group of trained professionals. That's right?
Yes.
Now, they exit the program once the specified goals relating to their situation have been achieved, or I assume if they withdraw their consent at some point during the program.
Or don't follow the participation rules, yes.
Now, if a client exits for any of those reasons, is there currently any framework pursuant to which ESP or the department would review that person after exit?
A re-referral is always welcome by another agency. So if another agency identifies, or the person can actually ring up themselves and say that I'm not going so well, I'd like to rejoin the program, which they're welcome to. But we're also open to re-referrals at any time.
Absent a re-referral or the person contacting the program themselves, there's no currently formal process of review at fixed intervals which would in effect require the department to reach out to check on how they're going. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Would you see value in an arrangement of that kind?
I could actually. In fact, it's some discussions we've had is what does post-program support look like? We have looked at in terms of, do we reach out at intervals to be able to see how they are tracking? We are also conscious, though, that a lot of people that have successfully completed the programs wanted to get on with their lives and wanted to move on beyond that experience, but it is something that we're considering, yes.
Next, I was going to ask you about the situation where somebody's referred but then declines to participate, so they don't give their consent to be part of the program. In that scenario, there's no other program within the department that would apply to the person, is that right?
No, this is a bespoke program.
And there's no other departmental program, bespoke or otherwise, that would capture a person who had been referred but didn't consent to participate?
No.
Now, in that scenario, is there a framework in which the refusal of the referred person to participate is recorded?
Yes.
And when the referral comes from an agency other than law enforcement, for example, from the Department of Education, and the person declines to participate but appears to the ESP to present a real risk of extremism, are there steps that the people at the ESP take to address that risk?
We would work with the representatives of the Department of Education if the person doesn't consent. That would be a matter of the Department of Education to manage, and they would manage that with their agency stakeholders as well, I would assume.
So when somebody is referred and the view taken by those assessing the referral is that they are a person at risk, but they don't consent to participate, is the approach to liaise with the referring party about that?
Yes, absolutely.
But what about informing other people, like, for example, the police? Because there may be somebody who you've considered to be at risk within the program who doesn't want to participate in it.
Yes, so we have 2 dedicated police officers that work in our team who participate in the eligibility case conference and also participate in the engagement of the client, so they would be aware if they didn't consent or not.
And would it then be up to those police officers to consider whether they wish to take action within the police force or some other counter-terrorism unit, for example, about that person?
I couldn't talk to the decisions of New South Wales Police.
I see. Would there be, in that scenario where somebody's been referred who the ESP considers is a risky individual but doesn't consent to participate, are steps taken to liaise with bodies other than the referrer or the police, for example, mental health services, or that person's religious or community leaders?
No, because we don't have the consent of the client and would be in breach of privacy.
Okay. Would it be useful to have a process that permitted you to do that?
I would have to consider that under the privacy. I'd have to take that under consideration. I think there's a lot of complex responsibilities and possible breaches of privacy under a consent-based voluntary program.
But assuming that the privacy considerations could be studied and overcome, just as a matter of policy and trying to achieve the objective of ensuring that those who are at risk of violent extremism receive the care they need, would it be useful for the department to have the ability to refer that person, even if they didn't consent, to, for example, mental health services?
Oh, I think it's something that we can consider.
Now, at paragraph 94 of your statement, you have said that clients participating in the program have often held, some of them anyway, have often held anti-Semitic views for a period of time, and even through learned generational beliefs. And can I take it that's drawn from the program's casework experience? That is, by the time the individuals reach you, they have long-held anti-Semitic beliefs sometimes.
Correct.
Now, you've also said in the same paragraph that disengagement from those views is challenging. Is it right that the earlier a person is identified as having extremist views of that nature and referred to the program, the better the prospects of disengaging them from the violent extremism are?
Completely, yes.
Now, so all else being equal, from your perspective as the department administering the program, putting aside budgeting and resource constraints for a moment, it would be better to receive more referrals and to receive them earlier, assuming that they were legitimate good faith referrals, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Are you familiar with the UK model that involves what's called the prevent duty?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the fact that that can lead to an obligation on specified institutions to refer at-risk individuals to what's called channel over
Yes.
there. Now, might that be an effective way in obtaining, for the benefit of your program, more and earlier referrals that might have the consequence of promoting the disengagement of violent extremism at an earlier time?
I think that's really challenging, and I think that's a question that we've been asked before. What I am concerned about is broadening the aspect of what the program is intent to do. And I think that where I'm concerned about in terms of statutory or mandatory reporting, because it could be, and I'm not to be dismissive of it, what element, there is multiple factors in regards to assessing someone that may be vulnerable to or engaged or interested in violent extremism. And that could be, that is, the threshold is higher than perhaps, some racist graffiti or some uses of derogatory language that may be more levelled at broad term racism and discrimination rather than engaging in a violent ideology. So I think there's already a lot of noise in understanding and identifying who is vulnerable to violent extremism, and I think if we had mandatory reporting in those aspects where the threshold is low, that would contribute to that.
So your concern is the threshold for reporting, or perhaps that it might not properly be understood by those under the obligation to report, leading to too many reports about things that aren't really matters of concern from your perspective. Is that right?
I think in terms of, I think it's more concerning about we can manage in terms of people understanding the thresholds of reporting, and we do a lot of education in terms of, and we've built our referral form around particularly nuancing those thresholds of being concerned, but I think if it becomes a mandatory report, then I think that would open the floodgates to people that wouldn't meet the thresholds, and how our service delivery would be able to function for that.
So your fundamentally your concern is managing the potential for a floodgate of referrals if a mandatory reporting obligation scheme wasn't set up effectively.
Well, I'm also fundamentally worried about someone that could be potentially referred to a violent extremist program that was exploring in terms of, as I say, broader sort of antisocial behaviour rather than direct violent extremist behaviour.
Why is that a concern?
I think it's a concern because I think once you've been referred to a violent extremism program, and I think then in terms of it could have, in terms of, I'm also concerned about opening up ideas to people. So in terms of, you know, we look at things like exposure as we're concerned that you might be a violent extremist. Well, why would you think I'd be a violent extremist? And then sort of explaining that pathway of violent extremism that may not have even entered their minds.
Couldn't that be caught at the level at which the team assesses the referral?
I think by the time that we receive a referral, they're already engaged at the pointy end. I think there needs to be more function and focus on primary prevention. There needs to be more function on education in terms of community and well-being and tolerances, and more of that focus on how we operate and think and work in the community. I think by the time that they're referred to our program, it's an intensive service that they've reached a threshold for. I think if we're starting to refer people at that lower tolerance, then we could be watering down the service that it's not intended to be, that could have a lower intensity of service in education.
What I meant to ask was,
Sorry.
Your concern was that somebody who you didn't consider to be at risk of violent extremism might be very antisocial, of course, were concerned to the referrer, and you, as I understood it, were concerned that exposing that person to a violent extremism program could make them worse rather than better. Is that a fair summary?
No, I don't think exposing them to a counter-violent extremism program would make them worse. I think the fact is that if it's not appropriate for a person to be in a program that doesn't meet the threshold, why would you expose them to other aspects of it? It'd be same as assessing a person that was inappropriate for another program.
But couldn't that be caught at the point at which the referral was received, so that no steps needed to be taken with the person who'd been referred and your concern wouldn't arise?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Thank you, Ms Jackson. Thank you, Commissioner.
Just arising out of that, you said when Mr Bender asked you some questions about the prevent duty in the United Kingdom that you had considered that. Was that a formal consideration within the department, or...?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Yes. Anything arising, Ms Hager?
No, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Ms Jackson. You are excused.
Ms. Hammond will take the next witness.
Yes. Yes, Ms Hammond?
Commissioner, the next witness will be appearing via AVL.
Oh, do. Yes, we'll just let Ms Jackson leave before we bring the screen up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Jackson.
Commissioner,
Yes.
I call Rebecca Barson,
Yes.
and Ms Barson has counsel appearing via AVL, and I might invite him to announce his appearance.
May it please the Commission, my name is Simpson and I appear for the State of South Australia in this matter.
Thank you, Mr Simpson. Ms Barson, will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
I will.
An oath or an affirmation?
Affirming.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Ms Barson, you made a statement to the Royal Commission dated 3 August 2026, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And the contents of that statement remain true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, that's correct.
Commissioner, I tender that statement, which has the identifier SA_D/599.001.006.
Yes, very well. The statement will be admitted as an exhibit.
Ms. Barson, my name is Miss Hammond. I'm one of the counsel assisting the Commission, and I'm going to ask you some questions about your statement. You are currently the Executive Director Offender Development within the South Australian Department of Correctional Services, is that correct?
It is, yes.
And you are also a qualified social worker, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And you've been in your current role since August last year, is that correct?
It is.
And how long have you been within the Department of Correctional Services in South Australia?
Just for 12 months.
In your statement, you give some evidence about the Department of Correctional Services administration of a program called the New Pathways Program. Could you summarise to the Commission what that program is?
Certainly. So the New Pathways programme, it's based in our Sentence Management Unit, and it's a specialised initiative that provides clinical assessment and intervention and case management for individuals identified as presenting concerns that relate to radicalism or extremist behaviours.
Yes.
So that's the programme covers.
Video has dropped. Ms. Barson, if you can hear me, we seem to be having technical difficulty in that your video feed has frozen. If you can hear me, we're trying to get the connection back working again. Commissioner, I understand that Ms. Barson has dropped off the call. It may be convenient if we adjourn for a couple of moments just until we resolve the issue.
Yes, I will do that just briefly. Sorry for that, Ms. Barson, but now we'll see if we can plough on without further interruption. Yes, Ms. Hammond.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Barson, when we had the technical difficulty, you were explaining a bit of an overview of the new Pathways program. And I think when we lost you, you were just elaborating upon what it is that program does.
Sure. So I think I said to you that the programme provides clinical assessment, intervention and case management for individuals. The programme works with people in prison, but it also provides support to people who are on orders being supervised in community.
Yes.
So it's a broad programme.
And I understand that the program was initially started as a collaboration with the South Australian Department of Human Services Inclusion Support Program, and that there continues to be collaboration with that ISP program. Can you explain to the Commission how that interaction and connection between the programs happens in practice?
Yeah, that's so we enjoy very positive relationships with the Department of Human Services Inclusion Support Programme. I know the clinicians meet regularly. We share a lot of information in terms of clinical practice with DHS. They're also part of the South Australia SEBESC programme, and so from a governance perspective we sit down together with a range of agencies and talk about matters related to this cohort of people. So there is frequent and constructive engagement between DHS and the Department for Correctional Services.
And the distinction is that the new Pathways program, as you said, is focused on people in custody, but also people who have been released from custody or in the community, and it's the case that the ISP will work with people in the community more generally. Is that the distinction?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Can you explain to the Commission the eligibility criteria for the new Pathways program?
I can. So eligibility for the new Pathways programme includes and isn't limited to individuals who demonstrate one or more of the following criteria. So someone who demonstrates intent, behaviours or expressed support consistent with violent extremism. Somebody who demonstrates current or historical associations with individuals or groups identified as extremist. Has been identified at being at risk of radicalisation or influencing others towards radicalisation.
Ms. Barson, sorry to cut you off. Is it right that the criteria are really those set out at 18 of your statement?
Correct.
Yes,
that's correct.
Apologies. I should identify where in the statement I'm asking you from it, and really asking you to speak to that when I'm doing so. Is it right that the new Pathways program, the pilot began in 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
And you give some evidence, paragraph 19 of your statement, that at least between 2023 and 2026, the program has received a particular number of referrals. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And generally the number of referrals has significantly increased this year, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Does Corrections have a view about whether the number of referrals is likely to continue to increase in the future?
I think the thinking from the team is, and from Corrections' perspective, is it is possible that that number will continue to increase over time. I think as our workforce, as our correctional workforce becomes more aware of the nature and type of behaviours that may be being exhibited by this cohort of people, it's possible that that cohort may increase.
And are staff within Corrections the main source of referrals to the new Pathways program?
Yes, that's correct.
Are there any other significant sources of referrals?
Well, people who come into prison come in there because they've committed an offence, and so often they'll be identified because of the nature of their offending, but they'll also be identified by people who are perhaps concerned about conversations that are occurring in prison, on the units, through conversations that may be occurring between prisoners. It may be picked up through other assessment processes when clinicians go out to assess people. They may be picked up through beliefs that are expressed through other treatment groups that they may be involved in. So they may be picked up at a number of points during their time with the Department for Correctional Services.
And has there been some training provided to staff within South Australian corrections on these particular issues to enable them to identify when a referral might be appropriate?
Yes, absolutely. So the New Pathways clinician has been involved in providing regular training to DCS employees, both correctional officers in prison, but also for community corrections officers working with people in the community. And that's an ongoing programme of work. And the New Pathways clinician also presents to our trainee correctional officers during their preparation training to become a corrections officer. So it's an ongoing programme of education and an important area for us.
Can you outline to the Commission, when a referral to the programme is received, what's done in the first instance to triage and assess that referral?
I can only answer that question from a very broad, sort of high-level perspective. But my understanding is that clinicians will be undertaking a variety of risk assessments, but I would need to take that question on notice if you required more detailed information.
Just to direct you, is it the case that the referrals are reviewed through a New Pathways peer review committee that you discuss at paragraph 73 of your statement?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's that committee that undertakes that process you just described?
Yes, it is.
And it's the case that if a referral is assessed and it's decided that it is appropriate to take action in response to the referral, what New Pathways does is to provide some tailored interventions to an individual. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And can you give perhaps some examples of what those tailored interventions might involve?
I think that there are a range of assessment tools that the clinicians have access to, like the VERA and the PIM. I think that they administer those tools. I think a lot of the work is about getting to know the person in front of them and understanding their beliefs and their belief systems, and then tailoring an individualised programme of work with them. And I know that the New Pathways clinician maintains that relationship with that person while they're with us, and these beliefs remain the priority concern.
And it's really that the New Pathways clinician is the key person within New Pathways who would be delivering interventions. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely. But each individual would have their needs assessed, and if they had other criminogenic needs or reintegrative needs, then they would also be considered alongside. So for some people, the New Pathways clinician may be just one of a number of individuals that are working with an individual.
I understand. In your statement, you give some evidence about the funding and resourcing of the New Pathways program. Do you consider that the current level of funding and resourcing for the program is appropriate?
That's a really good question. I think the funding allows for one specific a clinician. That clinician sits within a wider team of people within our sentence management unit, so based within our psychological services team. If demand increased, then it is possible that we may need some additional resources, and we would continue to work with the Department of Premier and Cabinet and Home Affairs around that.
And at paragraph 40 of your statement, you set out the key responsibilities of that single senior clinician role. Is that correct?
That's correct, I do.
And it includes everything from identifying, assessing, overseeing and managing prisoners through to the case management, the clinical advice, strategic work, training work, rehabilitation work. Is it a fair observation, Ms. Barson, that it seems to be a very significant scope for one role?
I think that it is a significant scope. I think it's quite diverse. It's also quite specialised. So, you know, we're very fortunate to have a very experienced clinician in that role, supported by a very experienced clinical team. But I do accept what you say, that it's a broad person specification.
Yes. In your statement, you, at paragraph 45, speak about how there's been a process of ongoing review of the program to assess sort of strengths and effectiveness and possible improvements. Can you just summarise for the Commission kind of how review of the program has been undertaken to date?
Yes, absolutely. So we have a programme services unit within my area, and that team has been working with the New Pathways team and key stakeholders to look at whether the programme has been delivered as intended and whether there are any lessons learned for DCS. Delivering evidence-based programmes that reduce reoffending is really important to us, and so we're in the process of finalising that work. But I think that through our relationships with stakeholders, we are constantly looking at ways that we can improve the ways that we work.
Yeah. Has any consideration been given to having the New Pathways program externally reviewed?
Good question, but during my time here with DCS, that has not been something that's been considered.
Yes. You've spoken about that both the operational delivery of the program and the internal review of the program has involved stakeholder consultation. Is it correct that the key stakeholders tend to be other government instrumentalities?
Yes, that's correct. So our colleagues across government would be our key stakeholders.
And you say at paragraph 56 of your statement that at present the Department of Correctional Services isn't involved in any programs in this space delivered by community or civil society organisations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain to the Commission why in the South Australian context there hasn't been any decision or move to engage with any community or civil society organisations in relation to New Pathways?
I think New Pathways is working with a very specific cohort within the Department for Correctional Services system. So, and given our remit, it's very much focused on those people who are in prison or on orders, and so it is less relevant to community. However, having said that, we are part of a much broader system and network of government agencies. So working closely, for example, with DHS, who work very much in community as part of our work with the broader government network, we're certainly not unaware of community. It's just not our area of primary focus.
towards the end of your statement, you give some evidence about what the Department of Corrective Services in South Australia considers the most effective approaches to early intervention, deradicalisation and disengagement to be. Ms. Barson, I'm thinking particularly from paragraph 71 of your statement. And in particular, I wanted to ask you about the range of people who present to new pathways as potentially being appropriate for intervention. Is it the case that they tend to be quite a diverse group ideologically, or are there particular cohorts or issues that you're seeing arising in your context?
Before coming to this hearing, I talked a little bit with my team around that very question. And I think it would be fair to say that anti-Semitism does present the predominant extremist belief system identified amongst the people that are referred to new pathways. So there is a lot of similarity of belief.
Mm-hmm. The Commission has heard evidence that anti-Semitism can be combined frequently with a range of different extremist ideologies or beliefs. Is it your understanding that that's something that's seen in your context in South Australia?
I think it would be fair to say that that would be the case, although I don't have any specific examples.
Yes. And at paragraph 80 of your statement, you express DCS's consideration that the New Pathways program is presently consistent with the most effective approach to addressing these concerns about extremism among those in custody and those released on licence. But you also speak to some opportunities to enhance government responses and processes. I invite you to speak to any particular areas of future enhancement that you consider to be priorities for you in the short to medium term.
I think the one that stands out to me really is around information sharing. So when we're thinking about corrections' core business of managing risk in community and our responsibility to keeping community safe, making sure that we are sharing appropriate information in a timely way when somebody's released from prison into community, or when working with somebody in community that may be exhibiting these types of behaviours and belief systems. It's really important that we share information. And so I think that that would probably be the most critical area that we would need to be working on as a group of government agencies.
Ms. Barson, I don't have any further questions, but I should note for the benefit of the transcript that your statement has in fact been assigned more than one identifier, and that perhaps the better identifier would be stat.8.9.0001.0632. But Commissioner, I didn't have any further questions.
Yes, thank you, Ms Hammond. Excuse that bit of housekeeping, Ms Barson. Mr Bender, I don't think... No, yes. Very well. Ms Callan, anything?
No.
Thank you very much, Ms Barson, for your evidence today. You are excused.
Thank you.
And that's, again, flawless timing, Ms Hammond. We'll take the morning adjournment.
Commissioner, I
Yes.
call Thomas Stewart.
Yes.
Affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Mr. Stewart, you've made a statement to the Royal Commission dated 27 July 2026, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that statement contains a number of annexures,
Yes.
and the contents of the statement remain true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do.
Commissioner, I tender that statement together with its annexures. It has the document ID STAT.8.001.0595_R.
Yes, the statement together with the annexures will be admitted as an exhibit.
Mr. Stewart, you work within the South Australian Department of Human Services, is that correct?
That's correct.
And your current position is General Manager Inclusion Support.
That's correct.
And how long have you been in that position?
So I've been in that position since February of 2025.
And before then, you worked in other countering violent extremism roles within DHS, is that right?
Yes, I've been working in the Countering Violent Extremism program since 2020.
In your statement, you give some evidence about a DHS program called the Inclusion Support Program. Can you briefly summarise what that program is?
So the Inclusion Support Program delivers South Australia's countering violent extremism interventions in the community. It's funded through NSIP, so the National Support and Intervention Program. So the funding comes from Home Affairs through a federated funding agreement with the State of South Australia that's administered by Department of Premier and Cabinet, and they provide that funding to us, as well as funding to Department of Corrections to run the two primary CVE programs, which you've already heard about. The first one in DCS, and we provide the other program, which is in DHS.
Yes, which I'll ask you about in a moment.
Sure.
Staying with the ISP, that's a voluntary program?
It is entirely voluntary, yes.
And what are the particular goals of the program, or what it focuses on?
So the focus is on disengagement. So sometimes when the program is talked about in media context, we're described as a deradicalisation program, but we've never marketed ourselves as a deradicalisation program. The funding and the stated intention of the program is to support people to disengage from pathways to violent extremism, and we can undertake that work from early signs of somebody taking that path all the way up to somebody being charged and or returning to community after a custodial sentence or community-based mandate.
Yes. Before I ask you some more questions about the ISP, I wanted to ask you about the second DHS program you mentioned. Is it right that that's the Coercive Online Violent Extremism Pilot, or the COVE pilot?
Yeah, so this is a pilot that has started as of July 1 of this year. So we received funding from DPC after providing a proposal to them for the development of the pilot. We're seeing an increase in referrals that are related to sadistic online exploitation. So we've been doing some work with Operation Pompalid, which is an AFP operation looking at sadistic online exploitation. And we had a case of a young person that was referred into the ISP. They were involved in a coercive control relationship, which led to them undertaking behaviours which looked like violent extremism, but they didn't have an ideology. So ordinarily, with the absence of an ideology, they wouldn't be able to be on a CVE program. And we said, well, the behaviours reflect violent extremism behaviours, but they're not driven by ideological factors. They're driven by this online coercive control relationship. We need a program that addresses that. And as we're in those conversations, we received some other referrals which were very similar in nature, and we essentially said we'll run a 12-month pilot and see if we can kind of develop a response that could be appropriate for those types of referrals.
And at the moment there's funding for that 12-month pilot, and the intention is that there'll be a review of how it's going before it concludes, and a decision about whether it should continue.
Yes, so we'll be collecting pre and post data, so we'll be using an assessment tool. We're still trying to determine what the best assessment tool is. Obviously, the assessment tools do slightly different things. So the Vera, obviously, it's a risk assessment. The TRAP is a threat assessment. The PIM is a needs assessment. They all do slightly different things. So we're trying to figure out exactly which assessment tool will be the best fit for the pilot. And separate to that, so separate to collecting that pre and post intervention data, we'll have an independent evaluation done by a university based in South Australia.
And accepting that it's early days, are you able to speak to what sort of interventions might be carried out as part of the COVE program?
So it'll be a combination of two things. We will be able to offer the kinds of intervention that we offer to clients that are on the ISP, which is a needs-based intervention which is designed to address the unmet needs that are presenting in that person that are driving them towards violent extremist behaviours. But we'll also be working with the KIND program. The KIND program is a program that's operated in South Australian youth justice for a number of years, which is designed to support adolescents, young people to move away from coercive control behaviours or violent behaviours in the home environment. So improving the young people's understanding of how to navigate those behaviours, and also delivering the standard ISP response that we would for any client that's put on a CVE program.
And am I right in saying the COVE pilot is specifically for participants at the moment aged between 10 and 25?
Correct, yeah. We've had to kind of narrow the scope of it, partly because these issues tend to affect adolescents more, but also because obviously there's limited funding. So yeah.
Yes. Returning to the perhaps larger and longer standing program, that's the ISP. Mm-hmm. We've heard some evidence this morning about the ISP working closely with the Department of Correctional Services in relation to the new Pathways program. Wondering if you, from a DHS perspective, can tell us how those programs work together in practice?
Yeah, so obviously before we had NSIP, we had LSTIP, which was the sort of iteration of the National Support and Intervention Program, the previous iteration of the National Support and Intervention Program. Under the old arrangement, so under the previous federated funding agreement, all of the funding for countering violent extremism interventions came to DHS. So we used to have the signed funding agreement between the Commonwealth and between South Australia was signed by the Minister for Home Affairs and then our Minister at DHS. So when they introduced the HRRR, so the high risk offenders additional funding, so you had LSTIP expansion, and then the high risk offenders funding. When they introduced that was given to DHS as part of the same set of funding arrangements. So this is going back a few years now, and we said at the time we'll continue to administer the funding coming into the state, but we'll provide it to corrections to deliver the corrections-based portion of that HRRR funding. And so that led to the establishment of the new Pathways program as a pilot, and it ran for a number of years and was successful, and we were able to kind of co-work across those clients that are in custodial settings and then going back into community. We were able to co-support them. So when they introduced the new funding agreement for South Australia as of the last financial year, and the Commonwealth established that block, they essentially combined all of the funding into one, so that every state and territory would get one chunk of CVE funding rather than three. We kind of said, let's have the Department of Premier and Cabinet administer that, which was a governance decision that was made by the government of South Australia, and then we will have the new Pathways program standing on its own, which it was able to do because it had gone through internal evaluation and also evaluation with us, and had kind of matured to a point where it could operate as a program in its own right. But the case management model that they follow is very similar to the model that we follow, as we kind of noted, because they kind of operate as a bit like a sister program, if that makes sense.
And am I right in saying that part of the reason for that is that it was thought desirable to have a conceptual distinction between New Pathways, which operates in the custodial setting and on release into the community, that's run by Corrections, and ISP, which is the community program run by Department of Human Services, and it was thought that distinction is helpful?
Yes. For us at the Department of Human Services, obviously the benefit of being a program that's based in human services is when we turn up to a family's door and we say we want to provide support to the young person in your life or to a family member that's dealing with concerning behaviours, we get pretty good buy-in because we're human services, social workers, psychologists turning up at a site to try and provide support. That's not to knock any of the police-based programs around the country. They all do fantastic work as well, but we've found that approach has been pretty good for us. Coming from a human services perspective has been, I guess, a feather in our cap, and we were mindful that we wanted to have a clear distinction between the type of service and intervention that's being provided in that custodial setting and the type of service and intervention that we provide at the community level, because we receive referrals that are often early on in the piece, way before someone has ever been charged with anything. And obviously you don't want the intervention support to be provided by a corrections-based service. It's not appropriate. But in those cases where somebody is charged with something and serves a custodial sentence or is on a community-based mandate, we want a service that's fit for them as well. So yes, correct.
Yeah. And you say a little bit later in your statement that there are individuals and families who the ISP encounters who would be reluctant to seek assistance through traditional justice pathways. Can you speak to the Commission a little bit about what the ISP has experienced in its engagement with people and observing that hesitation?
Yeah, so I said before, obviously, that the program is entirely voluntary. That's true. There is one sort of slight caveat to that, though, and that is that there have been some limited cases where young people have been charged and then had their matters referred to family conference, and in some cases through the family conferencing process, so it operates as a bit of more of a restorative process. We've allowed, or we've been supportive of the idea of young people being referred to the program as part of their undertaking. So they're not required to be on the program as part of their undertaking, but they are required to accept that they're going to be referred to the program as part of an undertaking. And we also have a lot of cases where young people can be referred directly through the Education Department. So there is part of the South Australian Education Department called the Conditions for Learning team, and we have a system in South Australia where teachers and let's say staff that are involved in student wellbeing in schools can put in what's called an EARMS report. It's another acronym for whenever there's a critical incident in a school or whether there's concerns around particular patterns of behaviour. And there's a box that they can tick on that report to say we have concerns that this young person maybe should be referred to a CBE program or that support should be put in place for them. And when that reaches the escalation point within education, they can then refer directly to us. They undertake a process of screening on their side, and staff in their team are trained in the YPIM, which is the youth version of the pro-integration model screening assessment tool. And we will then receive a referral. When we receive those referrals, often it's early in the piece. So the concerning behaviours may be emerging, but they've not, manifested in anything criminal. But we can then take steps to intervene with that family, with that school community. Yeah.
And the assessment of DHS is that by running the program through human services, that facilitates receiving referrals at that earlier point.
Absolutely, yeah. Having said that, we also work with a number of individuals at the other end of the scale, and by that I mean individuals that have gone through legal processes because they've been charged with offences in relation to violent extremism. They've come back into community and they may be on an ESO, so a state-based extended supervision order, and we then work closely with the team at DCS to provide support to them. So we have the whole spectrum of clients, individuals that are early in the journey and individuals that have been actually charged with terrorism offences.
And to confirm, you make clear in your statement that ISP covers all South Australian residents aged 10 and older, is that right?
Correct, although that creates challenges, obviously, because it's a very big state. So, and in parts of the state where a kind of population is scattered, we have to be kind of creative in how we provide those interventions and supports. And we utilise what's called a hybrid brokerage model, where we, first point of focus for any new referral is for us and our clinicians to do the assessment work and to figure out what the kind of the risk and the need profile of that client is. but we can bring in outside services through brokerage funding to deliver certain types of support. So let's say, for example, you had an individual in a place like Port Lincoln. It's not appropriate or feasible for my staff to travel to that part of the state 2 times a week, but we would identify services in that community and we would provide them with focused additional training on how to work with individuals that require a CVE response, and then we would support with some level of funding or some level of additional training.
I understand. You've given evidence in your statement and have already referred today to the funding and resourcing of the ISP generally. Do you consider that the current level of funding and resourcing is appropriate?
Yes, we have a projected, we have an underspend for the last financial year, so I would say yes. However, partly that's because the federated funding agreement was a little bit late to get signed just because of good old-fashioned red tape. And so our budget wasn't loaded into the system with our Department of Treasury and Finance until the end of last year, so close to December. And that impacted our ability to undertake certain bits of project work. It didn't impact any of the intervention work, which we were able to just do as a matter of business as usual, but it did impact some of our project work. So yes, the level of funding is adequate, but depending on the project work that we'll be undertaking in the next year and a half, we might find that we need to go back to the Commonwealth in the future.
Am I right in that in your statement you also identify that delay also impacted staff recruitment?
It did somewhat, but there's other factors at play there. It's quite difficult to get, if I'm being frank and honest, it's very difficult to get qualified social workers that want to work in this space, obviously because it's challenging, and I think on paper it creates a bit of discomfort for applicants, and so we have, so the recruitment challenges aren't just informed by the funding arrangements, it's also the fact that, as Rebecca alluded to in her previous statement, it's a very specialised area of work.
Mr. Stewart, in your statement you give evidence about 2 functional areas within the ISP. You give some evidence about clinical services, which is the need-based case management for individuals, and there are a range of interventions available to participants that you give some evidence about. But I'd particularly like to focus on what you describe as the second functional area of the ISP, which is referred to as the Program Training Administration Community and Step Together Help Desk,
yes,
or PATCH.
Yeah. Yes.
Can you briefly describe what the PATCH team does within the ISP?
Yeah, so obviously since last year we've rolled out the Step Together helpline nationally, so obviously operating here in New South Wales for a number of years. It's now a service that's been made available to people across all jurisdictions. And that means that the CVE programs, and this is something that we've been aware of in our work, CVE programs have become public facing in a more serious way for the first time since our kind of inception, really. And so for us in South Australia, we're aware of the need to shift towards greater public awareness, and that means we've expanded dramatically the kinds of work we've been doing in the project space. And a lot of that project work cuts across things like social cohesion more broadly. So for example, we run in South Australia a soccer tournament we partner with an NGO. The tournament's called Kick Out Hate, and it's really about raising awareness and having meaningful conversations with young people about racialised violence. And it has been very successful, rolled out in Adelaide metropolitan area and in regional areas in Mount Gambier and other parts of the state as well. We also have a dedicated community engagement officer in our team, and that's part of what the PATCH team does, is the community engagement work. So PricewaterhouseCoopers undertook an assessment going back a few years of all of the community engagement work that was being done by CVE programs across the country, and it made some recommendations as part of that. One of the recommendations was that programs could look to have a dedicated community engagement officer. There was some level of reluctance, I think, for CVE programs across the country because of that question of being more public facing. I think now that ship has sailed, as in now that we're having these broad national conversations about Step Together and about the need for people to call helplines and seek guidance, we can no longer kind of say, right, well, we'll keep our CVE programs in the shadows. They have to be public facing. And we, I guess, were proactive, I suppose, in making sure that we had a community engagement officer so that we could attend at events in community, that we could work with the Home Affairs Social Cohesion team, that we could work with Office of Multicultural Affairs in South Australia, that we could do all of the work we need to do to make the broader South Australian community aware that there's a CVE program, it exists, we can support you if you need support, we can support families if they need support, school communities, etc. So that's a big focus of what the Patch team does. And also just looking after the administration of the whole program. We have pretty robust clinical governance structure. So we have every week intake where we discuss every single client that's been referred. We assess collectively who's going to go onto the program and who is going to be referred on. And that whole administrative burden that goes along with that is also part of their remit.
And you say in your statement that, at least as you understand it, that decision to have a dedicated community engagement officer is currently unique within Australian violent extremism intervention programs.
I don't know it's entirely unique now. Obviously, with here in New South Wales with Step Together, there's a whole community engagement aspect to that. But yes, I think of the smaller jurisdictions, I think we would be the only one that currently has a dedicated community engagement officer, but I may have to take that on notice. Yep.
One of the things you give evidence about the Patch team doing in your statement is some specialist training and awareness sessions, both for government and for non-government. Could you tell us a little bit about what that involves?
Yeah, so that links a little bit to what I was saying before about our hybrid brokerage model. So if I could give an example, I think it would be easiest. Let's say we have a young person referred to the program. It's been identified in the school, in a school setting as displaying behaviours of concern. And let's say when we meet with the family and the school and the community, it's identified that the young person is on the autism spectrum but has never been assessed, or they have some other neurodevelopmental or psychological need that's not been addressed adequately by supports available. We might look at that case and say, there's behaviours of concern here, we think this person should be assessed, but the policy of the education department, or of, let's say, if they're at an independent school, the policy might be that it's the responsibility of the family to pay for that. And the family come to us and they say, well, we can't afford it, it's $3,000 for an autism assessment, what do we do? We would utilise the hybrid brokerage model to go to a provider in the community that can undertake that assessment, so that then that young person can receive the supports that they may be eligible to receive, let's say under the NDIS. Or we might fund a functional capacity assessment in addition. When we go to that provider and we say, this young person has been referred to our program and we want to fund you to do an assessment for them, the provider goes, well, who are you? Why were they referred to your program? What's this all about? And we explain we're the CVE program, and we then have to kind of go through and provide a little bit of specialist training to ensure that provider, say in the non-government or private sector, has a clear awareness of the scope of the program, why the individual's been referred, and so that they can tailor their assessment and their response in an appropriate way, so that when they refer them, when they provide that assessment back to us, they have a clear understanding of the full context. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's the kind of specialist training. Yeah.
And then, is there also a piece around sort of training and awareness sessions, not for prospective service providers, but any more broadly?
Yes, so obviously there's lots of parts of South Australian government that we can receive referrals from. So we can receive referrals from health, from education. Law enforcement have a good understanding of what our program is and the scope of what we do, but other parts of the state government may not. And so occasionally we will receive requests to provide specialist training for parts of state government that want to have a better understanding of our program and what we do. So a good example would be we recently provided a training to the adult safeguarding unit. So obviously adult safeguarding work with a lot of vulnerable people that may be at risk of being exposed to harmful ideas and behaviours, particularly on the internet. And so somebody might be being looked after by an adult safeguarding practitioner, and it's good for them to know what the CVE program is, how we operate, how to refer to us. And so we went and did specialist training with that unit of that team, which also happens to be located at DHS. But we've done training for child protection, for different parts of education, and for different parts of the health system as well.
I understand.
Yep.
I understand that the patch team is also responsible for responding to Step Together inquiries from within South Australia. That's been a feature of the national rollout of Step Together. Can you speak to how that's currently working in South Australia?
Yeah, it's working quite well at the moment, although the numbers have been small. They've been sort of steadily growing, and we are aware that there's additional funding that's been put aside for states and territories to do some further community engagement work around Step Together. And so we've decided, or we've proposed to DPC that we will focus on regional and remote areas with our further community engagement work, and we suspect that will increase further referrals via Step Together in the future. But yeah, currently low numbers, but it's something that we think is certainly a good, it's a good feature for us to have access to, for that option for members of the community to be able to refer directly in, or at least get additional information when they have a person of concern in their life.
Do I understand from that response that one of the reasons DHS considers that the Step Together numbers are currently low is that there is a lack of awareness of the program?
Yeah, I think for us as a state, yes. Like I mentioned before, it's, Step Together's been a feature of how CVE has been delivered here in New South Wales for a long time, but for the rest of the country, it's a new idea.
In your statement, you give some evidence about initiatives delivered by community and civil society organisations that DHS supports, and looking particularly from paragraph 32 of your statement, you've already spoken a little bit about Kick Out Hate. Are there any other initiatives that you think have been particularly successful within the South Australian context?
So One Culture Football is an NGO that we work with very closely. They run a Friday night drop-in centre in the inner north, and we've been supporting that work for a little while. We're also ongoing, currently we're negotiating with the Islamic Society of South Australia, which is one of the peak bodies that represents the Islamic community in South Australia. We're currently looking to develop a terms of reference with them to help them undertake early identification and referral. That's kind of been a slow process, but for the fact that it needs to be kind of navigated delicately, and we're respectful of that, of course. And then in terms of additional community engagement initiatives and work, we're looking to develop with an NGO partner, with One Culture, Middle Eastern Connect, which will be a dedicated mentoring support service for young people. This is kind of separate from the CVE space, but inclusion support encompasses 2 programs in addition to the Cove. And the other program is state funded. It's not a CVE program. It's a program that it's called African Communities Response, and it's a program that works with young people from African cultural backgrounds that have had contact with the justice system because of gang violence. And we apply a similar case management model in both cases, because what we find is the unmet needs that can drive a young person into becoming a violent extremist are very similar to the unmet needs that can drive someone into joining a street gang. And so the case management response, the case management model in both cases is fairly effective at that disengagement piece. And so that work that we're doing in that other program has kind of illuminated to us the benefit of having dedicated mentoring supports which are culturally informed. So the African Communities Response program, the practitioners are all from African cultural backgrounds themselves, and that's been really effective at engaging the community. And we want to do something similar for the Middle Eastern community in those limited cases where young people from those cultural backgrounds end up referred to our program.
Commissioner, I didn't have any further questions for Mr. Stewart.
Yes. I think that's it then. Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you.
You are excused. Now, am I right, Ms Hammond, that you need a short adjournment so that we can reconfigure the witness box?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes, very well. I'll just take a very brief adjournment. Yes.
Commissioner, I call a panel of representatives from the Youth Advisory Council for a Safer Australia.
Yes.
The Youth Advisory Council has prepared a statement dated 11 August 2026. It has the document identification number STAT.8.999.0001.0637. And I've been reminded that before I formally tender it, we should swear the members of our panel. I believe first we have...
We're not doing things by the book today, but let's try that.
First we have Lou Potter.
Now, I'll just inquire whether each of you wish to take an oath or make an affirmation, and you can make your own selection in that regard. You, madam?
Affirmation.
Affirmation, yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
And you, sir?
I would like to take an oath.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Yes. You, sir?
Affirmation, please.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
And you?
Affirmation, please.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Yes.
You've heard me refer to the statement that you've jointly made. I might just go down the line. Do you each affirm that the contents of the statement remain true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Commissioner, I tender that statement, which has some annexures as well.
Yes. That is the statement stat dot 89.111.001.0637, and its annexures. Yes, all right, that statement and the annexures will be admitted as an exhibit.
Thank you.
The statement records the full names of each of the witnesses. Is it proposed to address them by that or by some more informal means, Ms Hammond?
Yes, Commissioner. The statement records their full names. There's no issue about those names being made public, but I understand in the course of the work of the Youth Advisory Council, first names are used as standard, and that would be the members of the panel's preference for their evidence today. And as I introduce them to the Commission in a moment, that's what I propose to do.
Yes, very well.
So we have 4 representatives today. First on the left facing you and I, Commissioner, we have Lou. Lou is from South Australia. She works in professional services, having completed her studies.
Yes.
Lou, could you tell the Commission how you came to be involved with the Youth Advisory Council and why you consider it a valuable thing that you're involved in?
Certainly. I have been involved in a number of youth advocacy, youth engagement things within South Australia. I won't list them all, but I have quite a lot of passion about young people giving voice to government, especially in areas where young people are directly engaged with programs and services, to make them all better, because that's what we're all here for, and also to promote the voice of young people as citizens of our country and people with human rights.
Next on our panel we have Salim. Salim is from New South Wales. He is in his first year studying a Bachelor of Health Science, and he has also been involved in an organisation called the Top Blokes Foundation that seeks to do positive impact among young men in communities, and he's one of their youth ambassadors. Salim, how did you come to be involved with the council, and what's the importance of that role from your perspective?
Thank you very much. So in high school I was a part of the program, and then from there I graduated to be a youth ambassador for the Top Blokes Foundation. From the Top Blokes Foundation I gained invaluable skills as investigating and looking at young men's mental health, and from that I was reached out by the Youth Advisory Council, and from there I joined.
The third member of our panel is Hayden. Hayden's also from New South Wales. He is a youth worker who is employed by the Top Blokes Foundation, and he has also been a member of the council. Hayden, can you tell us a little bit about your journey to being part of the council?
Awesome, I'd love to. I had the privilege, like Salim, when I was in high school to go through the Top Blokes Foundation's program. And I like to say I was at a bit of probably a two-way street, and it probably helped me go down that, I'd say, good path at that point in time. So I sort of dedicate a lot of, I guess, why I'm here today to Top Blokes that much, that an opportunity come up for a traineeship 2 years ago, and I jumped sort of head in and took it in my stride, and eventually was able to come on as a fully fledged youth worker, where I'm privileged in my position to make impact in young men's lives in a day-to-day in my role. But coming in here and into the Youth Advisory Council through the sort of Top Blokes Foundation, I've definitely found a bit of a deeper passion in making that impact on a more broader level for young people and people inside of Australia.
And the final member of our panel is Tiernan. Tiernan is from Victoria. He's a former member of the Victorian Youth Parliament. He studied international relations and has worked with some different not-for-profit organisations in the past. Tiernan, can you tell the Commission how you came to join the Council?
I think just in the same way as Lou had been involved in a range of programs and advocacy for the past 2 or so years, and so I think after having completed the Victorian Youth Parliament program, there was a opportunity to apply to become as part of the Youth Advisory Council, and then I guess the rest is history.
Yes. In your statement, you describe how the Youth Advisory Council for a Safer Australia, or YACSA, came to be, and it was announced as an initiative by the federal government about a year ago in August 2025. Salim, you're currently one of the 2 co-chairs of YACSA. Could you give an overview of what the purpose of the organisation is?
Essentially, the Youth Advisory Council for a Safer Australia is a product of both the Engage strategy and the strategy into looking into a Safer Australia, which is the CVE, that's Counter Violent Extremism and Terrorism strategy. From there, we essentially are a band of young people with our voices essentially needing to be heard, and from that we address and tackle certain CVE issues.
Yes. And the Council provides advice, particularly to the Australian Government, of Home Affairs on matters regarding young people and the prevention and countering of violent extremism. Hayden, could you tell us a little bit about some of the different roles of the Council under that umbrella purpose?
Of course. So us as a council, we sort of look in and work alongside sort of Home Affairs in sort of helping assist them, maybe it be providing context in preventing and countering violent extremism, including proposed service improvements, different things like that, improvement on the Step Together website, as well as potential pathways of radicalisation for young people.
Yeah. Lou, is there anything you'd like to add about sort of the role of the Council and some of the particular areas within its remit?
Yes, certainly. Beyond general policy advice, we have supported the development of an initiative to help prevent radicalisation and try to reach the young people in danger of radicalisation, which are really hard to reach through a lot of other services. And we kind of do all sorts of stuff, but we're guided by a work plan which is given feedback from us. 4 of us and the rest of the council recently gave feedback on the work plan for the next 12 months. That's also informed by the priorities of the Minister of Home Affairs and the current policy areas focused on by the Department of Home Affairs.
Yeah. And it's currently the case that the council has 13 members. You're aged between 16 and 25, and you're drawn deliberately from all around the country. Is that right?
Yeah, as much as we can get.
Yeah. In your statement, you give some evidence about what you see as being the value of youth perspectives, particularly in preventing violent extremism and strengthening social cohesion. Tiernan, I'm wondering if you could tell us what you see as the particular value or distinctiveness of having youth perspectives in this space.
I think what's unique about young people's advice to Home Affairs or to having their advice be heard is that youth tend to see things about their peers that adults may not, and so I think that this means that young people are well equipped to see emerging problems and to advise on sort of ways to engage young people across the country that would make the most impact, because if it's informed by youth, then it's probably going to have the best impact. Unless anyone else wants to contribute.
Would anyone like to head?
Yeah, like we sort of as a council believe that young people provide a bit of a different insight into the ever-changing landscape of whether it be the online space, social media. I feel young people are very, very well represented in terms of the online spaces, whether again, social media, gaming. So us coming together as young people can provide a bit of a different insight into what maybe go on that other people that might not be young don't really get an insight or a look into.
Salim, yes.
If I may, in the words of Whitney Houston, the children are the future. And I believe the value of youth perspectives comes from the idea that our perspectives are so fresh and appropriate. We don't see things objectively and we don't see things black and white. We see things as they are and form our own opinions on them, which can be extremely valuable.
And I think one of the things you highlight is the rapidly changing nature of the world and how youth may be particularly placed to assist older government representatives to understand some of that change and new problems that are being encountered. Lou, would you like to speak to some of those kind of changing environments that you think the council particularly has a role in speaking to or assisting with?
Absolutely. And I'm sure you all know that the world's a little bit different nowadays. And growing up in the world, it's not just the mobile phones and social media as like the what everyone first assumes with it. It's how early we access information about the state of things that doesn't come from our parents and the friends around us, and how early we are exposed and can investigate all of these issues while we are still forming identities. I know that my identity is incredibly impressed by how much of the world I saw when I was growing up very early on, and how much of the world's dark side that I saw. And wanting to change that is something that we all have, but the scale of the issues that young people are aware of at ages 12 to 15 are global. And I don't think that has happened before in the history of the world.
Moving to one of the particular roles that YACSA has had is around helping government understand the vulnerabilities that young people can have to radicalisation. In your statement, you acknowledge that it's a complex and multifaceted issue, but you identify a number of factors that contribute. Hayden, I'm wondering if you can speak to what you say in the statement around social isolation, disconnection and loneliness. It seems to me that might connect with some of your professional work as well.
We have, as a council, have sort of identified that a large group of, I guess, people who might be heading down that path of radicalisation are sometimes significantly isolated socially amongst family, friends, peers, and then there's that sense of loneliness that comes with it. We like to think of it, again, coming back to the online space, when a isolated individual is potentially at home, maybe engaging with content online, it very much creates an echo chamber for that young person, feeding into certain things like the algorithms on social media that comes back and can feed that rhetoric continuously to that young person. That's what we sort of notice, how those young people can get caught up in a bit of an echo chamber of these things and find it hard to sort of step out.
Another factor that has been identified in your statement is mental health issues and negative mental health. Salim, can you speak a little bit about the role that mental health has when you're thinking about the vulnerabilities that young people can have?
I believe the role of mental health is it's easily linked then to as Hayden mentioned, and as you can refer to 4.1, social isolation, disconnection and loneliness. I would like to emphasize that correlation does not necessarily mean causation. So as for mental health, it does not, if someone is suffering from ill mental health, that does not mean that they are radicalised. But it is certainly a risk, because mental health issues, ill mental health, may I say, such as depression, does lead to social isolation, does lead to disconnection, and does often lead to loneliness. And from those factors, those are the conditions in which then violent extremism and then radicalisation does occur.
Yeah. Something else identified in your statement is the role of social media, and particularly some of the problems that can arise from algorithmic design of tech companies. Tina, I'm wondering if you can speak to us a little bit about some of the concerns YACSA has around what they're seeing about what the algorithms can do for young people.
In terms of the engagement that young people have online, I think the concerns that the Council observes are grounded in the fact that online platforms will feed a certain range of content that's almost curated, or it believes that it's curated for a certain type of individual, which proves problematic because oftentimes what we see is that what a young person is exposed to is at odds to what they should be seeing. They shouldn't be seeing extremist content online. They shouldn't be exposed to any of those kinds of harms, and yet what we see happening is that young people do create accounts online. I know that there's an age ban for those who are under a certain age, but even those who are of age are still being fed content. The Council is also concerned about the rise of controversial commentators, in particular, who have platforms who sort of gain lots of support, which then in turn reinforces the algorithms and hence the content that's fed to young people online.
What sort of commentators are you speaking of there, Tina?
I think there's a range of commentators online without divulging into who specifically, unless my peers were able to comment. I'm not too sure if the Council has identified
areas like the manosphere,
Yeah.
and this ties back to the point in our statement. An account can be created on social media, and it takes as little as 15 minutes for the content fed to that account, not content sought out, just fed into that feed, as little as 15 minutes for that content to cross a line into what academically is considered quite extreme. And so, as we've touched on with social isolation, loneliness, if you're searching for answers about yourself and what's happening, and you will find them online, you'll find anything online, and you can find very simple answers, which can be simply satisfying, and a lot of those can then be breadcrumbs towards a journey of radicalisation and end, in some cases, unfortunately, with violence.
Lou, are you able to expand on that to pick up some of what you say in your statement about forms of bigotry and frustration that presumably are a feature of the online space as well as sometimes the offline space as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, fundamentally, the online spaces are governed by Brandolini's law, which is it's the amount of energy needed to refute, bullshit, is an order of magnitude bigger than it is needed to produce that bullshit. So all of the bigotry and stuff that is online can be produced and put out across platforms. It takes so much less energy to produce that and seed it out and to distribute it than it does to moderate or even remove. So we're human, we gossip, we have tribalism, and young people do that a lot. I'm pretty sure you all remember high school. And when that comes into online spaces, people will find these things, and echo chamber effects can mean that that's all you're finding. And it is just very hard to moderate that.
In this context where there are these vulnerabilities that young people are experiencing, another challenge in this space is that there are also a range of barriers that may prevent young people from seeking help or reporting concerns. Salim, I'm wondering if you can tell us about some of the barriers that YACSA sees, or at least the four of you see, that are preventing or inhibiting young people from being able to reach out.
Certainly. Within the Youth Advisory Council, we have discussed a range of barriers that potentially can prevent an individual from reaching out for help. And referring to paragraph 15 and all the points subsequent to it, I would like to emphasize that a lot of the largest, or maybe the most apparent barriers do involve, as Lou mentioned, the concept of the manosphere. So that is stigmas with being weak, or men being adverse to reaching out for help because it's not manly, as well as a lack of understanding with what metadata is collected from seeking out help. So that is just information about the individual, as well as potential distrust of government or law enforcement when it comes to engaging with them.
So, Slim, by that do you mean that there's some distrust of law enforcement and there's a confidentiality concern about if a young person reaches out, what information about me will be collected? Is that
yes,
fair?
I believe that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah. Would any other member of the panel like to speak to some particular barriers? Tiernan?
Without taking up too much time, so I was just hoping to circle back to one driver of extremism that the council is
Tiernan, can I ask you to focus on the barriers, or
well,
if someone else would like to speak to it?
It kind of does feed into why there might be a distrust of law enforcement with respect to a young person who might want to seek help. If that.
Tina, I think Salim's spoken about a distrust of law enforcement. I might go to someone else. Hayden, are you able to speak to some barriers?
Yeah. Some barriers that we identified is, I wouldn't say maybe a lack of knowledge, maybe understanding in young people around what concerning behaviours and attitudes actually are. We like to use the rhetorical question, are those jokes starting to not feel like jokes anymore? Unfortunately, probably not enough young people can identify if those jokes are still jokes. So I feel there might be a little bit of a lack of critical thinking at that young age, which does leave those young people a lot more vulnerable to these different things. So I feel, the awareness around what is a concerning behaviour, what is okay and not okay, a lot of young people don't have a lot of clarification on that.
Hayden, we have seen in this commission a great deal of evidence about really young kids at school, in primary school, making remarks to Jewish children about Hitler and saying things like Hitler should have finished the job, and we've seen online memes that refer to gassing Jews, terrible content of that sort. When you talk about people, young people, not necessarily working out what's a joke and what isn't, have you seen that sort of material online, and is there an issue about whether young kids looking at a cartoon of Hitler saying he should have finished the job understand quite what that means?
Most definitely I observe it. It was just probably a couple of days ago I had a young boy in one of my programs do something a little bit, was teetering on that line of violent extremism, and I feel he probably isn't heading down that path of radicalisation after having a conversation with that individual, but from what I gathered from him was just a general lack of understanding around the severity of what went on, and critical thinking, and probably a bit of lack of empathy around certain situations towards certain groups of people is lacked in and amongst young people nowadays.
Bearing in mind some of those barriers, YACSA has thought about what approaches and support services are likely to resonate with young people and help overcome some of those barriers. Lou, can you tell us a little bit about what you consider good approaches to respond to some of those challenges are?
Absolutely. As Hayden mentioned earlier, we think that rhetorical questions and asking people to reflect on behaviour is one of the best ways to break past a lot of what happens with the lecturing and what can be perceived as adults talking down to young people, which happens a lot, and that's how young people learn a lot of the time. But when it's asking questions, well, okay, you've said that stuff, your friend said that stuff, what does that mean? Because a lot of the time this is, and comments like you raised, Commissioner, may be born out of the same impulses which leads kids in the playground just to swear, just because they're told not to, and then they do it to see what it does, to see what it means. And if we get some reflection happening, and also that's a big driver. The other things is that for services and materials and any awareness campaigns, it's really tailoring it towards youth-friendly interfaces. We don't want things to look too much like government websites, and involving in these programs young people to develop the things, because that's how it will actually work. That's how you'll know that it'll be successful beforehand, as well as practitioners who are really experienced with this specific stuff, and drawing on areas of expertise from across the board.
Would anyone like to add something, Salim, about effective approaches?
I think the most effective approach that I can think of is referred to in 34.3 and 34.8, and that is the fact that young people should be spoken with and not at. I would like to emphasize, and the Youth Advisory Council would like to emphasize, that a conversation rather than confrontation will get you incredibly far and will provide the most effective results. I think if I could, I'd like to retract back to my point I made on the manosphere, and I would just like to emphasize as well, especially in 14.5, how the idea of certain influences, as I mentioned before, online influence as well, often do stir or lead to radicalisation, primarily in young men. I would like to emphasize that these young men and their issues should not be demonized at all, and should instead, as I mentioned before, be met at, and should be spoken with.
And one of the things you speak about in the statement is in the importance of supportive male practitioners as role models for young men. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Hayden, Tynan, did either of you want to jump in on effective approaches? No.
One thing we thought is also effective is providing transparency amongst the young people, visibility and support in connection with electronic reporting. So, for example, electronic reporting processes should be transparent in relation to collection of metadata and different things like that. There should be visibility of what questions will be asked in an electronic form prior to commencing it, and support should be provided following the making of a report. I think that was in a little bit more context to the Step Together website.
I'm sorry, I don't think I really understand the significance of that. If a young person contacts Step Together, you're saying that what's important in terms of transparency from the Step Together responder's response?
Just so the young person or whoever has made this, so this is coming from the perspective, I believe, of a referrer.
Yeah.
So just looping in the referrer, someone who's made a referral about someone they do care about, having that transparency and visibility amongst what is going on in the background.
So after the referrer engages with Step Together, you're saying they should be kept in the loop and informed of if there's contact thereafter?
Somewhat, providing confidentiality and different things around those logistics, whether it be as simple as just providing support for that young person, and just knowing that there's a transparent process and they are somewhat in the loop. The young person knows that someone has seen their report, their case is now being cared and taken to. I feel that is very, very fundamental in providing a bit of that proof in the pudding for young people, because there's that little bit of something there, that something is being done about it. It's a lot more likely that a young person will engage in it and furthermore refer hopefully more young people to it.
Keen to ask the panel about some of the specific initiatives that YACSA has undertaken in recent times. In your statement you talk about a peer bystander awareness campaign that YACSA has been working together with a number of partners to develop. Lou, I understand you had some involvement in that work. Can you tell us about what the idea was and what's been done?
Absolutely. The council, through quite an intensive, developed a policy proposal for an initiative titled Notice the Shift, which is hinging on, because it's really hard to engage the young people which are already a little bit radicalised or disconnected enough to be in heightened danger of going far down radical paths. If we engage a broader cohort of young people through peer bystander initiatives, then they can notice the shift in other people and either check in, have a conversation, reduce the likelihood of more total social isolation, or in cases where there's something going wrong, make a referral to a service such as Step Together. The Notice the Shift campaign is targeted at young people at the ages of 14 to 17 as a primary audience, just because that's when we're really developing our identity and can have a lot of impressions that become lasting. So the main goals were for young people to see the signs that might be happening in their friends, all sorts of radicalisation, and then be able to check in with somebody, have a conversation that's non-confrontational, know what services that they could reach out to and maintain that connection with the peers to prevent that further radicalisation, and then also make sure that the person who's having that conversation is staying safe and not putting themselves in danger or creating an undue burden for themselves.
The intention is this program would be rolled out to schools, would it?
The intention, we have 3 programs under this. The first one is a broader awareness campaign. Some of the inspirations for that were the Are You OK Day posters and other things that could just be put up. People would see it, people might ask some questions, and hopefully cultivate some word of mouth. Alongside that, there were school-based programs. We thought those were quite important in specific areas, as well as to engage with young people that either, because we're trying to target people who are disengaged, people who aren't in school systems, or people who are not seeing anything of worth in school systems, having community outreach, whether that be to religious groups, to youth centres, to other programs, and trying to have multiple ways of creating an awareness, and at this stage, like with mental health, lowering the stigma around that this exists, having the conversations as a preventive measure.
And this program is one that the Youth Advisory Council has proposed to government.
Yes.
And do you understand that government is going to implement it or part of it?
Hayden and I presented this initiative, Notice the Shift, to the Countering Violent Extremism subcommittee of another committee that I can't remember the name off the top of my head.
Was it the Australia-New Zealand Counter-Terrorism Committee?
Yes, and we are waiting to hear back from them on specific feedback for where it might lead.
Hayden, is there anything you wanted to add about Notice the Shift, noticing you've also been involved and were presenting on it with Lou?
Nothing too much, just that those 3 activities that Lou touched on, the school-based program, community engagement, and the targeted awareness campaign. It's sort of like a 3-pronged attack designed to promote that early intervention through education, awareness, and community connection.
In terms of some other initiatives of YACSA, your statement, you discussed some work that's been undertaken by other members of the council, particularly how the Department of Home Affairs, in its work with some partners in Southeast Asia, has sought to involve YACSA in helping those governments think about how they might engage with young people in their own jurisdiction. Tinan, I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit about what you understand about the Southeast Asia sort of interaction, and what the benefits you think are of YACSA being able to help the Department of Home Affairs in that sort of capacity building work even beyond Australia?
Sure. I think I can't talk to it in perhaps the detail that you may like, because I wasn't actually involved with this undertaking of the council, because it was done by, I think, other people in the council who are not presenting in front of the commission today. But I think broadly speaking, we understand that this was an opportunity for youths from Indonesia, Malaysia and other countries in the region to engage with the council in order for them to build their capacity in engaging with practitioners and people who make and create policies and programs in their own countries. I think a key scope of the work about the council's engagement on this piece has been to prepare young people who do game and who do play online with other people in order to build their capability around, well, how to get their advice to the agencies that are sort of tasked with creating policies and programs to counter violent extremism in sort of the electronic realm, if that makes sense. Because there's, it's one thing for it to happen in person, but I think it's a whole other game for it to happen online or in the online realm.
So one of the things that YACSA might be able to do is actually help other young people think about how to engage with government in this space. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah. And then in the statement you also talk about how YACSA has had some engagement with the Youth and Mental Health Advisory Group, which is another sort of consultative government body. Tinan, can you tell us a little bit about that engagement that YACSA has had?
From my understanding, our engagement with the YAMHAG, which is essentially a board of state and territory policy experts who provide insights on youth, mental health and CVE strategies. I think the council met with some of the folks from YAMHAG, I can't recall particularly who it was, to discuss and seek feedback on the Notice the Shift proposal, which I think in late June had been presented to senior leadership at Home Affairs, which is in the process of being endorsed. I could be wrong, but that's my impression. The YAMHAG feedback highlighted that the context, key themes and style of the presentation were strong and aligned with work that's already underway in the CVE space. I think also the feedback identified that there should be an emphasis on sort of previous examples, real world examples around what support to offer someone who's making a report about someone who they're concerned about. YAMHAG had also raised concerns, however, that there could be risks distinguishing our outreach program, I guess, with that of other health and wellbeing programs, as some of the contents and themes in there tend to overlap with more sort of broader mental health issues.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Thank you. One of the other things I understand that YACSA is thinking about and planning to do, both perhaps in the context of Notice the Shift and some other initiatives, is to engage with technology companies and with the Safety Commissioner. Lou, I'm wondering if you could tell us about what opportunity YACSA is seeing there and what you think might be able to be achieved by having YACSA engage in that way.
Yeah, we'd really like to, and are planning to engage with the eSafety Commissioner, because social media, as we've already said, is such a, in our experience, large driver of radicalisation once people are on the pathway, and also has so much content which can put people on that pathway in the first place. And we'd really like to see whether the eSafety Commissioner has any thoughts about this to begin with, have a dialogue, but also suggest ways that we can make, beyond just the social media ban, social media less of a place where radicalisation is to try to condense a lot of discussions in the council into a short time. Online platforms they are profit driven. We understand that as the council, and we understand that the way people are currently making profit is through algorithmic designs which, as has been found in a few countries, focus and research focused on negativity. That is what promotes and shares the posts, and so therefore there is an increase on that. We, as the council, in many discussions have said that we find social media to be polarizing among our generation, and the things we see on Facebook from adults are not much better. So we'd really like to find a way for that for the platforms that these companies are using to stop being a source of bad things, ultimately. And whether that comes from the form of algorithmic design of content feeds not happening and it just being chronological, or to less recommendations of accounts flagged as extreme, that's up to the discussion. But the difficulties of moderating all of this, which I've already said, means that it's a discussion I'm quite looking forward to.
Yeah. In your statement, you described that another piece of work YACSA has done has been around reviewing and providing feedback on the Step Together website. Salim, I'm wondering if you could tell us about this part of YACSA's work.
Yes. So we had engaged with Senate SHJ to review and provide feedback on the Step Together website. As a council, we acknowledged that the website in itself is a bit, albeit good, it's a bit too, I prefer to say clinical. As stated here in 33.1, it's institutional and a bit government focused, which has the potential to drive young people away from actually seeking help due to the layout and the quite, as I mentioned before, quite the clinical structure to everything. So we all collaborated as a council to essentially review the website and provide the feedback on what would be most beneficial for young people and how to genuinely engage them via the Step Together website.
And what are some of the website features that you think would be more effective, or things that could be done to make the website more effective?
So we referred to other successful campaigns, such as listed in 35 to 35.1 to 35.5. So specifically, Are You OK Day. I remember from our discussions, we noted even something as simple as color. Something that contrasts, something that will stand out, something that uses infographics, something that uses images, and something that contains maybe videos that display certain situations and provides genuine advice on what to do and how to approach certain situations.
And from the council, from YACSA's perception, how was that feedback received, or how was that process of engagement once you'd conducted that review?
I would like to ask my associates if they'd like to add on to that.
It was pretty good. Again, quite intensive. I think there was a general understanding that the website could be improved, and they wanted our experience and input into how to make it a lot better for the target audience of young people.
Salim, you mentioned in your answer before some examples that YACSA considers have been really effective communication campaigns, and how YACSA's tried to distill from such campaigns what actually makes an effective message for a youth audience. Your statement actually extracts some examples, and if I could invite the operator to bring up CDE.0629.0001.00038, you'll hopefully be able to see it on the screens. If we zoom in on the first example there, you mentioned the Are You OK Day campaign. It's an example you've given of a poster. Can I ask perhaps Hayden to speak to, by reference to this example, what makes this, in YACSA's view, an effective messaging campaign?
It's one thing that we identified is it is sort of provides a bit of skill building for young people. As you can see on the Are You OK poster on the right there at the top, it has a 4-step sort of process of how a young person could maybe engage in a conversation with a friend if they're wanting to sort of check in and see if they were okay. We thought one thing that's very beneficial and one thing that engages young people is getting something out of it, building skills. So coming from the approach of maybe how to tackle a conversation if you are worried about a friend that might be heading down a path of radicalisation. As you can see there, it says 88% of people appreciated being asked. Providing that, again, bit of proof in the pudding. Young people see that there's evidence behind this. This actually, if I scan this QR code or if I search this service, I actually might get somewhere with it. We find that that's very, very beneficial.
Yeah. If we go a little bit further through this document, on the next page there are some extracts from a UK government campaign called Act Early. Lou, I understand that that's a campaign that you have at least had a look at. Can you speak to us why, from Yax's review of that, you thought that the Act Early, first of all, what is the Act Early campaign in the UK, for those not familiar, and then why you think the messaging around that has been quite effective for a youth audience?
As I understand it, which is quite limited, the campaign in the UK is a bit like the targeted awareness campaign that we proposed in Notice the Shift, and somewhat less like Step Together, where it's more focused around what young people can, the headers of the website are up there, spot the signs, advice, real stories, those things, and just an explanation of what radicalisation is, because that's a word with a lot of syllables. And people from 14 to 17 or younger probably haven't come across it very often. So I quite liked this website as an example of, again, giving advice. People can navigate through that and feel like they've learnt something, feel like they have a way to address the problem that they have consciously or unconsciously noticed, which is someone's pulling away from me. They're talking about weird things which are a bit uncomfortable or really uncomfortable, and giving information for what that process might be. Where does it lead, apart from just, maybe it is normal teenage angst, maybe it's not. So creating that awareness of what the problem might be, immediately having how you can help. It's okay, there are things that can be done, and if it all feels too hard, here's a service you can go to.
Would anyone else like to add something about what makes a campaign effective at reaching youth and engaging with them? Hayden? What
we identified, things that are not fear-based, focused on those harsh consequences, but necessarily don't hide away from the realities of the world, are very, very approachable, engaging for young people. They were just a couple of things that we identified.
Yeah, and Salim?
As I emphasised before as well, points 34.3 and 34.8, and I'll add on as well 34.4. Just meeting young people where they are at and speaking with them rather than trying to speak at them. And referring to 34.4 as well, establishing the grounds for a conversation rooted in curiosity rather than confrontation.
Yes.
I also, if I may, feel it really important to highlight that if there's any way to incorporate humour or a little bit of lightheartedness, that helps a lot. It might draw the eye in the first place, it might keep somebody reading past the first sentence, or if there's a lot of information there, then it helps break it up and just keep somebody engaged.
Michele, in the spirit of inserting a little bit of humour and lightheartedness, I did notice that Yaxa highlight in their statement that one of the advantages that young perspectives from young people can bring is the ability to explain things like the evolution of memes. I'm not sure, Commissioner, either you or I are very well placed to be knowledgeable about the evolution of memes, and I'm glad that we have someone doing so. at helping government in that space. Commissioner, I didn't have any further questions for the panel.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Cowan.
Thank you, Commissioner. And to the panel, my name is Sophie Callan. I represent the state of New South Wales in these proceedings. With your leave, Commissioner, there was just one matter, if I may,
Yes.
raise. So, as part of my representation, that includes the New South Wales Police Force, and so there's real value, amongst other things, from law enforcement in having the perspectives that you've contributed in this Royal Commission. Can I ask you, Tierney, there was one point I think you wanted to make about a driver of extremism which you thought fed into a distrust of law enforcement by persons who might want to speak. Can I ask you about that?
I didn't quite hear your full question,
Yes.
sorry.
You I think, sought to raise earlier about a driver of extremism which you thought fed into why there might be a distrust of law enforcement by people who might wish to raise a concern with law enforcement.
Yes, but I had not articulated my point.
Yeah, and I was wondering if you could do so.
I think the council notes that there are, in terms of the things that would lead to someone's either entrance into extremism or being pushed more into extremism, the council notes that it would include engagement with law enforcement. For example, a Victorian judge in the Children's Court of Victoria found that law enforcement officers inappropriately engaged with a young person in a way that heightened their extremism and heightened their interest and fixation on extremist ideology. The young person was told, among a range of things, that the prospect of carrying out a violent act was a good plan. And so in effect it was found that the young person was groomed by law enforcement, which meant that CVE, which of course in this case stands for countering violent extremism, or other sort of ways to help them didn't take primacy in the context of that one case. We're not implying, the council does not imply that this is a generalisation. The council is aware that there is one case in which a judge in the Victorian Children's Court has
made that observation. And so are you concerned to make sure that that be a matter that's generally appreciated by law enforcement, for instance?
Well, I think law enforcement is aware of
yes.
that outcome. I expect it would be anyway, but I think because the person involved was a young person, and since we are the Youth Advisory Council, the council notes that of all people to comment, I think the Youth Advisory Council here notes and is concerned that law enforcement has played a role in heightening one's extremism.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. Mr. Millican, anything arising?
No, Commissioner, thank you.
Anything arising, Ms. Hammond?
No, Commissioner.
Yes. Thank you very much, each of you. Your evidence is appreciated and you're now all excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to adjourn till 2 p.m.
Enjoy it.
Commissioner, I
Yes.
call Professor Grossman.
Yes.
Are you making an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation, thank you.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence we shall give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you please state your name?
Michele Bianca Grossman.
You have prepared a report for the Commission dated 31 July 2026.
I have.
You have a copy of that there with you.
I do.
And to the extent that report expresses your opinions, do you continue to hold those opinions?
I do.
And to the extent it sets out various facts, do you believe those facts to be true?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender that report, which is EWR.599.0001.0247_R.
Yes. The report will be admitted.
I might just start by asking you a bit about your background. You have a PhD in Cultural Studies from Monash University.
Yes.
And you've held various positions at Victoria University prior to starting at Deakin University. Yes?
Yes, I did.
And you first entered the field of violent extremism in 2012 with an Australian government-funded project on community and radicalisation.
Correct.
Then in 2017 you commenced at Deakin University's Deakin Institute for Citizenship and Globalisation as a research-only professor and research chair in diversity and community resilience.
Yes.
And you continue to hold that position.
I do.
And you've published 95 scholarly items. Is it right that
Yes.
many of those focus on terrorism and violent extremism?
Yes.
And you've also conducted 36 research projects in the field of countering violent extremism, many of which were government funded.
I have.
And you've also been involved in developing two key initiatives relevant to violent extremism. The first is the Addressing Violent Extremism and Radicalisation to Terrorism Research Network, or AVERT.
Yes.
Which also receives some funding from the Commonwealth Government.
It does.
And also the Centre for Resilient and Inclusive Studies.
Societies.
And that receives funding from the Victorian State Government.
Indeed.
And the impact of your research was recognised when you were awarded the Member of the Order of Australia in 2023.
Yes.
Is that right? Now, in your report, you start by explaining what are primary, secondary and tertiary initiatives. So we've now heard evidence already in the Commission from Dr. Michele, amongst others, as to what they are, but you also mention primordial prevention at paragraph 2.3. Could you describe what that encompasses?
Yes. So primordial prevention is a, if you like, an addition to the public health framework that's generated the original trio of categories. Primordial prevention is even further upstream, if you like, from primary prevention. So very much whole of society issues and challenges that might be addressed. So, for example, and keep in mind, I think when we're talking about primordial prevention, it will play out differently depending on what country or setting you're talking about. But for instance, in countries where extreme poverty can actually be a driver for violent extremism, primordial prevention would say address the poverty, which is not quite the same as primary prevention, which would say address the appeal and the uptake of violent extremism. So really primordial prevention is primarily about trying to go even further back, further upstream to address those underlying conditions that can be conducive to vulnerability to violent radicalisation.
And in the Australian context, and I realise this is a fairly large question, but is the concept of primordial prevention relevant in your view?
A very interesting question. I would say not hugely. there are elements of what I would consider to be primordial prevention, largely having to do with tackling some issues around social polarization and political polarization, some issues to do with tackling perceptions of a widening economic and social gap or disparity in terms of equity issues, and perhaps also some issues to do with tackling perceptions around a growing divide between metropolitan or urban versus rural and regional areas. Those might be examples of some Australian-specific topics or domains where primordial prevention could play a role. But on the whole, I would say it doesn't have a very major role to play.
I see. At paragraph 2.14 of your report, you describe how research indicates that family, close friends, peers, which may include work colleagues and schoolmates, have a role in noticing early warning signs of a trajectory towards violent extremism. That includes research of your own, I take it. Could you just summarise for us what you see as being the role of the bystander in that regard, in terms of being and detecting those early warning signs?
Of course. So we have a lot of evidence, both from research but also from actual case studies of instances of violent extremist radicalisation that have ended up in court and with convictions, that often it is people that we call intimate bystanders, so family, very close friends, sometimes workmates, people who have both close proximity and also frequent contact. They are often the first to notice changes in somebody's behaviour, changes in somebody's attitude, changes in somebody's general social orientation. Those changes can be, as you might imagine, diverse and varied. They might involve shifts, perhaps withdrawing from one social network and shifting over to another. It might involve the expression or articulation of various attitudes that person was not known, for making. Now, one of the things that we have established through a wide range of research, it's not that people miss those signs, it's about how they interpret them. So people bring their own explanatory frameworks to the changes that they're seeing. Unfortunately, if they're not aware that violent extremism can, in some cases, be the explanation for those changes, they misattribute the signs that they're seeing. And we have a lot of evidence in a lot of particular cases that I could speak more about, if you wish. But it remains the case that the people who know a person best are the first people to see the change. The problem for most bystanders is then what do they do with that information? If they're seeing the changes, if they are becoming concerned, if they have an inkling or a sense that something is not right, who do they talk to? How do they sense check that? Where do they get the kind of information or the resources to be able to say, well, actually, okay, it is something that I need to be worried about and this is where I can get help, or actually there is another explanation and I now don't need to be so concerned about violent extremism, something else is happening. So the gap that we see in relation to intimate bystanders is being able to provide the knowledge and the resources and the processes that enable somebody to surface those concerns and to feel that they are going to be heard, and also that there is going to be some efficacy in their being able to share what those concerns are.
And that it's in addressing that issue that the role of something like Step Together might have a role to play. I might ask you about that in a bit more detail shortly. Before we get there, you also address in the next paragraph 2.15 the concept of deradicalisation, and you've noted that while there might be a reluctance to style some programs as deradicalisation programs, you also refer to some thinking that behavioural disengagement is not possible without a level of change in belief systems. Could I ask you to speak to that point?
Of course. This is a contested area, both within professional practice and amongst academic researchers in terms of the conceptual frameworks that you might apply. So I don't think there is going to be any easy resolution for this. What I would say is that, and in fact, we heard this morning from a witness who talked about behavioral disengagement, and the primary focus being that the first priority being able to try to reduce or mitigate the prospect that somebody might turn to violence, even if they maintain a particular set of beliefs.
Are you referring to Ms. Jackson's evidence?
And Ms. Jackson made a very, in my view, a very important point, which is that in a democratic society, one treads very, very carefully before interfering with people's private beliefs. The main concern is whether they behave in such a way as to cause harm or the exercise of harm through those beliefs. Now, there are forms of harm that can be exercised through the expression of particular kinds of beliefs that are not violent in nature, but they still cause harm. The issue is whether they are then better dealt with by other elements within our society, by other elements within our community outside of law enforcement, and indeed outside of a countering violent extremism framework. So having said that, there are both practitioners and researchers who would say, if you really are going to get people to disengage from violent behavior, some level of transformation in how they think and also how they feel is going to be necessary. And I know that a number of mentors, for example, who have worked in formal mentoring programs with terrorist offenders would say that they have observed, for example, changes in thinking and changes in how people feel over time, even though the mentoring focus has been on disengagement and not on de-radicalization. So I think there is definitely overlap, but in terms of program design, you are actually having to make a call one way or another. The final thing I would say on this is that de-radicalization programs, and this is an observation from the German de-radicalization expert Daniel Köhler, Köhler observes that a vast number of different kinds of programs, often with very different approaches, get bundled together under the de-radicalization umbrella. So you really need to be able to unpack with the specifics of any given approach to understand how it relates to disengagement.
You also noted that there, in some cases, there may be a reluctance to use that term derived from questions about the role of ideology in extremist behaviour, and then you go on to express your own view at 4.54 that in your view all forms of violent extremism are ideological in nature. Could I ask you to explain that view?
I'm sorry, could you give me the paragraph number again?
It was 4.54 where you address this point about all forms of violent extremism being ideological in nature.
Yes. I do consider all forms of violent extremism to be ideological in nature. Ideology, and I say this based on the following definitions. Daniel Bell, back in 1960, defined ideology as a set of collective action-oriented beliefs designed to achieve a change, a particular outcome in social and political terms. I like Windish's definition even better, who says that ideology, Windish and colleagues, who say that ideologies are sets of ideas based on beliefs, experiences, and education that aim to delineate an issue and offer solutions to any associated problems, but they also present partial or incomplete realities, and the version of reality that they present excludes or minimizes or obscures other social realities. So if you look at violent extremist movements, networks, and ideas, all of them are oriented towards some sort of change or perceived solution. So they diagnose a problem, society is corrupt, society has lost its way, we're failing, in all these ways, and the solution is to X. Yes, that in effect is what violent extremist movements have to say. If you remove ideology from violent mobilization, what are you left with? You're left with a range of psychosocial and sometimes interpersonal reasons or accounts. But in my view, those don't meet the threshold for the definition of terrorism or violent extremism. If you look at the Terrorism Act in Australia, which says that terrorism must be for the purpose of advancing a particular cause or a particular agenda. In the absence of the cause, which is an ideologically derived cause, you're left with violence, but I would argue that it is not terroristic violence.
When you say the Terrorist Act, are you referring to the definition of terrorism under Commonwealth criminal law, for example?
Yes.
Can I then move to ask you about the Step Together program, which you address from page 21 of your report? One point, you make a number of points about this program, one of which is that you've noted the absence of a formal evaluation since 2019, but you understand that one is now currently, at least in the procurement phase. At 4.46, you've suggested a number of areas that in your view that sort of evaluation should focus on. Is that a fair characterisation of 4.46?
It is.
And when you say clarity regarding the evaluation's theory of change model, what do you mean by that?
So, any evaluation most often has a theory of change sitting behind it. So, you're evaluating a program and you're saying, what does this program intend to change? So you start at point A, you end at, I don't know, point B or point R, whatever it is. What are you expecting the outcome to be? And that then, if you have the theory of change, so for example, if you have a countering violent extremism program where the theory of change is that by the end of people's participation in that program, they will have changed their attitude, for example, towards people from another ethnic background or another religious background. That's the theory of change. That framework of theory of change then allows you to start to measure and assess the different mechanisms, processes, steps, and elements of a program to say how well are they stacking up in terms of achieving those aims.
You note at 4.47 that you consider the role of the Step Together program to be a vital component in the efforts around terrorism and violent extremism. Could you explain why you see it to be so vital?
Yes, I see Step Together as a vital element of our countering violent extremism architecture because it provides a really important point of contact as both an information and a support hub for those intimate bystanders that we spoke about a moment ago, to be able to go and share their concerns and to learn more about violent extremism. So the best way, I think, to approach this is to say, what did it look like before we had Step Together? So when I first did the research on what we call for shorthand community reporting by intimate bystanders, Step Together didn't exist. And yet we were aware that a number of terrorism cases that had come to court and resulted in convictions had been initiated to some extent by family members who had come forward at that stage to law enforcement. And I remember thinking at the time, gee, that would have been tough, that would have been really, really hard to do. I wonder what their experience was like, and that was how the research began. But when we conducted the research, and the first study was done in Australia, and we concluded that study in 2015, what we found was that there was no systematic approach whatsoever. So people who had concerns They had no place to turn. They didn't know who to talk to. If they didn't want to talk to police, if they didn't want to ring the National Security Hotline, and most people do not want to ring the National Security Hotline until the threat really becomes imminent, there was just no place for them to put this. And there was also no place, as I said before, for them to be able to sense check. So what we found was happening pre-Step Together is that people would still come forward, but it was often at a much later stage, when the person of concern had traveled much further down a pathway towards radicalised violence, often crossing that criminal, from the pre-crime to the criminal threshold. And the further somebody goes, the harder it is to pull them back. So for me, Step Together represents that missing piece of the puzzle back in 2015 that enables much earlier intervention, because early detection, early sharing of concerns, and people who contact a program like Step Together are engaging in help-seeking behaviour. They come forward out of care and concern for the person that they are observing. They also come forward out of care and concern for the community and community safety and well-being. So the earlier the better. And without Step Together, we would not have the kind of early intervention capacity that we do have with it.
While acknowledging that vital and important role that it plays, you've acknowledged some areas for improvement. And you set out those in particular from about 4.48 of your report. Could I ask about a couple of those? The first is you refer to a lack of public awareness about the existence of Step Together, and you may be aware that the counter-terrorism coordinator gave some evidence yesterday that public awareness of Step Together is not what it needs to be, and I think Ms Jackson agreed with that evidence this morning. That's your view as well, I take it, that public awareness could be improved?
Absolutely.
And you've suggested what, in your view, would be an appropriate response to that, and you deal with this later in your report from about paragraph 6.1 in terms of a public awareness campaign. And you note at paragraph 6.1 that there are different schools of thought as to whether a public awareness of that kind should be more limited or targeted versus a broadcast approach as you've described it. Which approach do you favour?
I favour very much the broadcast approach, but I would remark in a preliminary way, and I'll expand on it in just a moment, I don't necessarily think that a more refined and targeted approach and a broadcast approach are necessarily contradictory. I don't know that you have to say it is one or the other. I think it is actually possible to do both. But let me speak first to why I think a broadcast approach is preferable. And indeed, I would say beyond broadcasting, I actually think we need a saturation campaign around violent extremism in Australia. And I say that for the following reason. Awareness of programs like Step Together is very low, but awareness of violent extremism, what it is, and what to do about it if you have concerns. Violent extremists do not arrive here from another planet. They are not beamed down on a spaceship. They are ordinary people in our communities, in our families, in our workplaces, and in our schools. And if we do not have the public awareness to be able to recognize and take steps towards addressing the harms on many levels that they represent, then I believe we are doing ourselves a national disservice. I see a broadcast campaign as being able to do three things. First, it will absolutely raise public awareness, and we've seen this work in other domains. We have completely changed the conversation in Australia around domestic violence through broadcast campaigning. So things that were impossible to talk about in public 15 years ago are now able to be talked about in public. There are resources that people are able to turn to because they're aware of those resources. We've seen it work in relation to programs like Lifeline and Beyond Blue around things like depression and suicide prevention.
Pausing there, when you say a broadcast campaign, are you envisaging across different forms of media, TV, radio, social media? Is that what you mean by broadcast?
Absolutely. In our multimodal, information-saturated world, I absolutely am saying that we need that kind of broadcast campaign. I understand the arguments around a more targeted and refined approach. Partly it is, I think, a resourcing issue, but I feel quite strongly that the softly approach, that more refined, targeted approach, I think we're past that point. And I think some of the tragic and horrific events that we've seen recently in Australia have really clarified that for me. I don't think that we can afford anymore to have that. I also think that when it comes to intimate bystanders, who are often, they're parents, but they're not just parents. They may be siblings, they may be spouses, partners, cousins, close friends. Those are all people that we have to reach. And I don't see how you can reach, I think it came up in earlier evidence with Ms. Jackson today, I don't see how you can reach those people if you don't have a broadcast campaign. I would also note that they have had broadcast campaigns around terrorism and violent extremism in other countries, and those campaigns have been a success, and people have known where to turn. So I think we've got evidence that those campaigns are achievable and that they are effective.
Are there particular countries that you had in mind in mentioning that?
Yes, I think the UK is the most obvious example. And in my report I refer to one such campaign, which was the See It, Say It sorted campaign. That was slightly different in that its target was creating public awareness around public transport and suspicious activity on public transport. But they ran an absolutely brilliant public information campaign, and it was a saturation campaign. There is no one living in the United Kingdom today who does not know what See It, Say It sorted means and what the phone number is and where you find it to be able to call. So successful were they that they actually annoyed people because the saturation was such that they were sort of, and so you can overbalance a bit. But the UK has also run other successful campaigns. Act Early is another example of a very successful campaign, a broadcast campaign. Act Early is the UK counterpart to Step Together. Many more people in the United Kingdom know about Act Early and how to use the resource because of the campaign approach that they've taken.
And how was that publicised?
That was publicised in the same broadcast manner. It was publicised on social media. It was they actually at one point did a script in a popular television drama that alerted people. So they had some very creative approaches. But they also did, this is why I said earlier, they also did targeted campaigning at the same time. So I wish I could remember the name of the group, Network Mums, I think it was called something like that. So it was a group of online mothers, and the campaign managers for Act Early actually worked with that group. They partnered with that group to develop content that was specifically aimed at mothers who might be concerned about children radicalizing to violence, to reassure them that there was a safe, credible, and reliable resource that they could turn to.
So you were present for Ms. Jackson's evidence earlier,
I
take
was.
it. And so she obviously favoured the more targeted approach. For example, she mentioned, I think, parenting podcasts or equipping services that parents or friends or family might ordinarily come into contact with the sort of information so that they could then impart those tips to
Yes.
parents as they come into contact with them. And I think part of the rationale for that was that ensures that we're targeting the people who most need the assistants for whom these sorts of concerns are arising. What's your response to that evidence?
I agree with her. I don't disagree with any of that assessment. If I could frame it in the following way, as somebody who also studies resilience to violent extremism, one of the very well evidenced, scientifically speaking, very well evidenced pieces of knowledge about genuine resilience is that at the systems level, resilient systems always involve redundancy. So you don't put all your eggs in one basket and then hope for the best, outside that basket. You need exactly what Ms. Jackson was outlining earlier, particularly in an environment where there is some declining trust in government, as we know. The Edelman Barometer, which measures trust in a number of countries in relation to Australia, doesn't really have much good news for us at the moment in terms of trust in government. So absolutely seeding those conversations, seeding that awareness, peer-to-peer influence is an extremely powerful pathway towards behaviour change, as well as awareness. I think that's incredibly important, but I don't think that we can rely on that alone, in the same way that I don't think we can rely on a broadcast campaign approach alone either. I actually think that you need both, and I think we can do it. I don't see any barriers or impediments to being able to have a segmented, multi-dimensional communication and awareness strategy that actually incorporates all of those elements.
Returning to the areas of improvement that you've identified, back at 4.48 and point 3, which starts at the bottom of page 39, you've made some observations about the fact that Step Together is limited to Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 p.m. What do you see as the possible downsides of those hours of operation?
I think because it's difficult for people to come forward. This is a very hard phone call to make, particularly if you're very close to somebody, if you are in that intimate bystander position. I think because it can be challenging for people to pick up the phone, what we're seeking here through Step Together is also a form of behavior change. Make it easier to pick up that phone, share that information, share those concerns. If people are working, it can be hard. If people are trying to build their confidence to make the call, it might be easier for them to do at another time of day. I'm particularly concerned about young people's capacity to make contact with such a service, given those limited hours, when it might be easier for them, to do at another time.
And is that because, for example, a young person affected might be at school during
Look,
9 to 5,
they might be
Friday.
at school. It might be difficult in that little, they might not want to be able. They might not be able to do it from home. Okay, so look, try to imagine, for example, a young person who is worried about a sibling. Okay, they're at school during the day. They can't make the call at home. They're very unlikely to make contact. If they've got an after-school activity that ties them up, and then they're home and it's time for dinner, where is the opportunity? So, they need to be able to have broader opportunities, I think, in terms of span of hours. When Step Together was first set up, it did have a broader span of hours, and it ran 7 days a week. So I think the inclusion of weekend time, when people might be off, involved in leisure activities, for example, people are able perhaps to manage their time a little more autonomously, shall we say, and effectively over a weekend. I'm also a bit concerned about the lag time. So I think Ms. Jackson referred in her evidence this morning, to the fact that there can be missed calls or abandoned calls because they don't get an answer. Now, my real concern there is about something that in our own research we refer to as the leaky pipeline. So the leaky pipeline is when people make an initial contact, and what you need to have happen when that initial contact is made, if I can use a maternal metaphor for a moment, you need to pick that information up and cradle it, just like a baby, yes, and carry it forward so that the person who is sharing that information feels supported and feels that they are being taken through those next steps. The more repeat contacts somebody needs to try to make, the more abandoned calls there are, the more they might get told, no, we're not answering the phone now, try somewhere else, the more disheartened they can become. And that's why we call it the leaky pipeline. They just drop out and think, no, it's not worth the bother. So I appreciated that Ms. Jackson's evidence very much, that at the time they made that decision, they thought that the call volume was not sufficient. I would say that's also in the absence of a broadcast campaign. So if you're going to do a broadcast campaign, I would not recommend doing it without increasing the span of hours, because I think you'll frustrate people, and if you frustrate people, you've achieved the opposite of what is actually intended.
For context, I think Ms. Jackson's evidence was also that there are mechanisms in place if someone does call up on a weekend to be able to leave a message and for that to be returned. Those mechanisms are in place, but I take it aren't sufficient in your view. That's right. Yes.
Correct.
You've also made some observations about the Step Together website, and I take it you were also present for the evidence of the Youth Advisory Council earlier, who've also made some observations about the website. And like them, you've identified the UK Act Early website as an example of good practice in this area. Did you have a role in advising on the construct of that website?
We did, yes. So the Act Early website, the service, not just the website, the helpline, that was directly based on the research that we did in the UK. And at the time that the National Counterterrorism Policing Headquarters decided that they wanted to take that research and put into action a number of the recommendations that we had made. Act Early was the fruit of that process. And so myself and Professor Paul Thomas, who I believe you'll be hearing from later this afternoon, were appointed as, we were formally appointed as academic advisors on the content development of the website design, the website content, and also the communication and advertising strategy that was used to socialize the program for the public.
And what do you see as some of the strengths of that website?
So the Act Early website is, in my view, is terrific. I think they've done a really excellent job, and they've continued to refine the website long after Paul and I ceased to be involved. Its main strengths are as follows. It is a website that is easily accessible. It's vivid. It comes across as quite an active sort of space. So you enter it and you feel, okay, I can, there are all these different tabs that I can go to, but they're clear, very clearly signposted. The messaging is very personalized. So the messaging really says, we know you are concerned. We know you want to help somebody. We know that you care about the person that you're worried about, and we are here to help you. So this is really quite an extraordinary message when you take a step back and think, about national security messaging that says we are here to help you. Right? We're here to help in general, but we're here to specifically help you. I think that probably is its greatest strength. The language is clear. The language is also very consistent. The page design and feel is consistent. So you feel as if you are in an environment that has been thoughtfully curated, that has been effectively pitched to speak directly to you. A further strength of what Act Early does is that they utilize very well multimodal communication. So they have video and audio as well as written text, and they use it in very effective ways. So people have multiple points of access. Not everybody likes to sit and read a website, and they cater for that, I think, very well.
From paragraph 5.11, you return to some of the strengths of the Step Together hotline, and in particular at 5.13, you note that for family members who are concerned, or friends who are concerned about someone they know, that can be quite an isolating experience for them, and you note that one of the strengths of the Step Together hotline is that it provides support for family and friends in that situation. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
And as you touched on earlier, you've noted it's useful to have an alternative to calling police or the National Security Hotline. Is it your observation from your research that people are reluctant to approach those kind of law enforcement or security avenues in a situation like this?
In the 4 countries that we have conducted our community reporting research, one of the very clear cross-national findings is that people, ordinary everyday people like you and me, are fearful of contacting the authorities, because while they are seeking help and support and intervention for somebody that they think is going down a radicalised pathway, what they fear is that if they contact government or authorities, that there will be a punitive response instead, and that the authorities will simply seek to punish rather than to support. So programs like Step Together, but also other mechanisms that actually say, no, we're here to help. We're here to prevent somebody reaching a threshold where we're going to have no choice but to have a securitized response or to have a law enforcement response. And I think we need to be very clear about this. I don't think that the public should ever be misled that over a certain threshold, yes, there will be a law enforcement response, and that is the correct response to have in terms of community safety. Can we prevent people from reaching that threshold? What support can we give them? What diversion are we able to enact? And you cannot enact diversion strategies or programs if you don't know who it is that is on the pathway who needs to be diverted. The other point that I would make is that we often, for very understandable reasons, we get so focused on the person who is most at risk of radicalizing to violence that we forget about the support needs of those who come forward. But that is a really important piece of the puzzle. So we heard during the research that we conducted, again, in a number of countries, we heard a lot about people's negative experiences with contacting authorities, where they didn't feel supported, where they felt, why did I bother? Or, gee, this wasn't, what. So if you try to imagine making that phone call, sharing that information, you lose the locus of control completely. Once you hand the information over, it's not yours anymore. We had people describing to us sharing that information, hanging up the phone, and then curling up in a little ball afterwards. So distressed were they. And they were just left to sit with all of that on their own, with no support for them and with no acknowledgement of the effort that it took them to make that phone call and share that information. So I think a big role for services like Step Together, but other services that we have at our disposal, is to provide that follow-on support for people who have come forward. And again, I think Ms. Jackson put it very well this morning when she said part of the messaging to those people, that cohort, needs to be, you are not alone. We are also here for you, as well as there for the person who we're trying to help not radicalize to violence.
You've noted at paragraph 5.15 that the other reason that the helpline is useful is because it provides that single point of contact, and you say that helps to mitigate the phenomenon of the leaky pipeline that you mentioned earlier. Could you just explain why it is so important to have that single point of contact?
Yes. So if you don't have the kind of circuit breaker that a program like Step Together represents, and again, we had this borne out by the research. People, I'll give you an example that comes to mind from the research that we conducted in Australia. People would call the police just their local police station, or they might go even to their local police station. They would say, no, we don't deal with that. You have to call the National Security Hotline. I don't want to call the National Security Hotline. And then I remember in one piece of the research, in another country, people who operated a National Security Hotline equivalent said, I don't know why the local police are sending people to us, because we just send them back to the local jurisdiction anyway. So there's a lot of confusion, even at that level.
And just pausing there, the research that you did in Australia on that topic, when was that? Was this some time ago?
That was some time. It was now just over 10 years ago, actually.
Right. So the approach of the local police might have changed in the last 10 years.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. But please continue.
Thank you. And we did hear similar things both at that time and also subsequently in other countries. So the leaky pipeline is when people get bounced around from phone number to phone number, from agency to agency, from one point of contact to another. And that process of getting bounced around from one to another, and at each time having to retell the story, having to make a repeated contact, the message that they're getting each time they have to go to a new place is, we can't help you either. We can't help you either. We can't help you either. And then they just stop calling. They absolutely lose heart and they think, what's the point? So having a single point of contact where, again, as Ms. Jackson pointed out this morning, they make one phone call, they tell the story, and then Step Together picks that information up, triages it, distributes it to jurisdictions, and works out, through the triaging process is a referral required, et cetera, That is a much more, it's both an efficient system, but it is also much better in terms of providing public confidence, public trust, and public reassurance that people's concerns have been heard and that they've done the right thing. So one of the number one things our research threw up for us was people saying, I wanted to do the right thing, but nobody seemed to acknowledge that I was doing it, or that it was hard to do the right thing, but I was doing it anyway. So it's really important.
I might then move on from the topic of Step Together to some of the other issues that you deal with in your report. So from page 55, you were asked about the role of schools or in terms of identifying and responding to early warning signs of violent extremism. And at paragraph 7.4, you make the point that strengthening resilience to violent extremism for young people spans both education as a practice and education as a system. Could you describe those two different concepts?
Yes. Education as a practice really relates to curriculum-based and other what you might call pedagogical approaches. For example, around critical thinking, interfaith and intercultural education, civics, social inclusion, cultural diversity. So there is a strong role, I think, for curriculum-based approaches that help deal with some of what you might call the vulnerability factors for violent extremism, to try to strengthen Australian students' knowledge and capacity and skills. So the much talked about critical thinking skills, that we focus on. So education as a practice is really about the teaching-based, curriculum-based, topic-based approach that you might take. Education as a system is around the school as an ecology, yes, composed of principals, teachers, counselors, etc. All of whom are in a position, because they see students day in and day out in the school, to observe some of those early warning signs or early indicators that students might be moving down a pathway of violent extremism. So effectively, you have education as a practice in terms of curriculum, design and content, and education as a system in terms of early identification, detection, and support or referral. And the sweet spot, of course, is those two working together in tandem.
And part of the latter education as a system is having processes, well, I suppose first training in place so that staff, for example, are in a position to recognise the early warning signs, and then having clear processes in place for escalating those concerns and to whom you escalate them.
Absolutely.
Is that right?
Yes, that is very important. One observation I would make in that regard, education is run by states and territories. And I think that raises, there are a number of states and territories that have very well developed and robust systems already in place, and they offer training, they offer very good training, and I think that the Commission may already have heard about some specific instances of training that's offered. I think one of the things that I reflect on is the extent to which that training should be national, which is to say it should be consistent across jurisdictions. And I am largely in favour of a more nationally coordinated approach to that training. I think that there can be unintended consequences of having different training regimes in different states and territories. Having said that, if I may, there is one further area where I think a distinction needs to be drawn. Even if you have nationally coordinated training, understanding the difference in terms of how schools are positioned and placed, their capabilities, and the local nuance that might be needed, the tailoring that might be required, that really concerns the difference between metropolitan schools versus rural and regional schools. The rural-regional landscape is a little bit different, and I do speak to that in my report, and I think that even within a given state or territory, one size does not fit all. That training has to be both consistent at one level, but also tailored to some of the more localized nuances and capacities that you find characterizing both rural, regional, and metropolitan settings.
And when you said earlier that an inconsistency in approach across jurisdictions might have unintended consequences, what sort of consequences were you referring to? The consequences might be that some teachers are more comprehensively trained in one jurisdiction than another. The consequences might be that a family who travels from one state to another is receiving quite fundamentally different messaging from the school that their children, or their child is enrolled in. And an unintended consequence, I think the unintended consequence that probably concerns me the most is the contact and referral pathway between school personnel and law enforcement or other government programs. So if you have a protocol in one state that says, if you see X, this is who you contact, or this is what you do. But if that protocol is different in another state or another territory, then you have to ask yourself, well, why are we having different outcomes for the same, why are we having different protocols which can lead to different outcomes for the same problem? And that does concern me. You've gone on to make some observations about how the prevent duty works in the United Kingdom, which I might not ask you about today in circumstances where we have Professor Thomas coming along shortly to speak on that topic, but we will certainly read your observations on that issue. You do conclude that section by noting that whether a mandatory duty of that kind is imposed or not, you do see an important role for teachers being trained in recognising the early warning signs. Is it your view that there should be...
I'm so sorry, I couldn't quite hear the last thing you said.
I'll repeat myself. You expressed the view towards the end of that section that whether there's a mandatory duty of that kind or not, you do think there should be training, particularly for teachers on the early warning signs. Is that your view?
Yes, look, I do think that there should be training, but I also acknowledge, and again this is borne out by research that's been conducted by quite a number of people in a number of different countries. Teachers can be very ambivalent about what they see as their role as educators, but also as supporters of young people's development and growth and maturation into adults, versus what they see as a form of surveillance or becoming effectively proxy agents for government. This was a huge issue in the early days of Prevent. Now, one of the more successful narratives, I think, around the Prevent duty, and I don't think that the duty should be mandatory. I should make that clear. I think that there's plenty of evidence to show that a mandatory duty can often result in either disguised compliance, for example. In any case, the Prevent duty is mandatory only for institutions. It's not actually mandatory for individuals. And now I've completely lost my train of thought. Sorry. Can you remind me of your question?
I might just ask you to clarify when
Yeah.
you say it's only mandatory for institutions. What do you mean by
Okay,
that?
so schools are required to provide training, and schools are required in the UK, as I understand it, to have very clear protocols around reporting, referral, and so forth. But the individual teachers are not subject to, in other words, there's no penalty. If a teacher sees something and doesn't say something, there's no penalty for that teacher, as I understand it. And I have recently reread the Prevent guidance to make sure that it says what I thought it said. So that raises, so I remember my train of thought now. So where the UK has had more success, given that, because the goal is to have teachers feel comfortable in being able to surface those concerns and share them with appropriate people. They have had success in embedding the report duty within a broader safeguarding framework. So the safeguarding framework in the UK, which I think is an excellent one, deals with a whole range of social harms as they relate to young people. The safeguarding framework deals with bullying. The safeguarding framework may deal with family violence. The safeguarding framework deals with sexual predators and how to keep yourself safe from sexual abuse, both in person and also online, and a range now of other digital harms. And so the Prevent duty has become embedded. So particularly for educators who feel very close to the young people that they see themselves as responsible for, framing the sharing of information and the sharing of concerns as part of a safeguarding effort is much more compelling and, I think, acceptable for the education sector than just wagging your finger at them and saying you've got a duty to report. You do need to bring people with you, and I think the safeguarding framework is the much better way of doing that.
And you see that could be appropriate in Australia, even absent a duty
Well,
of the kind.
I think in many ways we do safeguard. We are already doing safeguarding in a whole range of ways in schools. I think the question is possibly making the joined up nature of that safeguarding framework a little more explicit, perhaps, than it is at present.
I see. Finally, could I ask you about the topic you address in answer to question 9? So this is from page 66 of your report, and in this section you make some observations about how early identification, disengagement type programs are connected to the idea of social cohesion, and you refer to the BRAVE measure, the Building Resilience Against Violent Extremism measure for young people, which you developed. Could you just explain what that measure involves?
Of course, and I should say I did not develop it alone. I developed it with my colleague Mike Ungar and a team of people in Australia and Canada, so we ran it simultaneously in 2 countries. So look, in brief, the BRAVE measure was designed because we wanted absolutely to understand more about young people and their resilience to violent extremism. The research question that we addressed really focused on the conundrum of why young people exposed to very what you might call similar enabling factors for violent extremism, given that Why did only a minority of them, a tiny minority, actually radicalize, and the rest did not move towards radicalized ideas or extremist, ideologically extremist beliefs, let alone violent action? So we took what we call a strengths-based approach, which is to say we wanted to understand and drill down into what the protective factors were, as well as the vulnerabilities. And we did a lot of research with 475 young people in the two countries. And what we came up with was 5 factors that are supported by a 14-item questionnaire that can be used. And those 5 factors, very briefly, these are the protective factors. So cultural identity and connectedness, it's a very important protective factor. Feeling connected to, and also a sense of pride in who you are, where you come from, whether that's ethnic identity, national identity, religious identity, any combination thereof. That is a very significant factor, protective factor for young people. Also because it includes connection with a community of identity, with a community of belief or practice. The second factor is what we call bridging capital. This all comes out of the work of Thomas Putnam. Trust and confidence in the ability to interact pro-socially with people from backgrounds that are different than your own, from people who do not necessarily share your identity, your beliefs, your faith. Linking capital is the third. Trust and confidence in government and authority figures, and in the institutions that we have. And having the confidence to feel, first of all, so this is the underlying science of resilience, says that it's one thing to have resources, but you have to be able to access them and use them. And that's really what that linking capital is about, feeling that you can, if you go to court, that you're going to be heard and that there will be some prospect of justice, approaching a family services agency and feeling that you're going to get the help that you need from your family, for your family and so forth.
And on that topic of building trust and confidence in government and authority figures, connected to that, do you see it as important that young people are educated about government, the law, our democratic institutions, a form of civics education?
Now more than ever. Now more than ever, civics education, and this is a huge topic in the field, as you might imagine. Civics education is incredibly important, but I would say so is civics behaviour. So it's one thing to educate people about the institutions, but in our shouty world, those institutions have to be particularly vigilant about their own behavior and their own transparency. So I see it as very much a reciprocal relationship. I think educating about those institutions is critical, but I also think the behavior of the institutions, their operations and their accessibility to the public is the other side of that equation.
One way in which that sort of education might feed into countering violent extremism is so that when people have a grievance of some kind,
Indeed.
They have a level of confidence and trust that they can address that through the ordinary
yes.
government, law enforcement, justice mechanisms that are available, rather than resorting
Yes.
to other measures.
I'm going to try very hard now not to digress. The big challenge here is that trust in institutions and trust in government also requires the fundamental underpinning of understanding that these institutions act for the collective public good and not merely for the individual's desired outcome. Yes? In an age where individualism has reached unscalable heights, I think that those institutions now also need to re-educate the public about what it is. So it's a two-way education process. We need to educate people about these institutions and why they are there for us. But those institutions need to re-educate the public as well about what they're there for and what their limits are. And I think then we would possibly be able to improve linking capital. If I could just touch on the last two factors.
Yes, I was going to come back to those. Please do so.
Very briefly. Violence-related behaviours. So violence-related behaviours includes, it includes rejecting them, yes, so that would be the protective factor, willingness to speak out publicly against violence, and the willingness and the capacity to challenge the use of violence by others, to reject the use of violence as a legitimate means of resolving conflicts. Those are examples of what would fall under the violent behaviour domain. And then finally, violence-related beliefs. Now, by violence-related beliefs, I don't mean whether violence is, good or bad, but it is referring to the degree to which violence is seen to confer status and respect. So the way that we code that in the questionnaire, for example, is a question something like, violence makes me look stronger, And if somebody says, yes, violence makes me look stronger, we class that as a vulnerability, right? Not as a protection. So those are the broad 5 domains of the BRAVE measure.
In the balance of this section, Section 9, you have touched on that idea of promoting civic and political participation, which we've just discussed, but you conclude at paragraph 9.9, remarking on the importance of young people's open-mindedness, empathy and capacity for critical thinking. Could I ask you to comment on the importance of fostering those qualities?
Yes. Open-mindedness means the ability not only to consider viewpoints other than your own, but also to admit the capacity that your own mind might be changed, right? So maybe you're going to change somebody else's mind, but also your mind might be changed too. And to take seriously other people's points of view. Empathy is always an interesting one, because people often confuse it with sympathy. Sympathy is when you feel for somebody because you might say, I understand how you feel because I've been there myself. Yeah, I know what you've been through because I've been through it too. Empathy is different. Empathy is when you've never been in that situation and you try to imagine yourself into somebody's shoes. So the analogy with students that I like to use, sympathy is where I might say to somebody, oh, you're struggling with your mortgage, I sympathize. I've faced financial hardship at certain times in my life as well. Empathy is what I might feel for somebody who is homeless. Yes, I have never been without a roof over my head or a bed to sleep in. So I have to imagine myself into what it feels like to be homeless and try to understand that experience from the inside, even though it's never been mine. So empathy is more of a leap. There's more distance traversed with empathy, and it is incredibly important, I think, for young people to be able to develop that capacity. Critical thinking, which you would think would be self-evident, but perhaps not. Critical thinking is the ability to be able to not take things at face value, to assess, to be able to compare, to entertain contradictory points of view that may be completely diametrically opposed to your own, and evaluate them. You may still arrive at the place that you were when you started, but you have undertaken a process of evaluation, of assessment, of comparison, and most importantly, of questioning, not simply swallowing what you've been told.
And is one way that these sorts of qualities might help in combating violent extremism, for example, where a person, it doesn't need to be a young person, it can be a person of any age, is considering, for example, the conflict in the Middle East, and rather than ending up in a sort of polarised position, they can say, well, I can empathise with the position of certain people in that conflict. I can see different perspectives rather than resorting to a very extreme view of what might be right or wrong in that domain.
Without commenting specifically on that particular conflict, I would say that one of the hallmarks of extremist radicalisation is a process, but extremism is a structure. It is a structure of belief. It is very black and white, and it is very binary. Yeah, it's this or that, and you're with us or you're against us, and there is no grey in extremist structures of thought and belief. So for young people to be able to say, as a commentator in one particular conflict put it very pithily, he said, there's right and wrong on both sides. Yes? Being able to unpack that, being able to acknowledge that, being able to work and live with that complexity, ambiguity, and sometimes even uncertainty, is a key skill for life, and it's also a key skill for social cohesion, because it enables us to be able to say, all right, it is complicated, but how are we going to navigate our way through that complexity, and what is going to be livable for all of us? And I think even if the answer does not present itself immediately, it's the process of trying to get to that place that actually strengthens social cohesion. Young people who often reach for certainty before, where it's not available, or reach for certainty before they're ready to acknowledge what it costs them, really need some skills. I think, any young person needs skills in how to live with uncertainty and with points of view that they may not share.
Thank you, Professor Grossman. I have no further questions.
Just before you go, and I think Mr. Bender, you might have some questions.
We haven't made a legal application.
No, but I saw you looking as though you had a question or two. I'll ask mine first, and then I'll come to you. Earlier, you were present when Ms. Jackson gave evidence about the engagement and support program offered by New South Wales. And as I understood her evidence, she considered that the program is an effective one. It's a sort of an umbrella program where you can have a 12-year-old who's got mixed, unclear ideologies, and you can, under the same umbrella, deal with a 24-year-old Islamic extremist. Do you have a view about whether it is better to have different programs for different forms of violent extremism?
It's an excellent question. I think that my answer is probably no, and I'll explain why. The engagement, as I understand it, from Ms. Jackson's evidence and also my independent knowledge of that particular program, it is designed to develop where a referral is accepted. It is then designed to enable the development of a very highly individualized, tailored case management program, an intervention program for that individual. So it is a program that, through the case management approach, is able to deal with the 12-year-old and able to deal with the 24-year-old, because the case management is so specifically tailored. This is underwritten by what has now become a truism in terrorism studies, which is, for particularly since 9/11, the field has ceaselessly tried to determine whether there is a particular pathway to radicalization, and the answer is that there isn't a specific or universal pathway. It is very individualized. It can actually be unique, and so a program like the ESP, in my view, recognizes that, but is designed because of the case. So the case management sits under it, and it's the case management element that is the all-important element in terms of being able to cater for those differences.
Thank you. Mr. Bender.
Thank you, Commissioner. Professor Grossman, you gave some evidence about what you see as the benefit of framing an approach with educators as safeguarding. And as I understood your evidence, you regarded that as preferable to having a mandatory duty on the educators, which might lead, among other things, to disguised compliance.
Correct.
Is that a fair summary?
Correct.
Now, the Act in the UK, which imposes the prevent duty, the Counter-Terrorism and Security Act, is, as you noted, an act obligation on specified institutions rather than individuals. That's right.
Correct.
And the duty itself, as expressed in the legislation is to have due regard to the need to prevent people from becoming terrorists or supporting terrorism. It's not a duty to refer as expressed in the Act. Are you aware of that, or is that outside your area of expertise?
No, I am aware of that, but it's it's very hard to see what institutions can do other than, I mean, in practice, I suppose would be my point. I don't think that my understanding, but I'm not an expert in the prevent duty. You have an expert coming up who can answer that question much more satisfactorily than I can. But in my limited understanding, I do not believe that the interpretation of the Act in the UK is to say, for example, that educators, but the duty also applies to healthcare institutions, that they are supposed to directly intervene in prevention, because they're not experts and they're not equipped to do that. So in practice, their duty to prevent is to refer to prevent. So the prevent program is the framework that you refer to, and then prevent, who are the experts in the UK, make that determination. It is the prevent coordinators in a particular locality, for example, who will do the triaging that they do under the ESP. Yeah, prevent does the triaging, and then they will determine whether a referral to the channel program, which actually does the multi-agency panel, which might set up the case management and so forth, does it. So in practice, it's pretty much the same thing.
Now, assume that an approach were taken to policy which emphasised safeguarding as the framing for the teachers working at the schools, but maintained an obligation on the institutions, including the schools, to go through the referral process when the threshold had been met. Wouldn't that achieve both ends?
Not necessarily. I think, and I refer to the experience of the UK here. The training was offered in the UK, the training continues to be offered, but there have been some really grievous missteps, and they are unintended consequences of that training. So I don't know if you remember the famous cooker bomb story. So there's a child in a school who was reported by the school, so it was a teacher, through the protocol that they've got there, made the report to the school reported, and it turned out that the child was saying cucumber, right? But what the teacher heard was cooker bomb, and took from this that the boy's family was busy building a bomb to blow everybody sky high. Now, the unintended consequence of that is when Prevent shows up at your door, when the counterterrorism police show up at your door, you create the opposite effect. You frighten a family to death, you alienate the community in which that family lives, all because there was an overzealous response. Yeah, that is an example of an unintended consequence of that kind of mandating of a referral. The other thing I would say is that teachers, as they do in many, many other situations in regard to both student risk in terms of harm to the students, or in terms of student antisocial behavior, where they might pose a risk to the safety of others but outside the realm of terrorism, they are trained, and they should be trained, and they should have refresher training, as I believe they do, to exercise their judgment and their discretion. And that is really what the training is about. So if you have teachers who are motivated to share information with their school, within their school protocol, because they understand that their role is to safeguard, yes, both to safeguard the student from further harm, but also to safeguard both the school community and the broader community, that, in my view, is much more socially desirable and socially effective as a sustainable approach than to have a mandatory duty that will return us to a place where the same ambivalence and the same reluctance, and, may I be frank, the same resistance. So there has been plenty of resistance, implicit and covert, as well as explicit and overt, to the prevent duty in the UK, although I think that's moderated now. And I think we can take from that a lesson for Australia, that we needn't go down the same path, that there are more preferable options available to us.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Commissioner.
Pleasure.
Anything arising, Ms. Hager? No. Thank you very much, Professor. You are excused.
Thank you.
Ms. Hammond will take the next.
Yes.
Commissioner, I call Daniel Gregg.
Yes.
Affirmation, please.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, Ms. Hammond.
Mr. Gregg, you've made a statement to this Royal Commission dated the 11th of August, is that right?
That's correct.
And the contents of that statement remain true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They do.
I tender that statement, which has the document ID STAT.899.00001.0635.
Yes, the statement is admitted.
Mr. Gregg, you're a registered psychologist, is that correct?
Yes, and a clinical registrar.
And a clinical registrar. And you are also the secretary of what's described in New South Wales as an approved shooting organisation, is that correct?
Approved shooting organisation or an approved firearms club. There's a number of variations that are referred to.
Yes. Can you describe briefly to the Commission your professional experience and the scope of your clinical work?
So within my clinical work, I primarily worked at present across extremism, deradicalisation, so they can range from in New South Wales. They're referred to as Section 12 and Section 14 reports. So they can be from diversionary through to treatment guidelines, as well as completing court-mandated treatment as well. Predominantly, my area of practice has been around right-wing extremism in treatment. I have done some risk assessment for Islamic extremism, but because I'm obviously not in community, I tend to avoid because I don't understand a lot of the cultural implications for it.
Yes. And I understand you're also at the early stages of pursuing some further study, is that correct?
Yes, I've recently been accepted into a PhD.
And what is it proposed that your PhD will focus on?
It's a moving target at this point, but it will be essentially examining firearms policy and different implications around mental health, preventing access for extremists et al.
Yes. In your role as secretary of the shooting organisation, or you refer to the club, can you explain what the role of secretary of a shooting organisation involves?
So a company secretary really is responsible for sort of the governance. So they look at organising kind of the meetings of the committee, making sure that those minutes are documented. They look at what are the responsibilities that different members of the organisation, from like the treasurer through to the president through to the club captain, are required to do. We also keep and maintain the records of membership, so obviously names, dates of birth, addresses, and we make those available to members upon request. We also are generally the point of contact with the New South Wales Firearms Registry around whether the registry has come to us saying, could you please give us details on member John Smith, you know, the dates of their attendances, as well as whether we've noticed any concerns with them, through to providing the records at the end of the financial year or the given year as to the people who have renewed and who haven't renewed.
Is there also part of the role that involves people seeking to become members of the club or,
oh, yes,
new
yeah.
members?
When new members of the club join, we typically are involved in kind of like the welcoming, the interviewing, walking them through the process, explaining to them what is needed to get a license, the steps that need to be undertaken, and sort of supporting them through that pathway as well.
Yes. And is it the case that you also have a number of approvals issued by the New South Wales Police Force in addition to your role as secretary within the club?
Yes, so I'm also an approved firearm safety trainer, so that means when people seek to get a firearms licence for category A, B, C, D and H, so all types of firearms within New South Wales, we do the safety training, so whether that's the actual practical, getting them to understand how to show clear, how to store them correctly, transport them correctly, as well as what their obligations under the law in terms of maintaining their licence, acquiring, disposing, selling of a firearm.
Yes. Mr. Gregg, I want to ask you some questions about your practice as a psychologist.
Of course.
You say in your statement you have approximately 14 years experience.
14 years with the Firearms Club. So as a psychologist, I was first registered in 2017.
17,
yep.
Apologies, yes. And over that sort of decade of clinical practice, in your statement you talk about your observations from that experience about pathways into radicalisation. I'm wondering if you can speak to the Commission a little bit about what you've observed and particularly about change over time.
Prior to COVID, I found most of the clients I had referred to me typically came with a background of they were recruited by extremist networks and then they found themselves afoul of the law for whatever reason that may be. But typically I'd noticed that when they're in groups, they're typically pulled in, and that pathway was a lot longer. So in kind of the clinical interviews and working through with them, I'd often, if I had to put an average on it, I'd say it would be about 12 to 18 months before they were kind of, fully committed to that group ideology. And then I really noticed a shift, particularly after COVID, around both the times and also what the backgrounds of those people were as well. So prior to COVID, we typically had people who were presenting with criminal records, and obviously with someone who's involved in a group, there's an opportunity for intelligence agencies and other Commonwealth and state agencies to examine groups and surveil them, and you get a kind of an understanding of the structure and all of that, and so you can see them and there's an opportunity to detect. What I've seen since COVID is that they tend to be self-radicalised, and the radicalisation pathways are taking a lot less time. In some cases they're taking as little as 2 to 4 weeks, and I'm also noticing that social media is forming a part of nearly 90% of them, according to the latest literature as well.
So you're seeing in clinical
compression
practice a lot of interface with the online environment.
Yeah, particularly around social media, algorithms, grievance ideologies, and particularly around things like the manosphere and things like that.
Yes. One of the things you say you've observed in your statement is around the hesitancy on the part of community members to report concerns. I'm wondering if you can speak to what it is you've observed that's led you to conclude people, or many people, have that hesitancy.
So I think a lot of community members have concern about reporting like a loved one or a friend, because it seems like the only pathway available is a law enforcement pathway, and that a lot of the pathways available to them are not kind of health or sort of pulling them out of that whirlpool of extremism. And it seems more of a punitive approach rather than a preventative or even a restorative approach.
Yeah. And can you speak to perhaps what you see as the potential role or the potential significance of an approved shooting organisation as a community organisation in this space?
I think they have quite a serious role, because we are the first point of contact that a person who has no access to firearms is the point of access. We guide them through the process, we provide the training, we provide the means for their membership, which is the genuine reason to get that licence. And sorry, what was the next part of it? Sorry.
So just what the significance then of the shooting organisation is in this
Yeah,
space.
so they're the first port of call, and in New South Wales in particular for target shooting, and now with some of the hunting clubs, there's mandatory attendances that you must attend per year. They can range from 6 through to 12, which means that a club has an opportunity to see a person 6 to 12 times throughout that year on a structured and ongoing basis.
And what opportunity do you think that creates for a shooting organisation?
I think what it could provide an opportunity for is if clubs had the opportunity to be trained to look at the things that they should be noticing, so those early warning signs for extremism that some of the other witnesses have previously talked about. If you taught clubs to notice those things and then refer those to the more appropriate pathways, that we could be preventing further radicalisation.
you give examples of what some of those early warning signs that you think might be noticeable within a community organisation or within a shooting organisation in particular might be?
Yeah, I think there's two parts to that. So firstly, you've got to remember that clubs are typically, they're a cross-section of society. So they're made up of, varieties of different backgrounds and different people. So they'd be firstly needing to be trained to notice those clusters of behaviour firstly. But then on those kind of behaviours that you'd be looking for kind of a hardening in their positions towards other groups. You'd be looking for grievance ideologies. You'd be looking for either withdrawal or becoming more frustrated and unwilling to kind of take part in the regular activities.
So that combination of your professional practice and your experience within clubs has led you to the view that there's a particular opportunity within a shooting organisation. Can you speak about your early experience in the club and some of the ways in which you considered that opportunity perhaps wasn't recognised or not enough was being done in response to that?
Yeah, I think clubs, we don't want bad actors in our organisations for the same way that, pardon the pun, pubs don't want brawlers inside, is because we wear the collective consequences if something goes wrong. And I was quite young when I first had involvement with a shooting club as in an executive position. And I was also in the final stages of my psychology training. And one of those things was the responsibility that I have across both for my registration and also seeing some of the incidences that have occurred over the years, that clubs are often called to coronial inquests. And the last thing I wanted to do was be called to a coronial inquest, and I hadn't done enough. So that was really, I applied some of the training that I got from university where I looked at what could be, I wouldn't so much frame it as a gap, but look at what are some of the things that could be done to improve the process.
So can you, so you describe in your statement that over now a reasonably long period at your particular shooting organisation, you've been working on developing what you describe as a behavioural screening framework for use in the club. You've already said a little bit, but what motivated you in particular to think about a behavioural screening framework, and what were you hoping to achieve with it?
I think it was really the sense of responsibility. Like I said, we are the first port of call for someone who accesses firearms, and a lot of I think pretty much every club that I've ever had interaction with takes that responsibility quite seriously. And I wanted to do something to ensure that I was meeting those obligations.
And can you briefly outline how it is that the framework functions within your club?
Yeah, so we initially have an interview where, say, someone first is looking to join, they come out to a club night, we ask them a series of structured questions. We look at, I won't go into the specific details for kind of that public safety reason that we've discussed. Then, provided they pass that initial round, then they're assigned, a firearm safety trainer. So they go through kind of the actual aspects of the firearms licensing, they spend time on the range, they're continually looked at by the range officers, they're assigned a mentor that kind of goes them through their probationary journey within the club, and then we have the committee that makes a decision as to progress them to full membership from provisional membership.
And throughout the different steps of that process, you have had a concern to make sure considerations around possible extremism or propensity to violence are sort of more intentionally and actively considered.
Yeah, that was the initial purpose, but then as we've kind of gone in the last 14 years, we've found it's kind of gone into things like family violence and mental health as well, because obviously, clubs are a community, and you notice who your friends are, and you notice when your friends are experiencing a bad time, and that's given us an opportunity to intercede earlier in a number of different matters.
Yeah. And when within your club applying this framework, a concern is identified, can you describe what is done upon the identification of a concern?
So it would depend on what that concern looked like. So obviously if we had someone who was stating kind of very hard threats, a particular plan of action against a particular group or a stated aim or intention to commit violence, that is obviously straight away in an emergency services referral. But if we've got more someone who starts to become a bit withdrawn, or they start kind of being unable to be redirected from a particular grievance or a particular ideology, then the first step is obviously along the lines of their mentor kind of stepping in and,
reminding them of what the purpose of being a club member is about and the responsibilities that being a firearms holder comes with. And then from there, if it obviously continues or we continue to see it over time, then it goes to the committee. And then the committee, we make a determination with, do we need to make a referral to a health pathway? Do we need to make a referral to, say, the National Security Hotline, or whatever the best pathway available to us is at the time?
Yeah. You've described in your statement that a key feature of the framework as you've tried to implement it is the use of collective observation. Can you speak to what you mean by that?
Yeah, so when you come through a club night, you've got range officers, you've got safety officers, you've got other members, you've got the mentors, you've got the committee. So all of those people have the opportunity to see a person across a number of different settings. So from when you initially walk in the range and you're sitting down and you're talking before you go in, then you see the person on the firing line, then you see them come off, you might see them at the barbecue. So there's a number of different environments of which you get to engage with them across a number of different topics, which provides obviously a number of different observation points.
And is it the case that as part of this process, you or someone else within the club has tried to provide some form of support or education to people or office holders within the club about what might be concerning or what might warrant further discussion among the committee?
So with our executives, I've developed a training package. It's about a day and it goes through a series. It spends more time teaching them not to assess, because lay assessors tend to over-identify in groups that are unfamiliar to them and under-identify in groups that are familiar to them. So I don't want a lay assessor kind of making a bad call, because we know in the literature that that's generally leads to poor outcomes. I spend more time teaching them to not assess and just look. And then when they look, they note down and then they refer up.
You spoke about various reporting pathways. You mentioned emergency services, you mentioned the National Security Hotline. You also mentioned in your statement notifications to the New South Wales Police Force Firearms Registry. Can you just summarise for the Commission what sort of reports are made to the Firearms Registry and in what sort of circumstances they are made or are required to be made?
So there are two types. So if you are a category A and B, which is your typical rifles, shotguns, there is no specific reporting pathway like a legislative obligation unless there is obviously serious harm. Whereas with pistol clubs, there's a specific clause, I believe it's CH 101, where pistol clubs are required to report if they believe a member is no longer a fit and proper person.
And that is a condition of holding a firearms licence?
Yes, yeah, so you must be a fit and proper person to retain your licence.
Yes. Mr. Gregg, thinking about possible reporting pathways of concern, are you familiar with a service called Step Together?
I'm quite familiar with them. They're obviously one of the ones that either clients have been referred to and then they find their way to me as a client, or it's ones that when in my statement I've made reference to, I often have other clubs come to me. It's an interesting position to be a psychologist as well as a secretary of a club. So I get people who come to me and put me in quite awkward positions, because I'm not a clinician in that. I'm just a member of the public, but at the same time, there's obviously a sense of responsibility. So I have to ensure that I don't give anything that could be categorized as a clinical opinion, and yet I also have to give them guidance towards a pathway, and that's one of the pathways that I push people towards. There is some concern because a lot of, this is the lay community. They've never heard of it. They don't know what it does. And then there is also the concern around firearms clubs are also aware that health practitioners are required to report when they have firearms. So the concern is, well, if we make a report to any health practitioner, then the license is automatically going to be taken, and regardless of whether there is any ill intent or not.
So just to tease out some of the ideas there, Mr. Gregg, you're aware of Step Together from your professional work. Your position within the gun club and people's awareness of your professional work means that sometimes people from other clubs contact you with concerns, and you give some evidence about that in your statement, is that right? And your experience of engaging with people such as that, or people with your own club, is that they are not aware of Step Together as a referral option?
No, it's not something that's given to us by the registry, or there's not really any education for clubs. Predominantly, a lot of the registry's education is around our compliance requirements. So how do we complete our spreadsheets to send back to them? What are the timeframes for it? What are the requirements for our record keeping? Not what to do in obviously these very niche scenarios.
And it's your evidence is that on occasions when people come to ask you some of these questions, you have a range of options you'll occasionally provide to them, presumably things you mentioned in your statement, National Security Hotline, the Firearms Registry itself, but that Step Together is something that you have
one of them.
told
Yes.
people about.
Yeah.
But then you were articulating, I think, in your experience, why there might be some reluctance to contact Step Together or to contact any health practitioner specific to the shooting organisation context. Can you elaborate on that?
I think the issue is, particularly the regulatory framework in New South Wales, is there's very limited appetite or tolerance for risk. So the moment you make any report, regardless of whether there's substance to it or not, the general theme is that the licence is immediately suspended and or revoked. And so obviously if a club member has concerns about someone, there's quite a real hesitancy to report that person unless they're really, really sure that there's quite a risk, because obviously there's high risks of alienation, the concept of dobbing in a mate, and this kind of goes back to the social cost of reporting. So there is a cost if you make a report.
And your observation is that sort of increases the threshold that has to be met before someone is willing to take
Absolutely.
a step.
Yeah.
Can you briefly explain to the Commission some of the impacts that you think having a more structured process around this within your club has had?
It's greatly increased our retention. So we've gone from, I'd be throwing out some figures, but we used to have quite a high turnover rate, and now we have actually quite a low turnover rate because we provide a structured pathway for people to come through. We also are not alienating people who have different opinions. They may be colourful, but we bring them essentially into the tent and we give them an opportunity to kind of correct or be tempered. And also obviously there is an increased willingness within our club as well to identify to the committee that, hey, I think this person is really struggling right now, maybe you should have a chat with them.
You've spoken of what you perceive to be a sort of lack of education and training for officials within gun clubs in this space, and some steps you've taken within your own club. Can you briefly describe perhaps the sort of educational resources or training that you think would be helpful?
What I've been advocating for, I don't think immediately an adoption of the framework like this would be the right step. I would be thinking a pilot would be more appropriate. Take approximately half of the approved firearms organisations in New South Wales, because then you obviously have a control group and an experimental group, and then you would run, I would say, about a full day training where again you spend more time teaching them to not assess and observe, and then you give them a series of vignettes or case studies, some that would be very clear in what they need to do and some that are quite unclear, because that's often the most difficult thing with these sort of situations is there's clearly suitable and there's clearly unsuitable, but then the really tricky ones both threat assessment professionals really struggle with, as well as what we struggle with in our club, is the ones that have genuine protective factors as well as the ones that have risk factors. And systems typically want us to take a very quantitative approach and assign a score and this is what we do, rather than you really need to sit with that risk and you need to understand who holds that risk and what are the things we can do to mitigate those risks.
So that I suppose would be a fairly large scale undertaking to sort of conduct very formal training for a pilot program of officials. But from your evidence earlier, I suppose as a more initial or lower barrier step, would it be the case that you think it might be helpful if there was formalised notification of the existence of the Step Together service to shooting club officials? Or
I think it would help, but I think the other issue is there's two parts to that, because firstly, you would require clubs to actually know what they're looking for. And again, we're dealing with lay people. They come from both very high socioeconomic through to very low socioeconomic, as well as very high education to low education. So having those group of people would need to know what they're looking for, because you'd have to know what you're looking for to know what you're referring to.
And is it the case that beyond a shooting organisation, you see perhaps a space for community organisations more generally to have a better understanding of, as you say, what one is looking for in this space?
Absolutely. I think community organisations are probably one of the key factors in the early intervention, because the community are the people who see it first. The loved ones see it first, the teachers see it first, the health professionals see it first. And the current perception is that a lot of the pathways are predominantly law enforcement pathways, and that is a barrier to reporting and a barrier to treatment.
Such that, could that perhaps be addressed by some education around the way in which reports can be made that aren't necessarily tied to law enforcement, that
Absolutely,
are more about prevention, early intervention?
Yes.
Towards the end of your statement, you also talk about, again, I think in the context of a shooting organisation, some of the difficulties with reporting channels that are purely focused on negative information or concerns, and the possibility that a willingness to report could be increased by actually soliciting reports of a broader range of information. Can you explain your thinking in that space a little bit?
Sorry, which section was that in?
Apologies. So paragraph 41, you give some evidence about, in your experience, a channel that carries only adverse information can lead to participation falling away.
Yeah, so I think any program that is really designed purely around surveillance is going to become blind to what it's actually assessing. So there's a concept known as, I believe it's Goodhart's law, and it's if a measure is used as an outcome, then it ceases to be a measure. And I think if the intention is purely to provide reporting pathways to clubs rather than giving clubs education to make decisions, you'll get performative compliance. Clubs will turn up, they'll do the online training or whatever modality that training is done, but then they won't actually take it because they either don't understand it or they're worried that there's going to be adverse outcomes.
And what's the way you think that might be addressed?
I think it needs to be a co-design. I think typically, and for obvious reasons, firearms regulation has been determined by Parliament and determined by the police. And I think there needs to be more of a co-design, because clubs are the ones that see everything on the ground day to day. They are the ones that have the structured and ongoing relationships with their members, and bringing them into the tent and getting their perspectives on how you could educate and how you could have pathways that would actually provide realistic and useful information to those agencies.
Yeah. And you think that would be a valuable?
I think that would be very beneficial.
Would another view be to have fewer people in the tent?
In
by
what
which I refer to an idea that it might be that we should consider tighter restrictions on people accessing firearms in Australia, including for sporting purposes.
I'm not sure I understand, Commissioner, sorry.
I'm just raising with you that it may be that Australia would be better off if it had a more restrictive approach to people being able to obtain a licence to use, albeit at a sporting club, weapons of the kind that were used at Bondi.
I think there's two parts to it. One, I don't really have the policy experience to make a determination on that, but I think the second part is, one of the issues in firearms licensing is it's predominantly a static assessment. It looks at background factors, it looks at a point in time, and the issue is a lot of what I'm seeing from both an extremist pathways is that people can come through because they're self-radicalising. They have no background, they have no criminal history, they have no markers that law enforcement will be able to pick up. And instead, after that, you can then also have people who are travelling quite well, and then they experience some kind of rupture, or they experience some kind of adverse event that pushes towards radicalisation. And then there's no mechanism at a licence renewal to check for those things. So I think if you'd had more stricter pathways, you would still have the people who would meet the requirements and get through, and they'd still be vulnerable to radicalisation. And it wouldn't address.
Commissioner, I had no further questions for Mr.
Yes.
Gregg.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Gregg. You are excused. Now, I understand that our next witness is Professor Thomas, and he is going to give evidence by AVL from the UK, and I believe that link won't be established until 4 p.m. So we're having another afternoon tea.
Commissioner, I call Professor Paul Thomas by ABL.
Is it good morning, Professor?
Good morning, Commissioner.
Professor, will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
I'll take an oath.
Thank you.
Do you swear by mighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Professor, please state your full name.
My name is Professor Paul Thomas.
You are a Professor of Youth and Policy at the University of Huddersfield in the United Kingdom, within the School of Business, Education and Law.
That's correct.
You've prepared a written expert report dated 3 August 2026.
That's correct.
And you've recently provided the Commission with a copy of your curriculum vitae.
That's correct.
Now, to the extent your report refers to facts, do you believe that they are true and correct?
I do.
And to the extent your report records your opinions, are they opinions you hold?
They are.
And the CV accurately sets out your training, study and experience, does it?
That's correct.
Yes. Commissioner, I tender the expert report and CV. The expert report has the ID EWR.5999.0001.0249.
Yes, the report together with the CV will be admitted.
Professor, you hold a bachelor's degree in history and politics and a PhD in sociology and social policy.
That's correct.
You have a long-term research interest in relation to policy regarding the prevention of violent extremism, community cohesion and youth racial tensions.
That's correct.
And indeed you were a qualified youth and community worker and previously worked in that field.
That's correct.
Now, you have in particular undertaken considerable research into the United Kingdom's counter-terrorism prevent strategy through its existence over the last 20 years or so.
That's correct.
And we'll of course come to that subject matter in a moment, but you've given oral evidence to a House of Commons committee inquiry on that topic.
Yes, to a select committee inquiry into the prevent strategy.
Yes, and you've collaborated with a number of international colleagues on research studies and community reporting in relation to possible violent extremism across a number of jurisdictions.
I have.
Including Australia.
That's correct.
A particular focus of your work has been intimate bystanders, which we'll come to a little later in your evidence.
That's correct.
Now, can I ask you about the statutory prevent duty in the United Kingdom? It has its legislative foundation in Section 26 of the Counter-Terrorism and Security Act 2015 of the United Kingdom?
That's correct.
Could you briefly explain what the duty is?
The duty is placed on specified authorities, which the Act explains as educational bodies, as bodies within the health and welfare fields, within local government bodies and criminal justice bodies such as prisons or probation. So the duty sits with the individual units within those specified authorities or areas, and so implicitly also sits on the individual professional practitioners within the specified authorities.
The statute itself requires these identified authorities to have due regard to the need to prevent people from being drawn into terrorism.
That's correct.
And in the administration of the statute, the Secretary of State of the United Kingdom can and has issued guidance to authorities about the exercise of their duty.
That's correct. It's important to say that it doesn't apply to Northern Ireland. It applies to the other constituent countries of Great Britain.
Yes, thank you. And in relation to the Secretary of State's guidance, the statute requires the authorities to have regard to that guidance document in carrying out their functions.
That's correct.
And the guidance is quite a lengthy, elaborate document that identifies the steps that ought to be taken in administration and operation of the PREVENT program.
Correct.
Now, can you provide a brief description of why the duty was introduced in 2015?
The functions that PREVENT asks the specified authorities to play, those functions already existed, but events in the 2 years prior to the legislation coming into force persuaded government that a statutory duty was needed. Those events included a number of terrorist attacks, but also some controversies. They included the murder of an off-duty soldier in London by 2 Islamist extremists known to the authorities. They involved an attempted bombing of an extreme right-wing public event by Islamist extremists. They involved quite a large number of British citizens, particularly young people leaving full-time education, travelling to Syria or attempting to travel to Syria to join IS Daesh there. And obviously there was a particular cause célèbre of the 3 schoolgirls from a high school in London that received a great deal of media attention. And finally there was a considerable controversy over supposed Islamic extremism developing a number of public schools in Birmingham. Now, the extremism was not proved, but these events and factors all came together to persuade government that its original proposal of having the statutory reporting duty in particular locales within Great Britain should be turned into a national mandatory reporting duty under the 2015 legislation that you described.
You've identified that one category of specified authorities are the local authorities, what we would call in New South Wales the local councils. Was there a particular concern about their conduct that led to the introduction of the statute?
In 2013, the Prime Minister then had launched a task force on extremism, and that report that came out prior to the PREVENT duty actually suggested that some, what we call local government, local authority bodies were not taking their PREVENT responsibilities and their responsibilities to tackle extremism seriously enough. So there was certainly that underpinned the suggestion that was never enacted of having mandatory reporting in specific locales, but that was superseded in the way I've described by the national uniform mandatory reporting duty.
Thank you. And the regime requires the establishment of what are called PREVENT channel panels. Could you describe?
That's correct.
Could you describe what the channel refers to and what the panels are?
Yeah, all local government bodies in Great Britain are required to have a channel panel. This is a multi-agency body that is managed by the local authority itself, but would include a number of partners: the police, education personnel, social services, welfare, and they will all contribute to considering individuals who've been referred to the multi-agency channel panel from the specified authorities or from other means.
And we'll come back to some of those more specific requirements of the duty and the guidance that's been provided in a moment. But another broad category of requirements under the PREVENT scheme relate to the education system and
That's correct.
What are called fundamental British values. Could you describe what is imposed in that regard?
In the prevent duty placed two distinct responsibilities on education bodies. One is the mandatory reporting duty through to the channel process, as we've just discussed, but the other one is essentially a curriculum requirement, a pedagogical requirement to teach and promote fundamental British values. The fundamental British values were first identified in the 2011 independent review of Prevent, and they were actually placed in sort of curriculum guidance, but they were again given the force of statutory duty through the 2015 Prevent duty. So schools, colleges, from all age groups, from the full age range from the nursery level up to further education colleges, are required to promote and uphold fundamental British values, which are identified as democracy, the rule of law, etc.
Yes. Now, the current guidance document issued under Section 29 of the UK Act is the Prevent Duty Guidance of 2023, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was an amendment and updating of previous guidance that had been in place from 2015 until the end of 2023.
That's correct.
Yep. Now, there is an obligation to identify vulnerable individuals potentially at risk of being drawn into terrorism and to report those individuals to a Prevent channel panel, is that right?
That's correct.
And how does the reporting mechanism work from that point? For example, if you could just take as an example, if a teacher observes something in a school, what is the process?
If a teacher observed something, they would share it internally within what the safeguarding mechanism, pre-existing safeguarding mechanisms, which is how an individual teacher would raise concerns of any type about a young person they thought was at harm or at risk of being involved in harm. They would raise that with what is known as the designated safeguarding lead, the lead sort of educator within the institution who is responsible for safeguarding, and who would also then be designated as the Prevent lead for the individual institution. And it is that person who would then make the formal referral externally to the local multi-agency channel panel. So it is not a case that individual educators, teachers or other types of practitioners would individually make a referral. It comes through that formal institutional process of the safeguarding Prevent lead for the specific institution.
And is it right that the designated Prevent reporter will decide either to refer or not to refer after that process occurs internally?
That's correct. Certainly the research that we've carried out shows that they make a full assessment by drawing on other teachers who have contact with the young person and other information that is known about the young person and their circumstances before they make a judgment as to whether to make a formal referral. Our research also showed that at times they would have an informal conversation with the local channel panel to say whether their concern is likely to meet a threshold. But once they make that judgment within the institution, that safeguarding Prevent lead would be the person who makes the formal referral to the channel panel.
Could I ask you about the process at a practical level in a different institution, in a prison, for example? If a prison guard observes something of concern in relation to violent extremism, what would the process be for taking that to a channel panel?
Process should be the same in the sense that each individual institution will have a Prevent lead, so there should be the same internal process of making judgments about what is known about the concern, the circumstances, the individual involved, and whether there are sufficient grounds to make a referral again to the channel panel if they're able to consider someone currently in custody.
Yeah. And the same process would apply in the health and other sectors that are the prescribed authorities.
Yeah, in that sense, it's a uniform process of an identified prevent guidance to all the specified authorities, identifies the need of a prevent lead officer for precisely that reason, because they are the conduit or the person responsible for making the referral on behalf of the institution.
You referred to the fundamental British values that are the part of the pedagogical aspect of the prevent duty. That is defined as democracy, the rule of law, individual liberty, and mutual respect and tolerance for those of different faiths and beliefs. Is that right?
That's correct.
Has there been some controversy about this requirement and in particular this terminology?
There's been significant controversy over two of the three sort of title words. Along with colleagues, I carried out the first national empirical study into how the prevent duty was being implemented in English schools and colleges. And certainly our research and these findings have been replicated subsequently, but other forms of empirical research in the education sector showed considerable concern about the term fundamental because that felt inappropriate. But also some concern about the British titling of these values because they were seen as they are understood as being international values that would be held by many other nations. So our research showed that talking about values and using values overtly was already a practice within the education sector. Schools, colleges, very comfortably and very overtly talk about community values, shared values, our common values. They draw extensively within pedagogical practice on, for instance, the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights and other comparable charters of individual rights and duties. But the titling of fundamental and British isn't one that educators are particularly comfortable with.
Can I ask you about the initial stages of the prevent duties rollout? It involved a large-scale training program for many public sector professional practitioners, didn't it?
It did.
Could you briefly describe what occurred and the sort of numbers that were involved in the training program?
Given the range of the specified authorities that we've identified under the duty, the scale of the training nationally has been very large indeed. Estimates within 2 to 3 years of the duty first being implemented were that over 1 million professional practitioners in England and Wales had received training, and I'm sure it's now a much larger number. And the specific mandatory nature of the duty meant that exceptional efforts were made within individual institutions to train staff on this duty. For instance, in the education sector, there would have been all staff training specifically on prevent and preventing extremism for all staff on a face-to-face basis. And that is quite rare to bring the entire workforce together, but that was the universal practice, certainly in the education sector, and attempts were made to replicate that initial overt training in the other sectors. Some sectors deployed online training, but certainly universality of professional training around this duty and what it required and what it focuses on was normal. In the years since then, because we're now 11 years after the introduction of the duty, there is regular refresher training. So in the education sector, for instance, there will be regular update training around all aspects of safeguarding, developments in those aspects, any new initiatives, and preventing extremism would be covered as one aspect of that refresher training. I obviously work in higher education, and we're required to carry out and undergo an online training module at least every 2 years, and however many times we've completed that in the past, we have to complete that training again. So that ongoing nature of training is there to support that initial very significant investment in staff training that came with the introduction of the duty.
And what does your research show about the assistance that sort of training provided to professional practitioners in the skill of being able to identify evidence of potential or developing extremism or radicalisation?
I would identify two aspects in answering that. Firstly, after the duty was introduced and this large-scale training, there was a very large spike increase in referrals to channel, prevent referrals. That was a result of that training, the raising of awareness, and a lot of those referrals were not necessarily appropriate or actually meeting the threshold, but that was maybe the collateral of carrying out training. But there is a significant body of academic research that shows a very clear relationship between the volume and quality of training and staff confidence and ability to make appropriate judgments about whether something is meeting the threshold for a prevent referral and whether a referral would be appropriate. For instance, there was a large-scale comparative piece of research between teachers in Denmark who do not have a specific mandatory duty, but they are expected to report radicalisation concerns, and teachers in England who do have the mandatory duty, and it showed that the teachers in England made more accurate judgments about the scenarios presented, whether they met the threshold for a radicalisation concern, and felt more confident and clear about how they would make that referral. So training is vital, and the quality of training is obviously important. And in the initial years after the duty was introduced, there were concerns in some institutions about poor quality training. So the issue of the quality of training and who delivers that training is obviously important.
The channel panels are requirements. It's mandatory for a local authority to maintain a channel panel.
That's correct.
And the chair of a channel panel is a representative from each local authority. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then those panels can draw on multidisciplinary expertise. Could you describe how that works?
But the police, counter-terrorism police, have an important role in the sense that they first screen any referrals to ensure that there is no ongoing investigation around that individual, and also whether it's an appropriate referral. So the police are obviously an important contributor to the panel, but there are also representatives from the health sector relating to mental health, educational bodies, and other contributors, depending on the nature of the referrals that are being made. I should say that they very much mirror the pre-existing local authority safeguarding boards that exist in the UK, and their multi-agency nature and operation is very similar to that, but currently they sit on a separately. These channel panels are specifically multi-agency bodies around extremism referrals and nothing more, whereas the broader multi-agency safeguarding boards consider all other aspects of safeguarding concerns.
If the panel decides that some intervention is appropriate, what occurs? And what sort of intervention is available to the panel in respect of a referral?
Normally, a package of activity is offered to the individual, and that is largely a form of mentoring and counselling around extremism and around the person's worldview and mindset. And it is delivered by what are known as intervention providers. Sometimes these are organisations, but quite often they're individual practitioners who've been commissioned by the government's Home Office, and they work intensively with the individual over a programme of activity. It's important to say that participation in the channel process is voluntary. So if someone is adopted, if their case is adopted and intervention is offered to them, they are not obliged to accept that invitation, and quite a large percentage of people choose not to take that up.
Your expert report notes that since 2015, over 3,800 referrals have resulted in individuals receiving support to move away from radicalising ideologies.
That's correct. I should say that in the last few days, subsequent to my report being provided, the government has issued some updated PREVENT statistics. So that number has probably grown somewhat, but obviously I wasn't able to include that in the report. But that was correct at the time of the report.
Do you have a general understanding of the up-to-date number since 2015?
That number isn't in the government handout that's just arrived, but the reason for the new statistics coming is that UK government has decided, having previously issued these statistics on an annual basis, to now do them on a 6-monthly basis, each time on a 12-month window. This is responding to concern that there are large gaps before new and updated statistics are available. So from now on, the revised statistics will be available on a 6-monthly basis.
Apart from the statistics, your report does identify that there are some difficulties involved in the systematic evaluation of the PREVENT program, including because there's an obvious difficulty in assessing whether or not you've effectively prevented something from occurring. But could you just briefly address the difficulties in evaluation of the system overall?
I'd first identify that generic problem of any sort of preventative policy intervention. You mentioned that I'm a qualified youth worker, and there's been a long-term concern about youth diversionary schemes around youth crime and whether they prevented young people moving into crime. And we have the same issue with PREVENT. It's obviously impossible to know systematically whether people referred to PREVENT would have gone on to be actively involved in terrorist planning, preparation, or even action. Certainly counter-terrorism police in the UK and the UK government themselves have said in terms that they believe PREVENT has prevented such journeys towards involvement. So evaluation takes different forms. I'd first note that there has been some criticism because some individuals have gone through the PREVENT process and then gone on to commit terrorist crimes. The most recent high-profile one in the UK was the murder of Sir David Amess MP, who had been referred to PREVENT and had taken part in some PREVENT activity. But it was subsequently identified that the intervention from PREVENT was inadequate in its own terms and didn't fulfil what it should have done. Whereas we have other examples of people who've fully gone through PREVENT process and displayed what we would term disguised compliance, which is that they've given all the indications that they've changed their mindset and behaviour. The most obvious example was the young individual who carried out the so-called Parsons Green bombing attack on the tube in London in 2017, who'd been through a full programme of prevent. I believe this is an international issue around such preventative counselling and mentoring and judging whether it has had an impact. So there have been then other forms of evaluation of Prevent. There have been 2 government-led or government-commissioned independent reviews of Prevent, and there have been other types of evaluation. For instance, currently the government has actually commissioned an independent evaluation of the channel process that is currently underway. So there are no findings from that in the public domain as yet, but that is looking at the effectiveness and the methodology of the channel and intervention provider process.
Attention is sometimes drawn to the relationship between the rate or number of referrals on the one hand and the rate or numbers of adopted cases on the other. In other words, referrals that are accepted for implementation at an operational level. Is that a reliable measure of anything?
That relationship has certainly been controversial until the past 2 years. The so-called attrition rate or the non-adoption rate has been as high as 85 or 90%, which means that up to 85 or 90% of all the Prevent referrals over a year have not led to Prevent adopting the case and then intervening. And that has been somewhat controversial. It's been one of the factors which has led people to say that Prevent is not effective. But this has been addressed, I feel, in the most recent government independent review of Prevent carried out by Sir William Shaw-Cross in 2023, which looked explicitly at how we can understand this attrition rate. And what the review showed was that the attrition rate is exactly comparable with the attrition rate for broader safeguarding referrals for other types of social harm. So that we can see a clear sort of parallel there. It's important to say that some of the referrals that are not adopted by Prevent are then signposted to other forms of intervention. Because the channel panel determination identifies that, for instance, that drink and drugs sort of counselling or mental health support is actually needed for the individual, not anti-extremist counselling or mentoring. So not all the referrals that are not adopted are simply not actioned. Some are actioned in other ways.
The original iteration of the Prevent program was itself subject to some criticism and later came in for amendment. Could you describe that controversy? It was originally targeted only at British Muslim communities, is that right?
That's correct. The British Prevent programme, which is one of the so-called 4Ps, one of the 4 strands of the contest strategy, is 20 years old this year, but its content and its priorities have actually changed quite profoundly. So in that initial stage of Prevent, it was explicitly only about British Muslims. And that fact, although that has changed since 2011, where Prevent was broadened to consider all forms of extremism, that initial focus only on one community continues to drive allegations that Prevent is Islamophobic or is stigmatising of British Muslims. The first phase of activity was largely about community-based work, mostly with young British Muslims, and it was targeted at any sizable Muslim communities on the basis of the size of their community and population within the broader local government areas. So that explicit focus on Muslims only and the form of the targeting and the resource allocation drove that allegation that British Muslims were being seen as a suspect community. And that led to a lot of political controversy and was actually the root of the Select Committee inquiry in 2009-10, where the House of Commons was highly critical of the manner of the Prevent programme as it was then.
And the current form embraces all, that is, addresses all forms of extremist ideologies, and it is also stepped away from that community-specific model. Is that right?
That's correct. So it embraces all forms of extremism, and the latest Prevent statistics that have just been issued show that only 8% of the Prevent referrals now relate to what is termed Islamic extremism. So it covers all forms of extremism. And yes, there is only a very small element of community work now within the UK Prevent programme. Overwhelmingly, its focus and its operational mode is the referral and assessment and intervention process discussed.
Yes. So 8% of the UK's Prevent programme addresses Islamic extremist ideologies.
In the latest statistics, which cover the 12 months up to recently, 8% of the total referrals relate to Islamic extremism. A higher percentage are those adopted. So Islamic extremism represents a significantly larger proportion of the cases adopted, which is also true of extreme right-wing extremism, which was 20% of the referrals nationally, but a higher percentage again of those actually adopted.
And could you provide the Commissioner with a brief understanding of what makes up the 100% of the referrals?
I can. There are a number of categories, sorry, forgive me, I'm going to sort of actually identify what those categories are, because the referral categories have again changed and developed over time, but the latest categories are Islamic extremism, extreme right-wing extremism, we have anarchist extremism, Northern Ireland related, left-wing extremism, incel extremism, and then we have a number of categories that are more mixed, no ideology identified, what's identified as conflicted, and a category termed fascination with extreme violence or mass casualty attacks. A number of those that I've described were previously grouped under the mixed, unclear and unstable heading, the so-called MOO heading. But after some policy criticism, including the most recent independent review of Prevent, that was disaggregated. So those are the categories currently being used.
Thank you. In the implementation of the Prevent program, the Home Office, through the Homeland Security Group in the UK, administers the scheme overall. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the Channel program, which you've referred to, uses a Prevent assessment framework for considering referrals?
That's correct. That will be used by the Channel panel. It was previously known as the Vulnerability Assessment Framework, and one of the recommendations of the Shawcross inquiry into Prevent was that it should be retitled because of the vulnerability term being seen as unhelpful. It's been through various iterations. Originally, this tool was known as the ERG 22+, but it is a structured decision-making tool to be used by preventing extremism professionals, and is comparable to other ones used internationally, such as the VERA 2 tool.
As you mentioned a little earlier, participation in a panel designated program is a voluntary decision.
Yeah.
What are some of the barriers to consent being provided?
If the person referred is under 18, the parents or guardians need to give consent. If the person is over 18, they must consent themselves. But the latest statistics show that only a little over 50% of those offered prevent support actually take it up. We don't know enough about why people don't want to take part. But if they decline to take part, they are then classed as what's known as police managed, in the sense that the UK police continue to assess that person's situation and monitor that person's situation for potential terrorist risk. But there have been calls repeatedly over the years to make channel participation compulsory, but successive governments have not taken that up. It's important to say that there's one element of individuals where participation is compulsory, and those are terrorist offenders or those subject to terrorist-related legal measures, who are actually required to take part in the parallel process through what's known as the desistance and disengagement program, which is the element of the prevent framework which addresses offenders or past offenders.
I was about to come to that, Professor. So we've been discussing largely the early intervention part of the prevent program, but as you've mentioned, it does also have a component for in respect of people who have already engaged in terrorism and are either in prison or have been released from prison after serving a sentence.
That's correct, or those who are subject to orders such as the so-called TPIMs or exclusion orders.
Yes. Could you explain those orders?
It's an area that I'm less sort of familiar with about how the legal basis of those orders, but it's only a very small number of individuals who are subject to those, what are essentially control orders, as I understand it, which limit people's access to the internet while they're not in custody. It limits their activity. It may involve passport surrender. It can involve no access to the internet. It can restrict movements and associations.
Yes, thank you. You've mentioned that there has been a relatively recent review back in 2023 by Sir William Shawcross of the operation of the Prevent program.
That's correct.
And your expert report addresses some of the conclusions and indeed some of your criticisms of that review. At the overall level, it was positive as to the role of Prevent in its evaluation. Is that right?
The Shawcross report had a lot of positive things to say about the way that Prevent is operating. It was very positive about the Prevent duty and the operationalisation of that by the specified authorities and by the practitioners. It had some criticisms around aspects of Prevent. For instance, it suggested there wasn't enough focus in the staff training and in the intervention packages around ideology, and I believe that is being addressed, that is being strengthened. There were some criticisms, as mentioned, of the term vulnerability being used. And so that has been replaced in some aspects of Prevent with a susceptibility. I actually think the criticism was based on a misunderstanding of vulnerability, because vulnerability is used generically in preventative work, particularly with young people internationally, and vulnerability does not imply a lack of agency or responsibility by the individual involved for their actions or the planned actions, but Sir William felt that it did.
You referred a little earlier to the category of extremists previously bundled together as mixed, unclear and unstable extremism, which, as you've indicated, has been further refined and defined. But Sir William Shawcross identified a large increase in referrals under that broad category, reflecting your evidence that it is increasing.
That's correct.
What is your view about the threat of violent extremism stemming from that category of ideologies?
I'd first say that Sir William's report was trenchant in its criticism, not just of that mixed and unstable and unclear category, but then the components that have now been disassembled from that. And what he argued, and he was echoing some arguments that had already been made by some actors within the British scene, were that there's a so-called threat disparity, that overwhelmingly the actual terrorist attacks and late-stage plots that have occurred in the UK, say over the last 10 years, have been Islamist extremism in nature. They've been IS or AQ inspired, essentially. But that isn't reflected in the proportions of the prevent referrals, as we discussed earlier. And Sir William offered some views about why there may be a low level of Islamist referrals. But he suggested that a lot of these moves, sort of referrals, or the referrals from the component categories, were not really terrorism related, because they are not leading to those late stage plots or attacks. To a certain extent, that relies on the current definitions of terrorism in the UK and possibly other countries. For instance, that one of the prevent categories is incel, so-called incel, but the UK government currently does not regard incel as a terrorist ideology, but it remains a prevent category, and a percentage of incel referrals, a low number. Incel referrals are low, but there are incel referrals, and a proportion of those are being adopted and intervened with prevent, which is a terrorism prevention strategy. But incel is not a terrorist ideology in the UK definition. So it may be that we're looking at things that are upstream here, that certainly the heads of MI5, then leading US intelligence agency figures, I believe other national sort of jurisdictions, intelligence agencies, have pointed to the increasingly mixed and complex nature of the individuals appearing as potential terrorist threat, these so-called mixed or unstable sort of these toxic mix of sort of ideologies that seem to be coming together. But for Sir William, the threat to Britain is overwhelmingly of Islamist extremism, and he felt Prevent should be focusing much more on it than it does. So remains considerable sort of controversy over the makeup of the Prevent referrals and the spectrum of concerns that Prevent is engaging with.
And in the UK, does that largely come down to the nature of the institutions that are making referrals, or is there something in the structure of the Prevent program that could be adjusted to prevent mistrust within broader Muslim communities in the UK?
So overwhelmingly, the Prevent referrals, I think it's about 45 to 50% of total referrals come from the education sector. And that directly relates to the fact that 50% of the total referrals are young people under the age of 18. Now, it may be that high percentage is a function of the Prevent duty sitting on the education sector in particular. But again, the age profile of individuals of concern is decreasing internationally, as I think other experts will have identified. That there is also a concern with the UK Prevent about whether it's picking up sort of individuals who don't have any clear ideological motivation at all. But certainly in your question about the British Muslim community, the Shawcross report suggested that there were not enough referrals coming relating to Islamist extremism, but my perception would be that these frontline practitioners, the specified authorities in the UK, are referring the extremism concerns that they're seeing and experiencing. This is the nature of what they're encountering.
And since 2023, that has predominantly been the mixed or unstable categories of ideologies that you referred to.
It has, and this sort of debate about whether Prevent should be addressing this has been sharpened by the events that occurred in Southport in the northwest of England in 2024, where an individual murdered several young girls, and he had been referred 3 times to Prevent, but each time he had not been adopted because he didn't hold a clear and coherent ideological perspective, although he had engaged and interacted with materials relating to all forms, often of contradictory extremist violence. So that's led to sort of considerable discussion in Britain about where the threshold is for Prevent as preventing violent extremism strategy. That's overtly what it's about. Whether it should appropriately be adopting and addressing individuals who are violence fixated, violence focused, but it's far from clear whether they actually have any ideological motivation. Now, the government's own inquiry into the Southport murders that were carried out by Lord David Anderson, who was formerly the independent reviewer of terrorism legislation, and then latterly the independent reviewer of Prevent itself, concluded that Prevent should have adopted this individual because there were some ideological engagements. But it's fair to say that counter-terrorism police in Britain have a different view about the threshold of adoption for some of these cases. So this remains a live debate in Britain about the makeup and the nature of the Prevent referrals.
Thank you. Professor, can I ask you now about this section of your expert report where you address community cohesion, community reporting and intimate bystanders. And you introduce this part of your report by referring to social capital, particularly bonding social capital, as a protective factor for individuals vulnerable to extremism involvements. Could you explain what you mean by that?
I think internationally, in the post 9/11 period, in the sort of strategies internationally that have tried to prevent violent extremism, community cohesion has been, and bonding social capital has been seen as a vital part. So there's been considerable focus on work within communities to make sure that individuals are not isolated, to strengthen the community cohesion through forms of activity. And we saw that in the first phase of Britain's Prevent, which is very much aimed not just at Muslim communities, but particularly at Muslim young people, involved group activities, youth work programmes, trying to create stronger association, stronger connection between people, between them and their community. But this community-based approach internationally has overwhelmingly focused on Muslim communities who, with Islamist extremism seen as the greatest terrorist threat to sort of Western countries over that period. So this community-based activity is very much focused on congregated Muslim communities. And for me, this is highly problematic because working at the community level suggests a scale of risk or a scale of extremism that is problematic. Terrorism involves very small numbers of actors and very small numerically threat individuals. But working at the community level implies a much greater threat. I think community-based strategies, it's very hard to avoid the sense of stigmatizing or the allegation of the suspect community. And we also see the weakness of such a strategy with the increasing threat of extreme right-wing threats and violence. So essentially coming from the numerical majority, ethnic majority of these societies. And what does community-based activity mean with such a threat? So I think the community-based, which different states, I'm sure Australia's used such an approach. Certainly the USA CVE strategy under the Obama regime was very much about situated Muslim communities in certain US states, just as Britain focused on Muslim communities in significant places of congregation. This is a problematic approach to preventing violent extremism as a tool.
And you've indicated that the Prevent program has recognised that and adjusted its manner of operation.
That's correct. There are now very small number of sort of community-based projects, and they tend to work across communities. And one of the criticisms also of the original British approach to community-based work was that it was totally contrary to a parallel policy priority of community cohesion, which is very much about building shared beliefs, shared identities, and contact between communities, cooperation between communities, that so-called sort of contact theory of people coming together and working with one type of community only on CVE work was contradictory to that.
Can I ask you about this expression, intimate bystanders? And you have said in your report that the first people to suspect or know about someone becoming involved in planning acts of violent extremism, including planned or actual involvement in overseas conflicts, will often be those closest to them, their friends, families, and community insiders, which is your description of intimate bystanders. Could you develop that for us, please?
There's quite a strong body of academic evidence around lone terrorist actors, but also parallel research evidence around non-ideological mass attacks, so-called school shooters, particularly in the United States. And in both cases, that body of research shows that these perpetrators give away their intent, their planning, their thoughts, their direction of travel to people around them through what's called leakage, whether it's verbal or non-verbal, whether it's deliberate or not deliberate, that people close to them, their partners, family members, siblings, their close friends, can pick these things up. And there's evidence that they do pick things up, but the evidence also shows that people aren't sure what they're noticing or hearing, and also don't know what to do with it, what they should do with it. And until we commenced our body of research, and I need to sort of highlight the groundbreaking initial research by my collaborator, Professor Michele Grossman of Deakin University in Melbourne, who, with Michele's first Australian piece of research into this concept of intimate bystanders, so people who are close to potential terrorist actors and may pick up this information from leakage. Until that body of research commenced, there is little known about what the blocks and barriers would be for these people, what would be stopping them sharing their concerns with the authorities. but also what would help and enable and support them to come forward with their concerns, with the information they have. And the body of research that built on the Australian groundbreaking research was then a UK-wide study, replication and development, and then further large-scale replications and developments in both the USA and Canada of the same methodology. So across the 4 countries, 4 of the Five Eyes countries, we now have a significant body of research evidence with very clear and consistent findings about what these intimate bystanders need and want to share their concerns, and what will enable them to do so.
And is it right that the UK's Act Early resource and campaign beginning at the end of 2020 was an attempt in the UK to identify how that could be implemented? In other words, how the intimate bystander could be encouraged to bring the matter forward, and to whom?
That's correct. We worked very closely during the research process with National Counter-Terrorism Police in the UK, and then worked with them intensely with the findings and their implications of our research. And Professor Grossman and I acted as advisors to the design and content of the Act Early campaign that, as I say, launched in November 2020, and its role has been very positively acknowledged by the contest strategy refresh in 2023 and Sir William Shawcross in his Prevent Independent Review. And Act Early is an educational informational website supported by a phone line, and it is aimed overtly at intimate bystanders. Its assumption and its tone is that the people who interact with it are concerned about someone that they know and love and care for. And it has information about what extremism is, what the telltale signs of someone becoming involved in it might be, but also testimony from individuals or family members of individuals who've actually been referred to Prevent and have been through the channel process of mentoring and counselling and what impact it had on them. So it addresses that informational need that we identified in our research, but also that support and that testimony, that personal experience role that also individuals would be seeking if they were in this incredibly difficult position of being concerned about potential criminal activity by someone close to them. And there is also a phone line to talk to trained police officers. And that is a way or a conduit for making a Prevent referral from that contact with the Act Early website and staff on the phone. One of the Prevent referral there are referral categories for where the referrals come from. Are referred to 50% coming from the education sector. Well, even though there's been a large increase in Prevent referrals in the last few years, it remains the case that at least 1% of the total referrals come from the category of friends and family, and a further 1% from the so-called community category. And certainly government believe, and we believe, that Act Early is contributing to those referrals. And obviously the referrals are one small part of a much larger volume of concerns being sort of shared with Act Early as a body.
So a small in percentage terms, but a significant source of referrals.
Absolutely. And in the early stages, Act Early tried to promote itself through, for instance, parenting channels and Mumsnet and such thing, but also through media work. They even worked with a leading soap opera in the UK, which developed a storyline about a family member becoming involved in extreme right-wing activity and the dilemma then faced by the intimate bystanders within their family. So various attempts to develop a public awareness of how difficult it is, but also forms of support and advice on it.
Thank you, Professor. I don't have any further questions.
Yeah. Professor,
thank you.
Can I ask you some questions relating to the Shawcross report? Sir William recorded that there had been media reports in June of 2018 to the effect that most of the government's de-radicalisation programs were failing, and the media reports referenced research that had been conducted earlier by a group called the Behavioural Insights team. It was said that that team had examined 33 projects and found that only 2 were effective and some were counterproductive. Sir William recorded that the Home Office hadn't been able to supply him with that research, but he went on to say that the evidence suggested that far too many Prevent-funded programs had been ineffective and had delivered poor outcomes. In your view, is that a fair assessment of the position as it stood at the time of the Shawcross report?
Certainly, Commissioner. That referred to the number of community-based projects that then existed in 2018. That was a great reduction from those earlier, as I outlined earlier. But they had the same problem of who are they targeting and what is effectiveness? How do you prove the effectiveness? Because if the individuals involved in the programs had presented as an individual concrete risk of radicalisation, they would have been on an individual basis working within the channel process. So the efficacy of these community-based projects is really unproven, and internationally there's been some concern, as I indicated earlier, about their effectiveness. So I don't know now how many are funded, but my guess would be it's a much smaller than 33, and that is reduced and reduced and reduced. And I think Sir William was indicating a direction of travel in that reduction that was already going on and has continued during and since his report.
And that's a view that you agree with? The concerns about those community forms of program?
It is, because I think it's very difficult to effectively target on a community or group basis a group of people who are real risks of radicalisation. They may exist in certain very specific communities, but for the reasons I indicated earlier, I don't think that is effective. And now the community or group-based, project-based activity element of Prevent will be now an even smaller element than it was 6 or 7 years ago.
The other observation that Sir William made was the prevalence of extreme anti-Semitism in the Channel cases that he observed. And he pointed out that anti-Semitism unites Islamists, the extreme right wing and the extreme left wing. Does that remain an issue as you see it?
I think it remains an issue for a lot of people. Firstly, the referral categories that I identified earlier mean that anti-Semitism is not being captured as a distinct reason for referral, but the perception of practitioners is that it is exactly a common thread across forms of extremism. Following Sir William's comments in the terms that you outline, the Homeland Security Group, they have an analysis and insights team that I suspect is now incorporates that behavioural insights team. They've actually completed a mixed methods research project about the prevalence of anti-Semitism within Channel cases in the UK. That has not been put in the public domain, that actual researcher report, but government is saying that the findings have informed briefings to Prevent practitioners, which I take to be the local Prevent coordinators, these professional intervention providers who work with the radicalised individuals, and other Prevent local government and Prevent police personnel. So government is clear that that is being addressed, but that information is not in the public domain. It would be great if it was. Earlier this year, the UK House of Commons Home Affairs Select Committee issued a report about combating new forms of extremism, and they talked about there being a sort of a toxic mix of anti-Semitism, misogyny and conspiracy theories underpinning new forms of hybridized sort of extremist belief systems. So certainly there is concern about the role of anti-Semitism across the extremist spectrum, but quantifying that is, as I've hopefully outlined, is very difficult. I actually have a PhD student who's about to commence fieldwork who is looking at the role of Holocaust denial within prevent referrals. And government has, counter-terrorism police have granted my student access to these prevent personnel to investigate with them the extent to which Holocaust denial as a specific issue is prevalent within the prevent referrals that they've been engaging with.
Yes. Mr. Bender.
Thank you, Commissioner. Professor Thomas, my name is Ben Drake, for Second Jewish Community Bodies in Australia. Can you hear
Hello.
me? Can you hear me?
It's a bit faint, but yeah.
Yes.
I'll speak into the microphone.
Yeah.
You mentioned in your evidence a large percentage of people who are referred to a channel who elect not to consent to participate. Is that decision made before or after the channel forms a view about whether that person should receive a support plan?
It's after Channel has made their decision. So if Channel feels that they want to adopt the case, that there are grounds to offer a package, it is then offered to them or to their parents and guardian, depending on their age. And at that point, they make their decision.
So the large percentage you're referring to is a cohort of people who have been referred by an institution, deemed by Channel that they ought to receive support, but refuse to consent to participate. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Is it right to think that within that cohort there are likely to be some people who may be quite a long way down the path towards extremism, which might inform their decision not to consent?
My instinct would be that is correct, and certainly that's why this police managed approach means that the police do not stop looking at or interacting with those individuals and making judgments about the extent to which they need to do that. But the individual can currently, refuse to participate. In the government statistics that come out, there's some statistical analysis of the age profiles or the form of extremism and how they relate to this refusal rates. But my reading is that there is no clear pattern about types of extremism or types of background that make people more or less likely to refuse to engage. It seems to be across the board largely.
Do you regard the part of the framework that has police potentially monitoring people who have been referred to whom support has been offered but refuse to participate, do you regard that to be a useful part of the framework in the UK?
I'd say it's an essential part, but if anything is in the public domain about how they carry that out, I'm not aware of it. So this police managed sort of term is used, but from that point on, it's within the box of police operations.
In that scenario where a person's been referred and identified as somebody who should receive support but doesn't participate, are other steps taken by Channel other than police monitoring that might reduce the risks associated with that individual?
Not that I'm aware, because the refusal limits what they can do. The only proviso on that might be if they've also offered other forms of support, such as engagement with the mental health team or other needs that have been identified that are non-extremism related. And again, the individuals can choose not to engage with such things.
Thank you. Now, in a different scenario where an individual has been referred and the panel determines that support should not be given, as I understand the Act in section 36 subsection 6, the panel must consider whether the person ought to be referred to a provider of health or social care services. Is that correct?
That's correct, and a significant proportion of those total prevent referrals that are not adopted are actually signposted to services of the type that you've identified.
And do you regard that aspect of the framework to be a useful part of it?
It's useful, but it's been controversial because there's been some concern that the foregrounded nature of this prevent duty has led to prevent identifying and then signposting quite large numbers of people who should have been signposted directly, not via prevent, to forms of health intervention. But the resourcing and the profile of prevent has led to it initially drawing in these sort of categories of mental health and other forms of need that are not at all extremist related.
Thank you. Now, my next question is about an individual who's been referred and had their case adopted, and then the case is closed because the process is completed. Under the guidance, is it right that after closure, each adopted case must be reviewed by the panel at the 6-month and then again at the 12-month mark?
That's correct.
And am I correct in thinking that that applies regardless of whether the person consented to participate in the program?
That's my understanding.
Does that provide an additional benefit insofar as if somebody has been referred, has been deemed suitable for a support plan but refuses to engage and may be a high-risk person, they don't just fall off the radar, as it were, and instead channel checks in with them, in effect, after the period.
Yeah, I'd also say that the large-scale research project that's currently underway, looking at the efficacy and the operation of channel, I think that is, this follow-up aspect is one of the aspects that they're looking at, and the effectiveness of that.
In your opinion, is it a useful and effective aspect of the framework?
Absolutely, because we've seen those concerns I indicated earlier about individuals who've completed programs but then become involved in extremism. We have some individuals who've been referred several times because they then present what appears to be a new risk, etc. So that monitoring is absolutely important. But I'd also indicate highlight the issue of disguised compliance that I discussed earlier, that even if people agree to take part and fully go through, it has those health warnings about the extent to which practitioners can be absolutely certain this person is now not a risk of extremist involvement.
And do you agree that a framework unlike Prevent, in which somebody had been deemed suitable for help but refused to participate and then effectively fell out of the program, would have a significant gap?
Absolutely, would have a significant gap. Whether the British system is effective as it is, even with the things we've discussed, is not clear. But certainly, if it was if that ended any contact, that would be a significant gap and significant concern.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bender. Anything arising? No. Thank you very much, Professor. That concludes your evidence and you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, we'll just close down the link now. And I'm going to adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, and I intend to commence at 10 a.m.